Qian Yu and Terumi Mei finally came to the front of Ryuchi Cave. However, before stepping inside, a roar was suddenly heard. "Who dares to trespass on our holy place?" Then, the cave door opened, and huge boa constrictors rushed out of it. And the purple-skinned one at the head is as huge as hundreds of meters away. The emerald-green pupils exuded a terrifying power. There are also 2 angled horns on the snake's head. It looked very ferocious and evil. It turned out to be Orochimaru's summoning beast, 10,000 snakes. And behind Wan Snake, there are many snakes of different sizes. Wan Snake is indeed a member of the Ryuchi Cave Shrine. And he is the patriarch of the summoning snake clan. In other words, it is a family of snakes who form summoning contracts with ninjas, just like the toads on Mount Myoboku. Many members of other Ryuchi caves do not do this. Of course, 10,000 snakes and ninja formed the summoning contract not to help others, nor to maintain peace and stability in the ninja world. It's just people who want to eat more. For example, in the contract with Orochimaru, after each summoning, Insemaru had to help him prepare hundreds of people as sacrifices. Terumi Mei looked at the huge body of Wanshe and couldn't help being surprised. "This snake is so big." Qian Yu laughed and said, "This is Orochimaru's summoning beast 10,000 snakes." The legendary Sannin, also known as the 3 restraints of mutual restraint, is represented by the snake, and the snake of Katsuyu and Orochimaru of Gama City refers to this square snake. Terumi Mei suddenly realized, so, the legendary summoning beast of Sannin, no wonder it looks so scary. Wan Snake was taken aback. "Little ghost, you know a lot." However, trespassing in Ryuchi Cave is a dead end. Instead of dying in the hands of the White Snake Immortal, you might as well just let me eat you too. I can feel that both of you have quite powerful chakra and strength in your body, it must be delicious to eat. Terumi Mei frowned and said, "This ferocious 25 personality is indeed the same as Orochimaru, he doesn't take human life seriously." Qian Yu smiled and said, "Indeed." Seeing the two talking and laughing happily, she couldn't help being furious as she didn't take herself seriously. What kind of temper is he? How could he have the patience to listen to what Qian and Yu have to say? Immediately, a roar erupted, and then the extremely huge body shot out at an extremely fast speed and with great agility, intending to bite and swallow Yu and Terumi Mei directly. Terumi Mei said, "Leave it to me, you don't need Master Mizukage to do it yourself." Qian Yu nodded with a smile, then flew out lightly, dodging the violent blow of Wan Snake. And the other side. Terumi Mei, who has just obtained the power of Hashirama cells, obviously wants to try to see how much her strength has improved. For a moment, Terumi Mei slammed her foot on the ground, revealing a big hole with a bang. Then the body also flew backwards, dodging Wan Snake's blow. In midair, Terumi Mei has launched her own ninjutsu. Water Style. Water Dragon Bomb Technique. This move, Water Style Water Dragon Bomb, is not a particularly deep ninjutsu. The difficulty of learning is average, and the power is not too powerful. However, at this time, with Terumi Mei fused with Hashirama cells, the amount of chakra has increased by an unknown amount. Originally, it was just a water dragon bomb as thick as one person's arms, but now its scope, scale, and power have skyrocketed in an instant. It turned into the thickness of 7 or 8 people hugging each other, like a real water dragon, roaring, and shot towards Wan Snake crazily. She was taken aback immediately. She didn't expect the woman in front of her to have such terrifying power. At this moment, it even reminded him of the strange girl Tsunade. But Wan Snake was not afraid either, roared fiercely, and slammed Lan with his body madly. For a moment, boom, boom, boom. The bodies of the huge water dragon and the 10,000 snakes collided in one place, and the water splashed out in all directions, and the surrounding snakes were affected by the violent force, and the airwaves and water splashed, and many small snakes were directly blasted away out. And Wan Snake was also hit by this blow, causing his entire body to fly backwards. Suddenly, it hit the cliff of Ryuchi Cave hard. The mountain shook for a while, the entire cliff seemed to be shaking, and countless rocks and soil clods fell down. Wan Snake was also a little dizzy from this blow. But his heart was even more furious. He readjusted his body, and was about to launch another fierce attack. But Terumi Mei showed no mercy. Although this woman looks charming and sexy, don't think that she is really a delicate little woman. It is impossible for such a woman to survive in the blood mist, and even become the 5th Mizukage who will change the entire Kirigakure. When she was tough, she didn't lose to anyone. For a moment. Lava Style. Monster Dissolving Technique. Terumi Mei finally broke out her ultimate move, the Lava Style Secret Technique, one of the 2 blood succession limits. Immediately. Boom. The strong corrosive acid flooded the sky and covered the body of Wan Snake. Juan's snake suddenly turned pale with fright. Just by smelling the smell of this corrosive acid, he could know how dangerous and terrifying it was. The strong alertness made him immediately turn around and want to run away. However, at this moment, Terumi Mei's lava-style secret technique has been blessed by Hashirama cells, and its scope and power are completely different. For a moment. Boom. Lava-style monster melting technique, still submerged in the huge body of 10,000 snakes. For a while. Zzz. There was a creepy corrosion sound, and the surrounding snakes were all terrified, and fled in all directions, screaming in shock. And Juan's snake's body was quickly completely corroded, leaving only a snake slough. Terumi Mei frowned. She clearly felt that this was not the real body of Juan's snake. Next moment. Boom. Juan's snake's body suddenly burst out from the ground, furious. Qian Yu knew that just now Juan's snake used his snake slough stand-in technique and gave up a part of his body membrane to escape. But for Juan's snake, this is an ability that will not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. It takes a lot of energy to use it every time, and it will take a long time to use it again next time. And even so, many parts of his body were affected by the lava-style monster melting technique, and became pitted, like rusty Madara. Juan's snake roared, burst out from the ground, and slammed into Terumi Mei violently. Seeing 10,000 snakes approaching, Terumi Mei, who was not good at civil war and martial arts at all, did not panic in the slightest at this time. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Unprecedented physical strength unexpectedly exploded. Strange power burst. Boom, boom, boom. Terumi Mei punched out violently, right under the mouth of 10,000 snakes. A terrifying strange power erupted in an instant, and the head of City Snake was blown away viciously. Juan's snake let out a scream, and the whole huge body fell to the ground again, and was in a panic for a while. Looking at Terumi Mei's power at this moment, Qian Yu couldn't help nodding and smiling very satisfied. After fusing Hashirama cells, Terumi Mei's vitality, chakra volume, and strength have all been greatly improved. Water-style ninjutsu, and the scope and power of the limit have also been enhanced a lot. Even, she who had no melee combat ability at all, was able to burst out terrifying strange power. It can be said that Terumi Mei's advantages have been brought into full play, and even all her shortcomings have been made up for. Juan's snake was so embarrassed that he roared angrily for a while, and wanted to continue fighting. But at this moment, a voice came from inside Ryuchi cave. Let them in. This voice contains vicissitudes and majesty, as if it has passed through the long river of history and has been passed down to today. Qian Yu knew that this was one of the 3 holy places, the owner of Ryuchi cave. White Snake Immortal. Like the great toad sage, Katsuyu Rishi, a terrifying being who has survived from the time of the Sage of 6 Paths to this day. Juan's snake's originally furious expression disappeared in a flash. Hearing the order of Immortal White Snake, he didn't dare to disobey at all, and immediately lowered his head to get out of the way. Although in his eyes, he hates Yu and Terumi Mei even more. Those snakes also parted ways, allowing Qian Yu and Terumi Mei to pass by. The two looked at each other and smiled, and strode into the interior of Ryuchi cave. Boom. The stone door of the cave behind him immediately closed with a loud bang. Obviously, even if you can come in, wanting to go out is another matter. Walking into the Ryuchi cave, Qian Yu felt an incomparably rich natural energy. It is also known as Shienju Chakra. Of course, there is still a big difference between ordinary natural energy and fairy chakra. Pure natural energy cannot be absorbed or utilized. It must be purified and practiced according to a certain method and a certain proportion. Once there is a slight mistake in the method or proportion, it will immediately go crazy. On Mount Myoboku, turns into a stone frog after a mistake. But in Ryuchi cave, I'm afraid it will become a violent murderer, and Shigego is an example. It's just that Chong Wu's practice is not the perfect Ryuchi cave celestial art, so it's good and bad, as if he has a dual personality. Although Terumi Mei can't perceive natural energy, she can also feel the terrifying and depressing atmosphere. Giant snakes of the level of Wanshe are not uncommon here. And it's not like there are no ones who are stronger than him. Although it was the voice of Immortal White Snake calling for the two of them to come in. But he was not seen in Ryuchi cave. Going all the way, getting deeper and deeper. Afterwards, Qian Yu and Terumi Mei saw 3 figures floating in the air. But it is not a snake, but an incarnation like a goddess. Terumi Mei was taken aback. Have those 3 snakes turned into human beings? Moreover, it can actually float and fly in the air. Is this the magic of Ryuchi cave? Qian Yu nodded. Indeed. Summoning beasts like 10,000 snakes are not actually the core members of Ryuchi cave who have truly mastered the magic of immortality. After all, he didn't show any trace of immortality. It's just huge in size, extremely fast, and powerful in attack. But these three are different. He is the real core member of Ryuchi Cave under the White Snake Immortal. Putting it in human society is equivalent to the level of the elders below the leader. Qian Yu remembered their names: Tian Shin Shen Ji, Shi Kujima Haim, Tuan Jin Ji. That's right, the three figures of Ryuchi Cave's aging body are all female. Terumi Mei said, "White Snake Immortal let us in, where is his old man?" Tian Shin Shenji covered her mouth and smiled. It's not so easy to see him. It's nice to be able to find Ryuchi Cave. However, even those who have arrived here, none of them can successfully go back alive. Since you have come, there is no turning back. Terumi Mei said, "You don't have to worry about this, we just want to meet the White Snake Immortal." Shi Kujimaheim said, "If you want to see his old man, you need to pass our test first. Whether you can do it or not depends on your own abilities." Tuan Jinji also laughed and said, "It's been a long time since no one came. This time we have to have a good time." The snakes of the other Ryuchi caves also laughed eerily. It made Terumi Mei's heart tremble. Qian Yu smiled and said, "Stop talking nonsense, let's get started." The three humanoid snake monsters seemed to sense the terrifying power of Qian Yu. No particular offense to him. Tian Shin Shen Ji said, "Okay, then you guys try to pass our triple test." The next moment, suddenly, the entire Ryuchi cave disappeared, and the picture in front of Terumi Mei suddenly changed, as if the world had been turned upside down, and it turned into a completely different world in an instant. This is illusion. Qian Yu smiled. That's right, it's an illusion. Moreover, it's an illusion blessed by Ryuchi Cave's immortal art. Terumi Mei looked around and found that the Ryuchi Cave, which was still gloomy just now, has now turned into a magnificent castle. Everywhere is brightly lit, gorgeous and elegant, and looks beautiful. And under the hanging candles, long wooden tables were lined up, and countless food that looked delicious in color and fragrance were quietly placed on it, exuding an attractive and square smell. Terumi Mei suddenly couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. With the blessing of this fairy-type illusion, it not only changed the world, created an extremely real castle and delicious food, but also stimulated people's nerves and made people feel extremely hungry. But Qian Yu knew that once he ate this delicacy, the visitors who came to Ryuchi Cave would be devoured and absorbed by chakra immediately, and then he himself would become the food in the mouths of the white snake fairy and these snakes. Terumi Mei was about to step forward to check, but Tian Yu stopped her. "Careful." Terumi Mei blushed. "How can I be so stupid? I know it's an illusion, a trap, and..." Qian Yu laughed and said, "If it's so easy to resist, it's not Ryuchi Cave's fairy art. However, this level of illusion is nothing in front of me." Suddenly, a bright blood-red light flashed in his eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan. Qian Yu unleashed the powerful pupil power of Mangekyo Sharingan for the first time. Illusion. Solution. Scatter for me. In an instant, all illusions disappeared in an instant. Qian Yu broke out the pupil power of Mangekyo Sharingan for the first time. Illusion solution. Scatter for me. In an instant, the terrifying pupil power burst out, and the illusion blessed by the entire Ryuchi Cave's immortal art was instantly cracked, like glass shattering. Click. Click. It disappeared completely, and turned back into the deep and dark tunnel in Ryuchi Cave. Tian Shin Shenji was taken aback. She has seen people who pass the level by resisting the temptation of delicious food with their own willpower. Of course, most people were recruited and died. However, his own fairy art illusion was actually cracked? This is still unprecedented. But, for Qian Yu, this is a matter of course. Playing illusions in front of yourself? That's just self-defeating. Qian Yu now fuses the pupil power of 5 Mangekyo Sharingan. Among them, Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi and Uchiha Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods are all the strongest illusions. Moreover, in the entire history of the ninja world, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui are also the top phantom ninjas, almost no third person can compare. Qian Yu fused the Mangekyo Sharingan pupil power of 2 people. The understanding and manipulation of illusion has already reached a level that is unparalleled in the world and unmatched by anyone. A mere illusion created by Tian Shin Shenji, of course, couldn't help Qian Yu's eyes. Qian Yu said indifferently, "This first test has passed, right?" Tian Shin Shenji was shocked. You. Ichikashima Haim couldn't help but change his face. It's the first time I've seen Tian Shin Shenji's illusion be forcibly broken. Who the hell is this man? Suddenly, the voice of Immortal White Snake came. He is currently the most popular existence in the ninja world, Kiragakure's fifth Mizukage, who turned out to be famous in the entire ninja world. His name is Minazuki Qian-yu. The snakes in Ryuchi Cave suddenly realized. Qian-yu couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. According to the rumors, the White Snake Immortal can listen to everything that happens in the entire ninja world by relying on the incomparable magic of Chakra, and it can be said that he knows everything. It now appears that this is not groundless. The voice of the White Snake Immortal continued, "You must not underestimate this man." All the snakes nodded in agreement. Obviously, Immortal White Snake meant to increase the difficulty of the remaining two tests. Qian-yu smiled and didn't care. So, Ichikajima Haim nodded, and quickly activated her own fairy art. The entire Ryuchi Cave has changed again. But Qian-yu could tell that this time it was not an illusion, but a real mechanism arrangement. For a moment, both he and Terumi Mei were separated. The two of them stepped into a new bifurcated road, one left and one right towards the inside. The hole behind him slammed shut again. Qian-yu knew that Ichikajima Haim's ability was to absorb chakra. In Boruto biography, it is done using crystals. But this time, there didn't seem to be any crystals. But Qian-yu found that this forked cave seemed incomparably long. Moreover, even if you just walk in it, you can feel that your chakra is constantly losing. He knew well that this was Ichikajima Haim's organization. Through the long cave, coupled with the ability to devour and absorb chakra in the entire formation barrier, the tester exhausted chakra in it, and eventually became the food of the snakes in Ryuchi Cave. However, this level of mechanism is certainly not worth mentioning to Qian-yu. Not to mention that he has perfectly integrated Hashirama cells, the amount of chakra is unparalleled. Even, as long as he transforms into the Logia elemental form of frozen fruit, the whole mechanism will not feel chakra at all, let alone absorb it. Qian-yu went all the way, and Ichikajima Haim's ability to absorb chakra was meaningless to him at all. This shocked Ichikajima Haim and all the other snakes again. Qian-yu himself doesn't care, but he is a little worried about Terumi Mei's safety. So, he activated his perception ability suddenly, and quickly sensed Terumi Mei in another cave. Although she also discovered the organ that devours and absorbs chakra. But it still takes a certain amount of effort to crack it. However, Terumi Mei also fused Hashirama cells, although not as perfect as Qian-yu, but the amount of chakra has also increased a lot. It won't be able to be swallowed and absorbed by the mechanism in a short time. Moreover, Terumi Mei, as the original fifth Mizukage of Kiragakure, naturally has a strong mind. Soon she discovered the flaws in this mechanism and found out the weakest point. Then, a strange force erupted, and the weakest part of the sun exploded. The cave and the mechanism collapsed in an instant, and Terumi Mei saw Qian-yu in another cave. The two looked at each other and smiled. Terumi Mei couldn't help saying, "The test at Ryuchi Cave doesn't look like this." Ichikajima Haim was shocked and angry, but there was nothing she could do. He could only look at the last Tuanjinji. Tuanjinji, who is in charge of the last test, has the ability to bind and confuse the enemy's mind. As long as you are bitten by Tuanjinji's sharp fangs, you will be restrained all over your body immediately, unable to move, and you will feel hot all over your body, and even have various hallucinations. Tuanjinji will also stimulate the experimenter with various hallucinations in the illusion, causing people to fall into collapse and despair. Eventually it will also become food in Ryuchi Cave. This moment, Tuanjinji broke out the terrifying fairy art chakra, and was about to launch the final test towards Qian-yu and Terumi Mei. She suddenly transformed into a terrifying form with a human head and a snake body, and opened her bloody mouth wide, revealing the snake's letter and fangs, and she shot at an extremely fast speed. Want to bite Qian-yu's neck, however. How could an attack of this level possibly injure Qian-yu? He sneered, raised his arm in an instant, and suddenly grabbed Tuanjinji's neck. Then Frozen Fruit's ability exploded instantly. Boom. 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 Tuanjinji's entire human-headed snake body was immediately frozen into ice. Thump. With a sound, she fell to the ground violently, the ice shattered, and she herself was severely injured, her internal organs were severely damaged, and she spit out mouthfuls of blood with a plop. Tanjin-ji. Ichikajima Haim and Tianzin Shinji both turned pale with fright, and rushed forward to check her injuries. The three snakes looked in Qian-yu's direction angrily. Qian-yu didn't bother to pay attention to the three of them. Looking into the depths of Ryuchi Cave, he said indifferently, "White Snake Immortal, have you had enough trouble? If you play such a small trick again, I won't be polite anymore." For a moment, there was a dead silence in the entire Ryuchi Cave. The other group of snakes were completely intimidated by Qian-yu's method of instantly killing the senior elder Tuanjinji. There was a moment of silence. Then, in the depths of Ryuchi Cave, the voice of the white snake immortal finally came out. Mizukage-sama, please come in. Qian Yu snorted coldly, and then led Terumi Mei towards the depths of Ryuchi Cave. Tianxin Shenji, Ichikajima Haim, Tuanjinji, and the other snakes including Wanshe didn't dare to move anymore, but they also gathered around Qian Yu and followed 10 ways towards the depths of Ryuchi Cave. Qian Yu and Terumi Mei came to the deepest part of Ryuchi Cave. This place seems to be a magnificent temple. On the door plaque of the temple, there are still 3 big characters flying like dragons and phoenixes. Ryuchi Cave. These 3 big characters were written on a huge scroll, and the scroll was bitten in the mouth by a huge dragon head. It symbolizes the true highest meaning of Ryuchi Cave. That is, through the practice of immortality, the snake is transformed into a real dragon. And on the stone seat under the dragon's head, a gigantic white-scaled serpent coiled around it, gazing at Qian Yu and Terumi-ji natives with the pupils of the serpent. The white scales on his body were extremely hard, yet exuded a lustrous luster, and as they squirmed slightly, they emitted a creepy sound. There is an opal necklace hanging around the neck of the white snake immortal, which possesses unparalleled power. On the head is long orange hair, and yellow big snake pupils, a purple ribbon wraps around the forehead, and there is a night pearl-like gemstone on it. With a pipe in his mouth, he looked at Qian Yu and Terumi Mei, especially Qian Yu, carefully sizing him up and down. Terumi Mei's heart skipped a beat. Is this one of the holy lands of the 3rd generation, the owner of Ryuchi Cave, the white snake immortal? That terrifying existence that was rumored to have lived for thousands of years. Feeling his sizing up, Qian Yu showed dissatisfaction on his face. White snake immortal, I obeyed the rules of Ryuchi Cave and passed 3 tests to come here. You can give me the magic of Ryuchi Cave. Qian Yu also said that courtesy comes first and soldiers come later. Act according to the other party's rules and hope that the other party will do the same. Of course, Qian Yu didn't mind using force if the white snake immortal repented. Immortal white snake exhaled a big smoke ring. The yellow snake pupils stared at Qian Yu. Are you Kirigakure's new Mizukage? I've heard a lot about you. Qian Yu said, really? However, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with your Ryuchi Cave. I came here this time, just like all the people who came to find the magic of Ryuchi Cave, I am just an adventurer. Immortal white snake smiled. You did obey the rules of Ryuchi Cave. However, in the final analysis, the rules of Ryuchi Cave are my own. If I want to change, no one can stop me. Qian Yu's complexion changed slightly. The white snake immortal obviously wanted to repent. He said indifferently, it is true that the rules are not static, but the person who changes the rules must be the one who has mastered the power. Otherwise, it's just empty talk. The white snake immortal smiled and said, well said, as expected of Master Mizukage, who is recently famous in the world of poison ninja. See what you mean, do you think your strength is above mine? Qian Yu said, I have already done it. I have passed many tests according to the rules of Ryuchi Cave. Now if you go back on your word, it is tantamount to playing tricks on me. Naturally, I can only change your rules. Of course Qian Yu was angry. If Immortal White Snake doesn't want to hand over his magic, he can say so from the very beginning. But he still sent his subordinates to test Qian Yu again and again. However, when Qian Yu passed, he temporarily repented, which was clearly playing tricks on himself. The White Snake Immortal laughed loudly. For a moment, the majestic and vast natural energy seemed to surround him. With his laughter, the entire Ryuchi Cave seemed to be shaking. Terumi Mei's complexion changed slightly. As expected of a monster that has lived for thousands of years, its strength is truly extraordinary. But Qian Yu also broke out his own strength, and the two of them instantly. The majestic breath of a strong man collided with each other. The entire Ryuchi Cave rustled, and rocks and soil clods fell down one after another. The other group of snakes were frightened, and they ran away in all directions in fright. Only Wan Snake, Ichikajima Haim, Tianxin Shenji, Tuanjinji and other snakes withstood the coercion and continued to stay nearby to watch the battle. However, even they felt an unparalleled horror experience. They backed away one after another, not daring to get too close. Mizukage-sama, no matter how you turn out to be, you are still a kid who is not yet 20 years old. Do you want to play wild in my Ryuchi Cave, which has been passed down for thousands of years? Ryuchi Cave's celestial art is originally given to me as long as I want, and I don't give it if I don't want to. How can you force me to hand over my power, Emperor? Qian Yu said coldly. Very well, since that's the case, then follow the rules. Whoever has the biggest fist controls everything. The White Snake Immortal also roared angrily. Let me teach you a lesson, you bratty brat. For a moment, boom, boom, boom. The entire Ryuchi cave was shaking under the pressure before the fierce battle between the two. The majestic and vast natural energy comes in a crazy volume. All gathered around the body of Immortal White Snake. It seems that at this moment, he has truly mastered the entire natural energy, driving the surrounding world to his own use. For a moment, the White Snake Immortal suddenly burst out the real Ryuchi Cave Immortal art. Sage art. Inorganic reincarnation. Immediately. The entire Ryuchi cave seemed to come alive, and in an instant, like a huge snake belly, it began to shrink and suppress towards Shang Yu and Terumi Mei. On the ground, countless stone thorns burst out of the ground and stabbed fiercely at the two of them. Around the cave, countless stalactite spikes also appeared, completely besieging the two of them, and they were about to be crushed and pierced. Qian Yu also nodded. This sage art inorganic reincarnation technique, used by the White Snake Immortal, is more than 10 times stronger than the immortal Yukushi Kabuto. But, of course, Qian Yu was not someone to be trifled with. Faced with the entire earthquake, the cave seemed to come alive like a giant beast, biting down with terrifying power. Qian Yu remained calm and composed. He raised his hands lightly. Ice Age. Hall. Immediately. Boom. 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 The frightening and frenzied freezing cold air exploded in all directions in an instant, spreading in all directions. The trembling earth, the trembling cave, and the natural energy that seemed to come alive were instantly completely frozen by Qian Yu's Ice Age. In an instant, the world that was raging and roaring just now was suddenly completely frozen, unable to move. All the snakes in Ryuchi Cave, even the White Snake Immortal himself, were shocked. White Snake Immortal's Shienju chakra and power, naturally, cannot be compared with Yukushi Kabuto. After all, he has survived for thousands of years. Existence of the same era as Sage of Six Paths. Moreover, the Ryuchi cave here is exactly his site, and the surrounding natural energy is extremely rich, and it obeys his mobilization as if commanding and using it at will. The power, scale, range, and lethality of this move Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation are all chosen to exceed 10 times and 100 times that released in the original work of the immortal Yukushi Kabuto. However, even so, Qian Yu can still completely suppress the seal under the outbreak of the Ice Age with one move. The violent freezing air filled the entire Ryuchi cave in an instant. Completely freeze the land, rocks, cave walls, and spikes that were already alive. For a moment. This is the unreconciled struggle of those earth and rocks that are endowed with vitality by natural energy and magic chakra. However, under Qian Yu's terrifying freezing ability now. Still can't move at all, can't break free. Immortal White Snake suddenly turned pale with shock. Of course he knew Qian Yu's strength. Relying on the incomparable natural energy of Ryuchi Cave, and the power of his own magic, the White Snake Immortal claims to hear everything and know everything. However, even he could not have imagined that Qian Yu's strength is improving by leaps and bounds every day. The Ice Age at this moment is displayed, and it is more than 10 times and 100 times stronger than what was shown before. This is also a matter of course. After all, the current Qian Yu is a fusion of the perfect Hashirama cell power and the pupil power of 5 Mangekyo Sharingan. What's more, he is deducing and strengthening his own strength every day. If you want to be an enemy of Qian Yu, you must understand the truth. Every day, he will become stronger and more terrifying. Immortal White Snake is too confident and arrogant, thinking that he knows Qian Yu's strength, and that he can completely suppress it. As a result, in a duel within one move, the power was suppressed by Qian Yu in turn. Not only Sage Art's inorganic reincarnation, but also the land and caves that gave vitality, Qian Yu's Ice Age, even completely frozen most of the entire Ryuchi cave. Among them, countless groups of snakes have also been frozen into ice sculptures. Even an arrogant and domineering guy like Wand Snake has been completely frozen by this time, unable to move. Only Immortal White Snake himself was able to escape from Qian Yu's move. That is to say, the 3 elders of Ryuchi Cave who are able to float and fly, Tianshin Shenji, Ichikashimaheim and Sutsuhime are only a few. For a moment, the strength of the two people collided crazily. The White Snake Immortal manipulated the celestial chakra, trying to make the entire Earth Cave come alive, and break free from Qian Yu's freezing shackles. And Qian Yu continued to increase the power of frozen fruit, completely suppressing and sealing all vitality. For a moment, in the power confrontation between the two of them, everyone felt an unimaginable terrifying coercion, as if it was suffocating. Of course, many of these snakes are already frozen, and it's not far from true suffocation. Seeing that the single move Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation couldn't defeat Qian Yu, the White Snake Immortal let out a furious roar, and instantly burst out a more powerful and terrifying celestial art, Chakra. For a moment, From his mouth, he spewed out a large amount of magic chakra, and turned into a red dragon, holding a bright dragon ball in the dragon's claws. Suddenly, the chakra dragon and the dragon ball shot out at the same time, flying towards Qian Yu's direction. In that split second, Chakra's body suddenly circled around, wrapped around the dragon ball, and then exploded completely. Boom. 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 Immediately, the entire Ryuchi cave was suddenly filled with unimaginably terrifying glare, and extremely piercing noises, and even exploded with the power to vibrate the entire air crazily. This trick is exactly one of the profound meanings in Ryuchi Cave's fairy art. Sage art. Beiji technique. In the original work, the immortal Yakushi Kabuto relies on this trick to release it instantly. Even Uchiha Itachi of Impure World Reincarnation and Uchiha Sasuke, who has awakened Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, cannot parry. Both Suzanos are totally untenable. It is conceivable that the terrifying power contained in it. And at this moment, the White Snake Immortal uses this trick. Of course, it is many times stronger than Yakushi Kabuto. Moment. Even the groups of snakes that were frozen before were finally spared because of the shock that shattered the ice. And the surrounding frozen ground and caves, countless ices were also constantly shattered by the vibration. Certainly. The more intuitive horror is the dazzling white light that is enough to blind both eyes. And that extremely noisy sound that can also pierce a person's eardrums. White light, noise, vibration. These are the three most terrifying abilities of Beiji technique. It can be said that it is the strongest technique that can completely destroy the enemy's vision, hearing and even touch, making it impossible for people to resist and intercept. The original Uchiha Itachi was able to resist a little because he was the body of Impure World Reincarnation at that time. The body damaged by the shock can be restored immediately. Otherwise, this move alone could completely suppress the Uchiha brothers. For a moment. Although the other group of snakes were rescued by the shock, they were also frightened by the terrifying force and fled in all directions. Even this time, even the three elders of Ryuchi Cave saw that the situation was not good, and immediately ran away frantically. Terumi Mei was also completely suppressed by the blinding white light, noisy sound, and terrifying vibration. I couldn't open my eyes for a while, and covered my ears tightly, but I still couldn't resist the terrible vibration that my bones were rubbing against. Qian Yu also frowned slightly. Of course he knew the ability of the White Snake Immortal, but in this Ryuchi Cave, the White Snake Immortal had abundant natural energy, and the explosive power even exceeded Qian Yu's imagination. Certainly. Qian Yu still didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. He was originally the Logia demon fruit power. Once elementalized, the flesh and blood body is equivalent to disappearing. Naturally, I will not be afraid of dazzling light or harsh noise. As for the vibration and friction that shattered everything, it didn't make any sense to Teba, who elementalized his body. Indeed, ice can be shattered. But after being shattered, it couldn't cause real harm to Qian Yu. Just like other elemental fruit ability users, they will immediately return to their original state. Qian Yu maintains elementalization completely immune to Sage Art White Shock technique. Of course, the disadvantage is that you can't use chakra and ninjutsu in this form. However, Qian Yu's most powerful strength is above frozen fruit. Even without ninjutsu, it can completely deal with all enemies. Then, for a moment, he raised his right hand violently, and then grabbed it violently. Immediately. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Although the ice that had frozen the entire Ryuchi cave before was shattered at this moment, it immediately turned into countless sharp thorns, blades, and sharp edges, stabbing towards the White Snake Immortal crazily. This power even resisted the vibration of Sage Art White Shock technique. Immortal White Snake looked at the overwhelming sharp ice blades, and was startled. He immediately cast the magic, turning the natural energy into shields, and the walls, barriers, to resist. But it was still shattered by Qian Yu's thousands of ice blades, and exploded violently, torn apart. And his own body was also pierced by ice blades, and many scales were pierced immediately, and blood flowed out from his body, looking a bit embarrassed. What's more, the Sage Art Beiji technique was naturally stopped immediately. In fact, even if Qian Yu doesn't fight back, Sage Art and technique, it won't be able to last for too long. Otherwise the Rishi Yakushi Kabuto could have used this trick again against the Uchiha brothers. Terumi Mei gasped heavily. It seems that he has not fully recovered from the injury just now. However, after all, she also accepts the fusion of Hashirama cells, and her vitality and resilience at this moment are far superior to ordinary ninjas. Soon it slowly recovered. Qian Yu patted her on the shoulder, and a wave of chakra was sent over, allowing Terumi Mei to fully recover. Terumi Mei sighed lightly. I'm fine, but this old guy is really amazing. Qian Yu said with a smile. After all, he is an old monster who has lived for 1,000 years, so of course he is powerful. But Terumi Mei said, still not as good as you, look at his current appearance, he is not as arrogant as before. Really. At this moment, the white snake immortal has many damaged white scales, and there are many places on his body dripping with blood, making him look very embarrassed. Immortal white snake was furious to the extreme. After living for thousands of years, he has never suffered such a loss. I didn't expect to fall into the hands of such a brat today. Immediately. In his rage, he burst out all the remaining magic chakra, and suddenly the whole Ryuchi cave seemed to be trembling. Countless massive amounts of natural energy formed a howling force like a hurricane, circling around the head of the white snake immortal like a black hole. Qian Yu knew that he was going to launch the final desperate blow. Qian Yu did not underestimate immortal white snake either. This kind of existence will naturally have its own background and trump card. And, it's a sage power that the sage Yakushi Kabuto didn't master either. For a moment. Sage art. Dragon transformation technique. Immediately, the entire body of immortal white snake seemed to be fused with the natural energy circling above his head. As his body soared, his entire form also underwent an earth-shaking change. Dragon horns grew on his head, dragon claws grew under his body, and his whole body became even bigger. With a roar, the horror of power became several times stronger than before. Terumi Mei couldn't help being taken aback. This power. Qian Yu also smiled. Without this kind of power, it would be meaningless for us to search for Ryuchi Cave. The white snake immortal broke out the dragon transformation technique, not only merging himself with natural energy. You can even manipulate natural energy to create storms, thunder, clouds, flames, and more. Qian Yu felt that this seemed to compete with the green dragon fruit next door. Boom. 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 In an instant, the immortal white snake, who had transformed into a dragon, came roaring fiercely, and a terrifying storm of thunder erupted from his body, shooting towards Qian Yu. Qian Yu also used multiple powers for the first time. In an instant, Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power exploded instantly. Buzz. Immediately, a giant statue of Chakra, like a Valkyrie, burst out. This form is a fusion of the pupil powers of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shisui. It directly breaks through the fourth form, and even surpasses the Susanoo form of a single person. And Qian Yu has integrated his frozen fruit ability into it, coupled with the perfect Hashirama cell power blessing, making this full version of Susanoo several times larger than the normal form. Like a giant god running through the entire Ryuchi cave, overlooking the entire land. For a moment, Qian Yu manipulated the full-body Susanoo, and from the huge chakra's left arm, an extremely freezing cold burst out, forming a terrifying attack like the sea pouring backwards. And in Chakra's right arm, the indestructible Amaterasu black flame burst out. And, with the fusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan pupil power of the duo of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku, this is the dual Amaterasu, plus the power of flame control. Left arm frozen fruit mysteries, Ice Age. The right arm, Susanoo, is like an arrow of kingly destiny. Simultaneously blasted out. With the white snake immortal's sage art dragon transformation technique, they clashed violently together. Immediately. Boom. 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 Most of the palace and temple of the entire Ryuchi cave collapsed in an instant. The ground trembled, and the entire Ryuchi cave shook. Countless gravels rolled down crazily, and the walls of the cave began to collapse. The power of the two ult moves made all the snakes in Ryuchi cave feel the terrifying coercion of the doomsday. Terumi Mei also tried her best to withstand the bombardment of the aftermath of the two. The real two major killers are facing each other. Qian Yu's Ice Age finally suppressed the White Snake Immortal's dragon transformation technique. In an instant, the entire Ryuchi cave was once again frozen in ice. Even the body of the White Snake Sage transformation, which looks like a giant dragon, is covered with frost and ice, unable to move. And the next moment, the arrow of Susanoo flame control exploded on his body. Ah! The White Snake Immortal couldn't help but let out a scream. His entire body was pierced by the flame control arrow, and the double Amaterasu black flames burned even more. The burning White Snake Immortal screamed continuously, and his whole body fell to the ground and rolled continuously. At this moment, his Sage Art Dragon transformation technique has blocked a lot of damage for him, otherwise the blow just now might have completely penetrated his body. But at this time, the Sage Art Dragon transformation technique could not be maintained, and the White Snake Immortal regained its original shape. On the huge white scales, the raging Amaterasu black flame is burning, and the other half is frozen by ice. It can be said to be ice and fire, two heavens. Forgive me. Mizukage-sama, forgive my sins, I I am willing to surrender to you. Qian Yu kept the freezing and flames going on for a long time. Finally, I heard Immortal White Snake begging for mercy. The corner of his mouth raised, revealing a satisfied smile. Qian Yu used Frozen Fruit's ability and Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power to strike both ways. First, freeze and seal Immortal White Snake's ability to move. Then the arrow of flame control pierced his body with a bang, and made Amaterasu's black flame burn blazingly. Immortal White Snake finally couldn't take it anymore and began to beg for mercy. Forgive me. Mizukage-sama. I am willing to surrender. Qian Yu smiled slightly. You said you were willing to surrender, why should I believe you? When Qian Yu was speaking, the black flame of Amaterasu was still eroding the H-body of Immortal White Snake. But Qian Yu deliberately controlled the burning speed, and didn't burn him to death immediately. The White Snake Immortal is of course not an ordinary person, he can still bear this level of injury. Of course, severe pain cannot be avoided. The White Snake Immortal kept screaming. I can sign a summoning contract with Mizukage-sama, and become Mizukage-sama's summoning beast. Qian Yu's heart skipped a beat. Summoning contract? This thing is really good, but summoning contract, it seems that Ping can't completely restrain your will. Even Man Snake and Orochimaru can summon each other, and Man Snake is not loyal to Orochimaru at all. Immortal White Snake hurriedly said, No. I can sign a unilateral surrender contract, so that Mizukage-sama can summon me at will, and I must not disobey your orders. Qian Yu knew that such a contract did exist. However, there are fewer and fewer summoning beasts willing to sign such a contract of submission. After all, most summoning beasts also have quite powerful power. Even some summoning beasts would rather die than suffer such humiliation. Generally speaking, summoners and summoning beasts are in a cooperative relationship. Such as Orochimaru and 10,000 Snakes, Jiraiya and the Toad of Mount Myoboku, Tsunade and Katsuyu, etc. Since it is cooperation, it is a gesture of equality, and there is no saying that anyone must obey anyone. But there are exceptions. For example, Uchiha Madara back then forcibly subdued Nine Tails, the demon fox, and demanded that Nine Tails must submit to himself, so there was no partner at all. It is completely a kind of unilateral control and suppression. Now, what the White Snake Immortal wants to sign is exactly such a contract. Qian Yu said, Okay, then you can make a contract. When the contract between you and me is completed, it will be the time when the flame on your body will be lifted. Immortal White Snake was taken aback. This young man is too ruthless. When I sign the contract, I have to let this black fire burn me. However, at this time, he had no room to resist at all. Can only endure the severe pain, summoned the summoning scroll, and then wrote the surrender contract in it, and wrote his name in the 10 directions of surrender. Qian Yu took it over and took a look, carefully examined it with the system's deduction ability, and found that there was no problem. So he also wrote his name on the other side. For a moment, an invisible force suddenly emerged, and Qian Yu suddenly felt an inexplicable connection between himself and the White Snake Immortal. It seems that Qian Yu can summon the other party anytime and anywhere with just one thought, and ask the other party to fight for him or do anything else. And the other party was powerless to resist. Qian Yu nodded, and put the scroll into the system space. Well, you proved your loyalty. Afterwards, the pupil power of Qian Yu Mangekyo Sharingan was activated again, and flame control manipulated the black flame of Amaterasu to extinguish those black flames again. Immortal White Snake finally breathed a sigh of relief. But most of the white scales on his body have been damaged, but the skin, flesh and even internal organs have been severely injured. But for him, this is still a recoverable injury. But his fear of Qian Yu has been deeply imprinted in his soul. Of course, it's not just fear that's imprinted. There is also a contract of submission. This is an irresistible force. Once you defy it, you will be destroyed from the inside by the chakra in your body, which is equivalent to self-destruct. Although Immortal White Snake is not reconciled, he also knows the truth that the strong are respected in this ninja world. Qian Yu also knew that he would not resist again. Because, he is more afraid of death than anyone else. The longer you live, the deeper your fear of death will be. This is why some old monsters frantically search for the law of immortality before dying. A monster like Immortal White Snake who has lived for thousands of years will certainly not give up any chance to continue to live. And this also gave Qian Yu the best control over him. Qian Yu said, Okay, now hand over all the secrets of Ryuchi Cave's fairy arts. Immortal White Snake could only say respectfully, Yes, Master Qian Yu. Afterwards, he dedicated all the Ryuchi Cave fairy scrolls hidden in his stomach to them. Qian Yu took all of them to himself immediately. In this Ryuchi Cave, he began to browse these fairy scrolls. After all, there is no place where the natural energy is more abundant than these three holy places. Practicing fairy art is naturally the easiest among the three holy places. Immortal White Snake stood aside, afraid to say a word in fear of Su. Terumi Mei smiled slightly and stepped forward to watch with Qian Yu. At this time, the group of snakes from other Ryuchi caves also slowly approached. Seeing this scene, the white snake immortal they respected so much actually served Qian Yu respectfully. They couldn't help but turn pale with shock. Among them, the three elders, Tien Shin Shenji, Shi Kujima Haim, and Tuan Jin Ji were even paler, and they were at a loss for a while, panicked. Immortal White Snake sneered. Even I have surrendered to Master Qian Yu, do you still want to escape? Your lives are in my hands, and I will hand them all over to Lord Ganyu. Suddenly, all the snakes trembled in their hearts. However, to be honest, there is no difference between being controlled by the White Snake Immortal and being controlled by Qian Yu. For them, it was just a change of an object of allegiance. Terumi Mei couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Sure enough, the older the White Snake Immortal, the more extreme his personality became. After he was forced to surrender, he certainly wouldn't make his subordinates feel better. It is better to embarrass everyone together than to embarrass yourself alone. Qian Yu let Terumi Mei handle these things. Concentrate on the research of Ryuchi Cave immortal art. Terumi Mei nodded, and quickly signed contracts with herself and Qian Yu for these Ryuchi Cave groups. From now on, both of them can summon these snakes anytime and anywhere to help them fight. Of course, the White Snake Immortal still only submits to Qian Yu. After all, he also has his own dignity, although, not much. Among them, even Orochimaru's summoning beast 10,000 snakes could only be forced to cancel the summoning contract with Orochimaru, and turned into the summoning beasts of Qian Yu and Terumi Mei. I don't know if Orochimaru will collapse immediately after discovering this matter. Thinking of this, Terumi Mei couldn't help but smile slightly. She finished everything, but saw that there was not a single summoning scroll left. Whose is this? Tien Shin, Shen Ji and the other three dared not hide anything. This is Shin Ya's summoning scroll. However, he has a very violent temper. Even if he signs a summoning contract with someone, he will often eat that person, so no one will sign a summoning contract with him now. Terumi Mei smiled. Really? I'd like to meet him. Shi Kujimaheim said. Master Terumi Mei, Shin Ya has a very eccentric temper. Sometimes even the White Snake Immortal can't do anything to him. If you want to tame him, you must be careful. Terumi Mei nodded. I see. Tuanjin Ji said. Shin Ya has a reverse scale, which may be the reason why he is so violent and bloodthirsty. If Master Terumi Mei can pull it out for him, maybe he can be tamed. Terumi Mei was immediately interested. She glanced at Qian Yu. At this moment, Qian Yu was obsessed with practicing the magic of Ryuchi Cave and had no time to take care of it. So she herself, accompanied by 3 Ryuchi Cave elders, went to find the rebellious Ren. And at the same time, Qian Yu continued to practice and view the magic of Ryuchi Cave. During this time, Immortal White Snake stood by respectfully, without any intention of resisting. Generally speaking, Ryuchi Cave's celestial art is that the white snake celestial being bites his fangs on the incoming person, leaving them to fend for themselves. The vast majority of people will die directly. Only the very few who survived are eligible to practice the magic of Ryuchi Cave. But for Qian Yu, he certainly didn't dare to do that. He happily handed over all the scrolls of original practice materials. Qian Yu didn't delay and started researching immediately. And start experimenting directly in Ryuchi Cave. He soon discovered that the process of practicing immortal jutsu was many times faster than any ninjutsu before. This may be because, on the one hand, he has the unparalleled powerful chakra, on the other hand, he is also the Logia demon fruit power. Powerful chakra, which is the foundation of sage mode practice. The Toad sages of Mount Myoboku once spoke to Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto. Only ninjas who have a lot of chakra can practice immortality, otherwise they will go crazy at any time. Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Naruto are all obviously. Yukushi Kabuto originally had a small amount of chakra, but he fused the power of Orochimaru and almost all of Orochimaru's subordinates, plus the power of Hashirama cells, so he also has the qualifications to practice fairy art. As for Senju Hashirama, there is no need to say more. Qian Yu originally had a huge amount of chakra, and he perfectly integrated the power of Hashirama cells. Of course, he definitely met the conditions. The second point is that he is a frozen fruit capable user. I am born with affinity with natural elements, and I am very familiar with the natural energy of this world. The so-called fairy art is nothing more than the natural energy of the world that is easier to manipulate and control. As soon as Qian Yu got started, he quickly cultivated the fairy art to the realm of Shaocheng. This shocked Immortal White Snake. Even he himself was never as fast as Qian Yu in cultivation. What kind of terrifying talent is this? For a while, Immortal White Snake didn't even dare to have any thoughts of resistance. Qian Yu's fairy art became more and more proficient. He also started to merge the power of frozen fruit and the magic of chakra into one. Previously, Qian Yu had been trying to inject vitality into frozen fruit's ability, but he had not been able to achieve perfection. But now, after merging the fairy art chakra, Qian Yu's creations made of frozen fruit really gradually exuded vitality. This is not surprising either. In Ryuchi Cave's fairy art, Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation is the ability to endow inorganic objects with vitality. White Snake Fairy uses this move can turn the earth, stones, and caves within a very large radius into living creatures, which can be manipulated by oneself to attack the enemy. Qian Yu immediately created an ice bird. This is an ability he has long had. But originally it could only be manipulated through the power of frozen fruit. Inability to act independently. But now, Qian Yu is tentatively injecting the magic chakra that he just acquired. For a moment, the ice bird seemed to come alive in an instant. There was a sharp neigh, and then it took the initiative to spread its wings and flap them vigorously. The crystal-clear ice sculpture-like body is moving as if alive. Immortal White Snake and the other group of snakes were shocked. Even they have never seen this ability. Although the White Snake Immortal can use Sage Art to reincarnate inorganically, the ability to move the land and caves created is only specious after all. It's not really bringing the land and caves to life. But the ice bird made by Qian Yu, under the double blessing of frozen fruit and Ryuchi cave magic at this moment, seems to have real vitality. Certainly, Qian Yu also understood that this was not enough. The current ice bird creation still only seems to be alive, not really fully alive. For example, ordinary ninjutsu creations are stone words. The creation of the sage art of the White Snake Immortal is like a puppet. It seems to have life, but in fact it still doesn't. And Qian Yu's creations are like human puppets. It is more vivid, more agile and vital, but still dead. Just like the puppet of the third cage under the control of the Red Sand Scorpion. But anyway, this is a huge improvement. When I deduce the ability of frozen fruit and Ryuchi Cave's fairy art to the ultimate perfection, maybe I can really create a creature with vitality. When Terumi Mei finally subdued Shin Ya and returned to the temple of Ryuchi Cave, Qian Yu has already cultivated the immortal art of Ryuchi Cave to the level of great achievement. It is only one step away from perfection. He fuses frozen fruit abilities and Ryuchi Cave's senjutsu. They actually created an army. There are dozens of people, all of them are like ice sculptures, but they are extremely hard and super strong. The seat is even riding a horse made of ice. Kamui is awe-inspiring and shocking. More importantly, these ice-made armies all have a certain amount of vigor and vitality, and their flexibility and combat effectiveness are unparalleled. This is. Both Terumi Mei and the White Snake Immortal were shocked. Qian Yu smiled. This is the first Ice Escape ninja army I created. I named them Ice Dragon Rider, Towel, Sage Art, Ice Escape, Ice Dragon Rider. This is a move created by Qian Yu by combining the magic of Ryuchi Cave and his own frozen fruit ability. Of course, it also contains some bad tastes of Qian Yu. Ice refers to frozen fruit, of course. Snow is his own family, the three snow clans. Dragon, of course, refers to the magic of Ryuchi Cave. Riding naturally means cavalry. This Ice Dragon Rider made with Ryuchi Cave immortal art and frozen fruit has a certain vitality, coupled with the toughest and densest ice casting. Its attack and defense are amazing. They can slash and kill on horseback, have ice shields and ice blades, and integrate offense and defense. At the same time, you can even use some simple ice escape ninjutsu. However, Qian Yu can only create 50 ice and snow dragon riders at most. If they don't need to have vitality and are just creations, then Qian Yu can make hundreds of them. But there are only 50 people who are agile and have a certain ability to act independently. Of course, with the upgrade of Frozen Fruit's ability and mastery of Ryuchi Cave immortal art, there will naturally be more and more. Of course, this Sage Art Ice Escape Ice Dragon Rider is only one of Qian Yu's newly created abilities. The first is the magic of the Ryuchi Cave, Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation, Sage Art White Shock Technique, Sage Art Dragon Technique. Of course, Qian Yu has fully mastered all of them. After merging the ability of Frozen Fruit, in addition to the Sage Art Ice Escape Ice Dragon Rider, Qian Yu can also create huge icebergs and ice beasts, all kinds of frozen crafts, that also have vitality. In addition, the ability to master ice is more diverse, it can be said to be all-encompassing. At this moment, Qian Yu's strength is unimaginable. The abilities he has, including but not limited to frozen fruit, ice escape, magnet style, sand control, puppet technique, Hashirama cells provide vitality, recovery, chakra, strange power burst, Mangekyo Sharingan provided Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, flame control, distinguished heavenly gods, Susanoo, and of course the many fairy arts in Ryuchi Cave today. After Qian Yu was ready to go back, he integrated all the power emperors. At that time, his strength will further skyrocket. At this time, Qian Yu saw Terumi Mei who came back. Beside her, followed a huge red giant snake, very well behaved and obedient. Qian Yu's heart moved. This is the snake named Shinya? Good. Terumi Mei smiled, a little proudly. I have already tamed it. A red snake scale appeared in her palm. It is the reverse scale of Shinya. Once the scales are removed, Shinya will obey his master and be very docile. As it is now with Terumi Mei. Qian Yu laughed and said, "Don't you dislike snakes?" Terumi Mei said, "That's a disobedient snake, who doesn't like such a cute and obedient snake?" That's true. So far, Qian Yu has got everything he wanted in Ryuchi Cave. Of course, even a big harvest beyond imagination. Not only got all the magic of Ryuchi Cave, but also subdued the white snake Immortal as his summoning beast. At the same time, the whole group of snakes in Ryuchi Cave also turned into 2 summoning beasts. This boost alone is enough for Qian Yu to sweep the entire ninja world. Of course, Konoha village also has the help of Mount Myoboku and Wetbone Forest. However, it is impossible for them to surrender completely like Qian Yu's white snake Immortal and Ryuchi Cave's group of snakes, without daring to disobey orders at all. Qian Yu and Terumi Mei left Ryuchi Cave contentedly. The white snake Immortal led the group of snakes including Tien Shin Shenji, Ichikashima Haim, Tuanjin-ji, Wan Snake, Shinya, etc., and sent the 2 of them off respectfully. The entire Ryuchi Cave became Qian Yu's back garden. Along the way, Terumi Mei couldn't help laughing. This time it can be described as a bumper harvest. Surprisingly conquered the entire Ryuchi Cave. This is one of the 3 holy places that have been passed down for thousands of years. Our Lord Qian Yu is really getting better and better. Qian Yu smiled and said, "Which aspect?" Terumi Mei blushed, and then punched him with a powder punch. Hate. The 2 talked and laughed, and soon came to the village they had passed by before. This is where Chong Wu lives. Chong Wu's family was originally called the Chonki family. But now it's extinct. Chong Wu was the only one left, and he was exiled in this village, but once his dual personality broke out, he would not be able to help killing people after he lost control and ran away. He was kind and didn't want to do that. That's why I took the initiative to lock myself in the cave and see no one. Qian Yu found out his whereabouts from the villagers. Hearing that Qian Yu wanted to take him away, the villagers cheered for joy. Immediately happily lead the way and lead the 2 to go. When the 2 came to the cave, the villagers immediately scattered and fled, obviously afraid that Chong Wu would lose control again. Qian Yu sensed the breath in the cave and knew that Chong Wu was hiding inside. Chong Wu obviously felt himself too. With the power of the spell seal, he was born to be half a master of Ryuchi Cave's fairy art. Perception is also very strong. Even, Chong Wu can use the power of the spell seal to strengthen his hearing and perception abilities. Allow him to talk to small animals. In fact, Qian Yu can also do this after practicing the Ryuchi Cave Immortal Queen. It just depends on whether he wants to or not. Chong Wu's voice came from the cave. "Let's go, it's too dangerous here." Qian Yu smiled. "Are you talking about me, or yourself?" He unleashes his chakra and power a little bit. Especially the power of Ryuchi Cave, who has just practiced successfully. Immediately, Chong Wu felt an unimaginable terrifying coercion. You are. Qian Yu said indifferently, Kirigakure's 5th Mizukage. Shigego was taken aback. You are that Kirigakure's new Mizukage-sama? Qian Yu didn't expect that even people like him who lived in seclusion and hid had heard of his name. It seems that I am really famous now. Chong Wu said, people in the village are also talking about you. I heard it occasionally. What are you doing here, a big man like you? It's just an ordinary village, nothing. Qian Yu said, looking for you. Right. I'm worth nothing to you. No, I'm worth nothing to anyone. It will only bring death and pain. Qian Yu said, what if I say, I can solve your rampage? Zhang Wu suddenly fell into silence. Can you really cure my illness? Qian Yu said with a smile. That's not a disease, but a kind of rampage of the emperor. I will not help you cure the disease, but help you control this power. Chong Wu quietly emerged from the cave. His huge body seemed very inconvenient in this cave. Why are you helping me? Qian Yu said. Because I also want your power to help Kirigakure. Kirigakure? Yes, I'm Mizukage, and of course Kirigakure. Chong Wu said. But it's just an outsider. You should know that I have taken in many outsiders, even the Uchiha clan who launched a rebellion in Konoha. Chong Wu knew, so fell into silence. Can I trust you? Qian Yu said with a smile. You think you have no value, what can I lie to you? It's better to be a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Follow me, maybe you can find some meaning in your life. Chong Wu looked into Qian Yu's eyes. Okay, then I'll trust you. Master Mizukage, I hope I can create value for you in Yuanyan village. Qian Yu and Terumi Mei looked at each other and smiled. I trust you. After accepting Chong Wu, the three continued on their way. Qian Yu came out this time. In addition to going to Ryuchi Cave to practice fairy arts, he also planned to go to Iwagakure. After the alliance between the two ninja villages, although there has been a lot more cooperation, there is still no particularly in-depth cooperation. He also wanted to have a good chat with Onoki, a 2-year-old Libra. Traveling all the way west, he crossed the vast king of the Fire Nation. Soon the three came to the country of grass. The land of grass is located between the land of fire and the land of earth. Like small countries such as the country of rain, the country of Taki, and the country of Kawa, they are all buffer zones on the borders of major countries. However, the country of grass also has its own ninja village, the Hidden Grass Village. In the Third Ninja World War, the Battle of Kanabi Bridge took place near Kawain village. It is the root of all evil. Grass Ninja Village is good at learning ninjutsu from other countries, and also likes to use political means to mediate among major powers. That's why he was able to survive in the chaotic world of Ninja World. There are also many ninjas in Grass Ninja Village, such as the Hungry Keto in Pen 6 Paths, who was originally a ninja in Grass Ninja Village, but was made into a puppet of Hungry Keto by Pain after his death. For example, in the theatrical version of Blood Prison, many ninjas from Grass Ninja Village appeared. Besides, Uzumaki and her mother also live in Kawain village. After the Uzumaki kingdom was destroyed, the two of them drifted here, but they have been living a very miserable life. Because of the special physique of the Uzumaki clan and the medical ninjutsu ability to save others, they are used by the people in the village. In the original work, Li Xianglin's mother died because of exhaustion of chakra. Qian Yu passed by Sao Ninja Village, and also planned to look for traces of Uzumaki Xianglin. Of course, this is just random, it doesn't matter if you can find it or not. Unexpectedly, because of Shigego's joining, Uzumaki's traces were quickly discovered. Chong Wu can communicate with small animals and let these small animals act as eyeliners for detection. This made Terumi Mei very envious. Qian Yu promised to teach Terumi Mei the art of immortality so that she too could have such abilities. In any case, relying on the ability to communicate with animals, Chong Wu found the mother and daughter of Xianglin. Unwilling to be used, the mother and daughter fled to a remote but quiet place outside Sao Ninja Village. Qian Yu and the others approached the door. Immediately, the mother and daughter were taken aback, thinking that it was the ninja from Sao Ninja Village who came to catch them. When Qian Yu explained his purpose, both mother and daughter were taken aback. Uzumaki blinked his eyes and said, "Mizukage-sama, do you want us to go to Kirigakure?" "Good." Uzumaki snorted, "But is Kirigakure better than Kusanagi?" "You're not all the same." Qian Yu hadn't opened his mouth yet. Chong Wu spoke in a rare way. "It will be better. Because, Kirigakure received many foreign families and ninjas, including the Uchiha clan who launched a rebellion in Konoha, and they all lived well in Kirigakure." Uzumaki Kafos looked at the tall man, frowned and said, "Who are you?" "My name is Chong Wu. Just like you, I am also an abandoned person. I'm from the Chong Wu clan, which was exterminated just like your Uzumaki clan. Now I am the last person in my family. Besides, because of my special physique, I often run wild and kill people randomly after losing control. Everyone is afraid of me and avoids me. Master Mizukage took me in. These days, he has been trying to get me to control my power, and now I have done a good job." Uzumaki Xianglin looked at this tall and mighty but gentle man, and couldn't help but believe it. But her mother said, "Xianglin, don't trust others casually." The mother of Uzumaki Xianglin has the red hair unique to the Uzumaki family, but she is different from women in other tribes. She has short hair, which looks refreshing without losing heat. "Minister, it's good that we can live here." Qian Yu laughed. "Indeed, but the question is, can you really survive?" Those ninjas from Kusanagi village will not let you go. Maybe you are desperate for life, but Xianglin is just a child. Are you willing to let her live in darkness all her life? Xianglin's mother hesitated for a while. Terumi Mei said softly, if we want to harm you, we don't need to persuade you so kindly. We can just take you away, just like those people in Saoran village. Trust me Mizukage-sama. Chong Wu also nodded. After all, Uzumaki is still young, and soon he has believed in Qian Yu and others, and even began to look forward to a new life in Kirigakure. But her mother was still hesitant. Qian Yu smiled and said, I understand your hesitation, but do you think the life of your mother and daughter will be worse than here? She lowered her head in silence. Indeed, it couldn't have gotten any worse. And, you were right, if you really want to do something to us, our mother and daughter have no power to resist. You guys may really be different from those people in Sao Ninja Village. Terumi Mei laughed. Of course it's different. Then. I will believe it for the last time. Mizukage-sama, we mother and daughter will leave to you, especially Kaorin. Qian Yu smiled and stroked Xianglin's long red hair. Do not worry. Therefore, the mother and daughter also chose to follow Qian Yu and his party. Qian Yu suddenly thought of something. By the way, what's your name? Uzumaki Kaorin's mother was taken aback, then whispered. Uzumaki Meiwei. Qian Yu smiled and nodded. So far, Qian Yu has recruited Kagaya Kimimaro, Chongo, Xianglin, Uchiha Sasuke, and Kirigakure's Ghostwater Moon. Orochimaru's subordinates were basically wiped out by Qian Yu. Even Orochimaru's summoning beast, 10,000 snakes, has now been forcibly changed its master, becoming the summoning beast of himself and Terumi Mei. If I let Orochimaru know this, I don't know how angry I will be. Thinking of this, Qian Yu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Along the way, Qian Yu not only obtained all the magic skills of Ryuchi Cave, but also subdued all the snakes of Ryuchi Cave. On the way to Iwagakure, they recruited Shigego and Uzumaki Kairis one after another. A lot of new powers have been added to Kirigakure. It can be said to be a real bumper harvest. After passing Kusanagi village, Tien and Terumi Mei's group continued towards Iwagakure. Iwagakure, as a veteran power among the 5 great powers, has always been above average in strength. Although it may not be comparable to Konoha village and Cloud Shinobi village. But it has been steadily suppressing Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Of course, Sunagakure can definitely continue to be suppressed now. Kirigakure is impossible. Iwagakure is surrounded by mountains, and they are all barren mountains full of rocks. In terms of advantages, it can be said that it is easy to defend and difficult to attack, which is enough to ensure the stability and peace of Iwagakure. But in terms of disadvantages, it is not conducive to the development of economy and trade. Even communication with other countries is difficult. Because of the relationship between geographical location and terrain, Iwagakure has also been vigorously developing Earth-style ninjutsu. Of course, the most powerful one is the blood succession elimination developed by second Tsuchikage. Dust escape secret technique. This technique can be called the most powerful and destructive ninjutsu under 6 paths. Hardly one of them. The only thing that can be compared is probably the space-time ninjutsu Kamui. One of the two is that it can directly tear the space, and tear any defenses and enemies at the same time. One is to be able to shatter all the myriad phenomena in the entire enchantment into atomic forms and turn them into nothingness. Any one of them is enough to make all ninjas terrified. As a Mizukage, Qian Yu came to visit Iwagakure and naturally received a warm welcome. Moreover, at this moment, Mirakakure and Iwagakure are originally allies. Third Tsuchikage's 2-day scale, Onogi, of course knows how to behave. From outside Iwagakure, when they first entered the land of Earth, ninjas were sent to greet them. The reception along the way was also good, giving enough face to Qian Yu, the Mizukage. Qian Yu was also happy to enjoy it, and traveled all the way to Iwagakure with Terumi Mei and others. After crossing Yamanaka, a 25 repaired mountain road, Iwagakure is finally reached. Onogi, who was born in 2 days, brought his son Huang Tu, explosion-style ninja Satoshi, and other village elders and elite ninjas to greet him at the entrance of the village. It also includes the new generation of ninjas, such as Akatsuki, and the granddaughter of Onogi, the future 4th Tsuchikage, or the black soil of the leg shadow. Haitu was still young at this time. Tien Fen looked at Qian Yu curiously. Onogi, the 2-day scale, smiled and said, "Welcome Mizukage-sama." Qian Yu stepped forward, and the old and the young shook hands. Master Tsuchikage is polite. Soon a group of people came to Iwagakure. After the warm hospitality, Onoki also proposed many new cooperation contents, including politics, economy, culture, military affairs, education and so on. Obviously, it has been considered for a long time. In short, it is to strengthen cooperation, make the alliance more stable, and achieve a win-win situation. When it comes to education, Onogi, who is a 2-year-old scale, shows a slight embarrassment. Hey, Iwagakure seems to be thriving now. However, it is very problematic for the cultivation of the next generation. To be honest, the disciple Deidara was the one I had the most high hopes for before. I didn't expect that bastard to defect from the village and join the Akatsuki organization. It's really disappointing. Qian Yu nodded. Indeed, Onogi is of course very powerful, and he can be regarded as the top existence among the 5 cages. However, it is a pity that there is no successor. Of course, Wangtu's strength cannot be underestimated. He can wrestle with 9 tails Jinjiao, and even use Earth-style mountain technique with one hand. Even Gedo statue and the revived 10 tails can temporarily suppress. But other than that, it was Deidara, but unfortunately he defected and joined Akatsuki. Of course, Iwagakure also has a strong backbone including explosion-style ninja hunting, 4 tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi, and 5 tails Jinchuriki Han. But the 4 tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and the 2-day scale Onoki had a quarrel, and left the village to become a wandering monk. Although this is not a defection, it is difficult to help the village. It's the Tsunade attitude. Han is powerful, but taciturn and not good at cooperation. He can be called a strong combat force, but not enough to lead the pack. Of course this is good. The next generation is the real successor. Except for Kai-2 and Hei-2, there is almost no ninja who can handle them. Onogi sighed. The current Kirigakure, under the governance of Master Mizukage, reopened the ninja school, so that the younger generations of the major families can go to practice and study. I heard that the new generation of ninjas in Cheyenne Village is also full of talents. Onodome Suigetsu from the Ogre clan, Kagaya Kimimaro from the Yoruichi clan, Minazuki Shiro from the Yuki clan, Hotaru from the Earth Spider clan, Chojuro, etc. In addition, the Uchiha clan who came from Konoha village, in addition to Uchiha Sasuke, the son of the patriarch Fugaku, there are 30 or 40 young people who have awakened the Sharingan. It really makes me very envious. Excuse me, Mizukage-sama, how did you do it? Qian Yu smiled. In fact, this aspect, of course, is due to his excellent policy after becoming Mizukage. But on the other hand, it is also because he is familiar with the plot and knows where these outstanding ninjas are. Kirigakure's up-and-comers like Ghost Lamb Suigetsu and Chojuro, needless to say. Shiro from the Snow clan, Hotaru from the Earth Spider clan, and Kimimaro from the Yoruichi clan are the ones who were dug into Kirigakure by Qian Yu after he knew about it in advance. Of course, not to mention the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Sasuke. Coupled with the people I recruited this time, such as Shigego and Uzumaki, there are more and more outstanding talents among the younger generations. Qian Yu said. In fact, it is nothing more than spreading the net widely, expanding the scope, and improving the accuracy of screening and selection. Iwagakure is also a ninja village in a big country. It is impossible that there will be fewer talents in future generations. It depends on whether Master Tsuchikage can find it. 2-day scale Onogi smiled. Makes sense. Because of the series of resolutions of the last 5 Shadows Conference during these times, a temporary peace and stability has been maintained between the 2 great powers. All ninja villages are vigorously developing, whether it is economic and military, or the excavation, search and cultivation of more outstanding ninjas. There is no doubt that this will be the core of competition among the 5 major powers in the future. I have an idea. In 2 years' time, we will unite all 5 major nations to hold a Chunin exam covering the whole ninja world. In this way, there is no need to launch a war, but it can also test the strength of each major country. Qian Yu's heart skipped a beat. That's not a bad idea. Good idea, I agree. Onogi said with a smile. Then wait for 2 or 3 years and discuss with the other 3 big countries. Good. The future leg shadow Haitu on the side suddenly brightened. A Chunin exam jointly organized by the whole ninja world? Doesn't that mean that you can show your strength in front of all the 5 shadows? Very good. Onogi, who is a 2-day scale, smiled. Indeed, but Black Earth, do you think you are really that good? There are many excellent talents in the 5 major countries, so don't embarrass us Iwagakure by then. Haitu snorted. I won't. Grandpa, and Master Mizukage, let's make an agreement. See you in the Chunin exam 3 years later. Onogi and Qian Yu of the 2 scales looked at each other and smiled. Good. Discussed the matter of cooperation, and proposed the future Chunin exam in the whole ninja world. Qian Yu stayed in Iwagakure for a while, then bid farewell to Terumi Mei and others again. After returning to Kirigakure, Qian Yu continued to vigorously develop Kirigakure's strength. Moreover, the cultivation of junior ninjas has been strengthened to prepare for the Chunin exam 3 years later. During these 3 years, Yu resumed the system of Zhang Ying'an leading the team of specialists. This was originally a common model for cultivating genin in the entire ninja world. It's just that Iwagakure has stopped for a long time because of the blood mist. After Qian Yu restarted, let some excellent and powerful jonin lead the new generation of ninjas to grow and practice, and the progress can be said to be rapid. Among them, the first class is jonin led by Ringo Yuyuri. Members include Minazuki Shiro, Earth Spider Hotaru, and Sagiri. Bai's Ice Escape Blood Successor Boundary, Earth Spider Ying's Earth Spider Clan Secret Technique, plus Puppet Technique. Sagiri, on the other hand, is a new talent discovered when Qian Yu promoted the Tsunade secret technique before. A teenage ninja who is good at controlling sand. This first class is a very rare all-female ninja lineup. The second squad is led by Jonin, who is led by the ghost Full Moon. Members include Onito Suigetsu, Shigego, and Uzumaki Kaorin. That's right, it was the Eagle Squad members originally formed by Uchiha Sasuke in the future. Among them, Gaidong Sueui is the younger brother of Gaidong Manue, and both of them are genius ninjas of the Gaidong family. Chong Wu is the only descendant of the Chong Wu clan. Under Qian Yu's special training in the magic of Ryuchi Cave, he can gradually control the power of rampage freely. Uzumaki, a survivor of the Uzumaki family, has powerful perception and medical ninjutsu. The third squad is Chienju Kisame as the leader jonin. Members include Uchiha Sasuke, Chojuro, and Kudachi Shiger. Among them, Uchiha Sasuke, needless to say. Consciously, Kisame in the original book often mentions his younger brother to his co-star Uchiha Itachi. Of course, most of the time it is a joke, that in this world, he actually became Uchiha Sasuke's mentor. Chojuro, originally the future 6th Mizukage. Of course, in this world, his ability to withdraw from the group is probably not enough to become a future Mizukage. And Goju Shiyu is also a talent discovered by Qian Yu when he promoted the Tsunade secret technique on a large scale. A member of the Citrus clan, possesses the talent to control the magnet-style secret technique. The fourth class is the team led by Yi Kang. Members included Kagaya Kimimaru, Uchiha Kei, and a boy named Jizo. Among them, Kimimaru is a descendant of the Wei Yoruichi tribe, who has mastered the powerful dead bone pulse blood succession limit. Uchiha Shi is the most talented ninja among the surviving children of the Uchiha clan, second only to Uchiha Sasuke. The boy named Dazang is a young genius discovered by Qian Yu in the promotion of Hashirama cell dilution. He is also the only boy in Iwagakure who has been upgraded to give birth to the wood-style secret technique after being transplanted and fused with Hashirama cells. Interestingly, the only successful case in Konoha village, Yamato, was named Tenzo at the time of the root organization. It may be a coincidence that the only kid in Iwagakure who successfully awakened wood-style was named Jizo. Certainly. Except for these 4 classes. There are many other ninja freshman squads. The whole Iwagakure can be described as flourishing, rapid development. Soon. Time flies by. The entire ninja world is under the influence of the policy of Qian Yu 5 Shadows Conference. Spent the most stable 3 years, and this time. The Chunin Examination Conference, which was jointly discussed and reported by the 5 major powers, covered the whole ninja world. It is finally going to be held. As for the location of the meeting, Konoha Village, the country of fire with the most central geographical location, was still chosen. On the surface, this is a general exam for genin to be promoted to Chunin. But in fact, it is the best time for the major forces in the entire ninja world to show off their muscles. This is tantamount to a war without gunpowder. No, it cannot be said that there is no smoke at all. It just changed the war from the ninja army to the battle between the new generation of ninjas. The 5 great nations, Iwagakure, Tsunade, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Sleepy Leaf Village are all ready to go. In addition, Rain Shinobi Village, Longyan Village, Kawen Village, and Yinin Village created by Orochimaru in the past 3 years, etc., have all chosen to participate in the war. It can be said that this is an unprecedented Chunin exam in the entire ninja world. Regardless of the participating countries, forces, scale, number of people, quality. It can be said that there are no ones before or after. For a time, this Chunin exam became the event that all ninjas in the entire ninja world paid the most attention to. Moreover, all the 5 cages will be able to watch the battle. Of course, Qian Yu is the same. As Mizukage, he led Iwagakure from the brink of collapse in the blood mist to the point where it is now able to fully compete with the most powerful Konoha village, Cloud Shinobi Village. The merits of this can be seen by everyone in the entire ninja world. Under the leadership of Mizukage Qian Yu, Iwagakure, all genin who are eligible to participate in the Chunin exam, are all ready to go under the leadership of their respective mentors. Take a boat across the water, across the sea. Finally came to the land of the Fire Nation, and after some time arrived at Konoha village. Kirigakure's youth generation is full of masters and talents. In an instant, it made other big and small countries look sideways. This moment, the other 4 big countries, just from the training of the new generation of ninjas in the future, can see the huge gap between themselves and Kirigakure, and the strong gap. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Onoki, 4th Raikage, and Raikage have all arrived. Wait until Qian Yu, Master Mizukage, also arrives. This Chunin exam conference is destined to be remembered in the history of the ninja world. Finally officially opened. All Ninja World Chunin exam is officially open. This is after the entire ninja world has experienced 3 years of peaceful development. An unprecedented event was held. It seems to be a selection contest for Chunin, but in fact, it is a relatively peaceful means to demonstrate the military strength among the various major powers. It's like another form of war. It is precisely because they all understand this truth that all big countries, including small countries, have come up with the best and most potential genin to participate in the exam. Kirigakure, Konoha Village, Cloud Shinobi Village, Tsunade, Iwagakure. Longyan Village, Kawain Village, Rain Shinobi Village, Yinin Village. After all the participating forces have arrived, this Chunin exam has officially begun. In the original Chunin exam, only Konoha Village and Tsunade participated. In addition, there are small countries such as Yinren Village and Kaorin Village. Compared with today's grand event covering the entire ninja world, it can be said that it is completely insignificant. From the number of participants, Konoha Village has the largest number of people in the original work, with a total of 87 people. Followed by Tsunade with 30 people, Rain Shinobi Village with 21 people, and other ninja villages, big and small, only a dozen or 20. There are more than 150 people in total. And this time, with just one Kirigakure, the number of participants reached 123. It is the ninja village with the largest number of participants. In addition, there are more than 90 people in Konoha Village. In the other 3 big countries, more than 5,000 people were involved. Including other small countries, the total number of participants exceeded 500. It can be said that it is truly unprecedented. In particular, the 5 shadows of the 5 major countries, including the leaders of each small country, all arrived. Let the whole Konoha village boil. The first test is still a written test. And the examiner is still Ibiki Morino. In addition to examining the theoretical knowledge base of these genins themselves, the ability to obtain intelligence and the ability to make decisions are also examined. Basically the same plot as the original. Of course, with so many contestants, there are countless ways for different genins to advance successfully. For example, Chong Wu will communicate with himself through the bird outside the window and tell others the answer. For example, Uzumaki Shonglin can directly perceive the small movements of other people's hands to judge the content of writing. For example, Bai can manipulate the water vapor in the air to condense into an ice mirror on the ceiling to peek at other people's exam papers. Of course, there are also ninjas like the soil spider Yingying, who are excellent in their studies and have a very grandmaster theoretical knowledge, who pass the exam directly by writing out the answers. In short, the first level of the written test can be said to be a surprise. Basically, the outstanding genin with names and surnames have successfully passed the selection. It is the second level of assessment that really begins to formally test all genins. Dead Forest Challenge. Although there is no difference from the original work, you must know that the number of participants at this moment is 3 or 4 times more than before. It also includes all the 5 major countries and the excellent genin of each small country. Among them, there are definitely not a few with outstanding strength. The original situation where Gaara swept the entire Chunin exam is impossible to happen again. Of course, even among the genins in this world, Gaara's strength is absolutely top-notch. However, it may not be the strongest. Following the examiner of the second test, Mitarashi Anko gave an order. All the contestants rushed into the death forest from all directions. This is a huge forest with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. Once you enter it, you can only take care of your own life and death. And the 5 shadows of the 5 major countries, including the leaders of each small country, plus Konoha village and spectators from various countries, can watch the situation of the entire death forest through the big screen. For a moment, Qian Yu also saw Kirigakure's squads rushing into the death forest from different directions. The first class, Water Without Moon White, Earth Spider Firefly, Lu. The second class, Ghost Lantern Water Moon, Shigego, Uzumaki Shonglin. Class 3, Uchiha Sasuke, Chojuro, Kudachi Shiger. Class 4, Kagaya Kimimaro, Uchiha River, Jizo. The four most powerful and excellent genin teams in Iwagakure happened to be divided into four different directions, rushing towards the most central pagoda in the Death Forest. In addition, they had to collect 2 scrolls from heaven and earth to pass the level. As for Konoha village, except for the 7th class, there is not much change. Class 7 was changed by Qian-yu because of Uchiha Sasuke's fate. So at this moment, it was Shimura Danzo who sent Sashu inside ahead of time. Class 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Sai. Class 8, Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba. Class 10, Narashikamaru, Akamichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. Class 3, Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, 2. As for Sunagakure, it is still dominated by the 3 brothers Gaara, Tamari, and Konkuro under the leadership of Baki. Iwagakure, on the other hand, is mainly composed of terracotta, black soil, and another boy, Genin. Cloud Shinobi Village is a team composed of Omoi, Kalui and Asii. In addition, there are Hazy, Bon, and Dreamfire from Kusanagi Village, Chin Hammer, Toss Anvil, Sack Stirrup and others from Yanin Village. Of course, in Konoha Village, Orochimaru's trio of undercover spies are also in the game. Yakushi Kabuto, Jien Meichung, Red Copper Armor. Soon. Kiragakure's first squad, the 3 female genins, Minazuki Shiro, Earth Spider Hotaru, and Sagiri, were the first to encounter the other enemies. It is a trio from Rain Shinobi Village, Oboro, Yumi, and Bon. This can be said to be the first battle of the Chunin exam in the whole ninja world. The 5 cages of all the 5 great powers, as well as many spectators, are all eye-catching. At this time, Minazuka-bai and the others had grown up a lot. Naturally, he has matured a lot, and his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Minazuki Shiro said, "What is your scroll? If it's the same, maybe we don't have to go to war." Oboro, the leader of the trio of Rain Shinobi Village, smiled. "No war. What's the point of that? No matter what the scroll is, if you encounter something, you must fight. This is the true meaning of the Chunin exam." The Earth Spider Ying sighed. "It seems like a lunatic." Sagiri also nodded desperately. Oboro sneered and said, "It's just 3 female genins, just for you to try our skills." For a moment, the trio of Rain Shinobi Village immediately broke out their Trinity attack formation. This is the tactic used in the original work, which made the 7th class fall into a hard fight. Captain Oboro even unleashed his own secret technique. Ninja. Obscure clone technique. In an instant, it turned into dozens or hundreds of obfuscated avatars. Immediately, it was densely packed, occupying the entire battlefield, besieging the 3 of Mizuna Moonbai, Earth Spider Hotaru, and Sagiri inside. However, the figures of Lu, Bon, and Mungwo disappeared. Minazuki frowned. This is the clone technique? However, it's amazing to be able to separate so many clones. She suddenly burst out of the ice-escape blood inheritance boundary. In an instant, a series of ice crystals condensed into Qianban shot out. Flutter. Fierce lacing out, countless thousands of copies penetrated the obscuring avatar. However, it has no effect at all. Those avatars seem to be just false phantoms. Shui Wu Yu Bai said, "Sure enough, it's just an ordinary avatar without a body." It seems that this is their tactic. They use hundreds of fake clones to lure the enemy, while the main body hides in the dark and prepares to launch a surprise attack. The Earth Spider Ying said, "Bai, you are really amazing." Sagiri also nodded desperately. Minazuki smiled sweetly. "I learned these from Lord Qian-yu. Not only do you have to work hard to practice ninjutsu, but you also have to think about tactics." In the audience seats, Qian-yu couldn't help showing a smile. This guy Bai is indeed very powerful. In the original work, the strength is far beyond that of ninjas of the same age. This is of course even more so now. The 3 members of Oboro's team hiding in the dark were suddenly taken aback. "That guy. Did you see through our tactics so quickly?" Moreover, the secret technique she uses is Ice Escape and Continuing Limit. Same as 5th Mizukage, a member of the Snow Clan? The 3 of them immediately understood that they had underestimated their opponents, but at this moment they were already in trouble. "Okay. Then use that move to attack directly." "Yes." For a moment, Oboro burst out his aggressive ninjutsu in the dark. Water Style. Black Rain Technique. Although this move is called Water Style, it actually shoots out flammable oil like raindrops and falls on the enemy's surroundings and bodies. Then cooperate with Fire Style ninjutsu to severely injure the enemy. It is a very vicious combination of ninjutsu. Suddenly, countless black rain fell down. The 3 of them were startled suddenly, and immediately flew back to avoid it. Sagiri raised her hand violently. Immediately, the earth, stone and sand on the ground flew up and turned into barriers, resisting most of the black rain. That is, the ability to control sand? A secret technique from Tsunade. Oboro gave an order immediately, and the teammate Mungwo beside him burst out his fire style. Fire Dragon Ball technique. Immediately, combined with the rain of black oil that was still falling continuously, together with Mungwo's fire style fire dragon bullets, it instantly burst into flames with a bang. To annihilate the Minazuka-bai 3-person team in it. But at this moment, Mizuna Zuekik immediately formed seals with both hands, and activated his own Bingsha Shueji boundary. Ice escape. No ice rock hall, immediately. Boom. 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 The water vapor in the air condensed into ice in an instant, and immediately condensed into a shape, turning into a huge ice wall, intercepting all the flames and black oil. What? Only then did they realize that none of the 3 female genins on the opposite side was easy to mess with. Immediately his face changed dramatically. As the captain, Hao made a decisive decision, shook hands and said in a low voice, "Retreat." Camp and Mungwo also nodded immediately, but at this moment. Want to run? It's not that easy. In an instant, 2 puppets who looked like real ninjas rushed out from the darkness. Wearing Kirigakure's forehead protector on their heads, wielding kunai, shuriken, samurai sword and other mechanisms in their hands, they are attacking towards the Oboro team. It is the puppet controlled by the earth spider Hotaru, the mist shinobi, made by Qian Yu himself. The 3 of them were taken aback immediately, but it was too late to defend the 2. With the puppet on the left and the right, the sharp edge in his hand stabbed and slashed down. Forgive me. Oboro finally couldn't help shouting loudly, and the other 2 could only hold their heads in their hands. The earth spider Hotaru manipulated the chakra line, which stopped the action of the mist shinobi puppet. Hand over the scroll. Hazy nodded submissively and handed over his scroll. Mizunada Tsukabai and Sagiri also stepped forward, and after opening the scroll, they were pleasantly surprised to find that it was an earth character scroll, which happened to be a pair with the sky character scroll of their own team. Great. The 3 immediately clapped hands in celebration. This Chunin exam Death Forest Challenge, the end of the first round, ended with a complete victory for the 3 female genin of the first class in Kirigakure. The Wukage seat at the front and center of the spectator seats. The other 4 shadows couldn't help being surprised. Especially Fungying Luosha, his face was very ugly. In the first class of Kirigakure, Sagiri's sand control secret technique and Soil Spider Hotaru's puppet technique were originally Tsunagakure's trump cards, but now they have become others' possessions. This is really the incompetence and shame of this cage. But the 2 Libra Onogi sighed in admiration. The ice escape of the Snow Clan, plus the ability to control sand, the puppet technique. Master Mizukage, this set of strength for the first class of the Hidden Village. It's quite powerful. Qian Yu smiled, not modestly said, indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and 4th Reikage looked at each other. They are all very worried about Kirigakure's strong rise today. And at this moment, the other 2 squads encountered again. It's Kirigakure's 3rd class, and Konoha Village's 7th class. That is to say, Uchiha Sasuke, Chongjuro, Goju Shiger. Met Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura and Sai. This is also the reunion of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the 2 reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. Certainly. In this world, because of Qian Yu's intervention, people no longer have the deep bond they had before. But it's just getting to know each other. Looking at the figure of Uchiha Sasuke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became even uglier. The Uchiha genocide night that year became a disgrace to the entire Konoha village. Not only did he suffer heavy losses to his forces, but he didn't even wipe out the Uchiha clan. Let Uchiha Sasuke, as well as many Uchiha clansmen and children, join Kirigakure and become a major force for revenge against Konoha village in the future. And Uchiha Sasuke faced Konoha village's team. Of course, he didn't have any favors. He said coldly, "Hand over your scrolls, and I don't have to do anything to you." In the 7th class. Of course Uzumaki Naruto was furious immediately. Huh? You guys are too contemptuous of people. Little Sakura, Sai, let them see how good our class 7 is. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. The 3rd class in Kirigakure and the 7th class in Konoha village. A fateful battle is about to start. The 3rd class in Kirigakure and the 7th class in Konoha village. The fateful battle is about to start. With Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto fighting each other, the outbreak of conflict was inevitable. Although Sai is ignorant of the world, he has been trained in the Root organization since he was a child, and he is very good at combat and missions. He looked at the 3 of Kirigakure indifferently. The best way is for us to show the scrolls to each other, and then decide whether to fight. But at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were almost in unison. Then let's fight. For a moment, the two have already rushed towards each other. Looking at this scene, Qian Yu couldn't help smiling. A very familiar voice had even begun to ring in his ear. It's as if I heard the sound of that year, Saskatoon. No way. It's just that the two fell in love and killed each other at that time. But now, the two of them just simply dislike each other. Shadow Clone Technique. Uzumaki Naruto immediately burst into Shadow Clone Technique. Immediately. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. In an instant, hundreds of Shadow Clone were separated and surrounded Uchiha Sasuke and others from all directions. However, his Shadow Clone didn't hit the other two. Just charged towards Uchiha Sasuke. Obviously, he looked down on this indifferent and cool man the most. Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly. He also didn't expect that the guy in front of him, who looked like the tail of a crane, had such a huge amount of chakra and was able to separate so many Shadow Clone. And everyone in the spectator seats was also taken aback. Onoki's heart moved. That Uzumaki Naruto is. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him. Onogi, who is a 2-day scale, did not continue talking. After all, the tailed beast Jinchuriki is a sensitive topic in any ninja village. In the eyes of Konoha village residents and ninjas, many people saw the battle of Uzumaki Naruto for the first time. Is that Nine Tails Demon Fox? HMPH, that guy is quite capable. Although he is still an annoying brat. Although Uchiha Sasuke was surprised, he didn't panic at all. Immediately, he unleashes his chakra and power with a sudden burst. Sharingan's blood-red light blooms. In an instant, the entire spectator seats soared. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face became extremely ugly. That is 3 Tomo Sharingan. That's right, the current Uchiha Sasuke has opened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. You know, in the original work, Uchiha Sasuke learned that the entire family was exterminated, and only opened 1 Tomo Sharingan. In the mission of the Kingdom of Waves, in the battle with Taudi and Bai, he opened the form of left single hook Jade and double hook Jade. And during the Chunin exam period, when fighting Rock Lee, the 2 Tomo Sharingan was really opened. As for the complete form of the Sanguyu, it was not really opened until the Valley of the End in the decisive battle with Uzumaki Naruto. In other words, the current Uchiha Sasuke is scarier than the one in the original work. Because of Qian Yu's intervention, Uchiha Sasuke directly saw the killing of his tribe, including his own father, Uchiha Fugaku, who died in front of him. This is completely different from what Uchiha Itachi used Tsukuyomi to show him in the original work. That night, Qian Yu saw the unconscious Uchiha Sasuke, who had already activated the 2 Tomo Sharingan unconsciously. Later, Qian Yu deduced Orochimaru's research on Sharingan and taught it to the survivors of the Uchiha clan, the most critical of which is the method of evolving Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke finally evolved the Sharingan into a form of pressure through painstaking and desperate practice time and time again. What kind of concept is this? In fact, most Uchiha people, even Jonin, elite Jonin, are in 3 Tomo Sharingan form. After all, the clansmen who can open the Mangekyo Sharingan are all geniuses who are unique in a million. Throughout the history of the Uchiha clan, there are only 4 people who explicitly opened Mangekyo Sharingan: Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi. In this world, of course, Uchiha Fugaku before his death is added. And once Mangekyo Sharingan is opened, at least immediately reach Kage level, even Super Kage level. In other words, the current Uchiha Sasuke already has the potential to become a Jonin or even an elite Jonin. However, it is only potential. After all, his current chakra, physical strength, spirit, actual combat training, etc. are not too far behind. Moment. Uchiha Sasuke, who activated the 3-hook Jade, shocked the audience. Facing the hundreds of shadow clones of Uzumaki Naruto, a sharp kunai appeared in his hand. Subsequently, bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Uchiha Sasuke erupted with violent taijutsu, like a precise killing machine, constantly rushing to kill in Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone, like a tiger in a herd of sheep. His physical skills may not be as skilled, refined, and professional as Might Guy and Rock Lee. But it has the most precise insight and the most efficient way of fighting. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone not only failed to touch Uchiha Sasuke, but was killed by Uchiha Sasuke. Only a dozen remnants remain. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback. He didn't expect the cool boy in front of him to be so powerful. Sai and Haruno Sakura beside him were also shocked. And Kirigakure's teammates from Class 3, Chojuro and Katachi Shigur all laughed. If you underestimate Sasuke, you will suffer a lot. Citrus Shiyu smiled sweetly. Haruno Sakura was furious. Sai, let's go too, teach them a lesson. Sai also knew that the matter had come to this point and the battle was inevitable, so he nodded. Haruno Sakura immediately shot out a kunai lacing towards Shigure. Obviously her target is the female ninja in the opponent's team. Except for the all-female ninja team led by Hayashi Yuri, the other 3 of Kirigakure's 4 teams are also standard configurations of 2 men and 1 woman. Same as Konoha village. Citrus Shiyu smiled sweetly and raised his hand violently. Launched his own secret technique. It was one of the 3 secret arts that Qian Yu plundered from Tsunade. Magnet style. Moment. The kunai shot out by Haruno Sakura was controlled by Goju Shigure's magnet style. Not only did it stop immediately, but it also turned around abruptly, and fiercely counterattacked towards Haruno's machine. Boom. Haruno Sakura turned pale with fright, and was about to dodge, but was already swept past by her own kunai. Not only did it scratch the cheek, but it also cut off the most precious long hair. She froze for a moment, then let out an exclamation, and a heart-piercing sharp. At this time, Haruno Sakura basically had nothing but excellent theoretical knowledge. Among all Konoha genins, it can be called the bottom of the bottom. Compared with Citrus Shiyu, he naturally fell into a disadvantage immediately. Interestingly, in the original Chunin exam, she cut off her most cherished long hair to express her determination. But here, it was cut off directly by Citrus Shiyu. Of course, the most Haruno Sakura did at that time was cut off his hair. Besides, there is no other contribution to the 7th class. At most, let Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke save her. The other side. Sai also launched an offensive towards Chojuro. Secret technique. Super Beast fake painting. Snake in the grass. Immediately, with a wave of the pen in his hand, he drew 2 ink-style water snakes on the secret technique scroll, and then flicked for a moment, and turned into a materialized body. The 2 water snakes suddenly opened their bloody mouths, and their fangs bite towards Chojuro. Although Chojuro is young, he lacks self-confidence. But at this moment, he is, after all, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen who was trained by Qian Yu and entrusted with important tasks. Compared with the original, but too much confidence. What Chojuro held in his hand was one of the 7 ninja swords. Explosive knife spray. This is in stark contrast to his more docile temper. But this is the time to erupt. Chojuro let out a roar, emboldening himself, and unleashed his chakra and power. Moment. The spray of the blasting knife swung out violently, hitting 2 water snakes in the middle. In an instant, the 2 water snakes were blasted out. Sai frowned, and immediately activated the secret technique again. Super Beast false painting. Eagle hunting. This time the materialized animal is an eagle, and it is a huge bird of prey with sharp claws, flying towards Chongjuro from the air. Chongjuro waved the explosive knife again, and the spray collided with the eagle's sharp claws. For a while, it turned out to be evenly matched. But the next moment, Chojuro let out a loud roar, and finally burst out the real power zone of the blasting knife spray. Under his control, the blade covered with detonating talismans completely exploded. Boom. 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 In an instant, the eagle that was raging just now was blown into a piece of ink and scattered in all directions. Even, the power of the explosion caused Sai, who wanted to take the opportunity to make a surprise attack, to be blown away, with ink and dust all over his body, looking in a panic. Chongjuro, that guy is doing well. Qian Yu smiled slightly. And behind him, those ninjas of Kirigakure, Chojuro's original teacher, Ganhei. Hoshigaki Kisame, the leader of Class 3. Of course there is also Terumi Mei who follows Qian Yu. Everyone also nodded and smiled, very satisfied with the performance of Chojuro, Goju Shigure and Uchiha Sasuke. As for Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen to Shimura Danzo, and the 7th squad leader Hitaki Kakashi, all frowned slightly. This moment. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are still fighting. Uzumaki Naruto has not yet undergone special training with Jiraiya at this time. Haven't even met Jiraiya yet. Basically only one move shadow clone technique to fight. However, his amount of chakra was too large. After being killed by Uchiha Sasuke, he immediately released shadow clone again to continue fighting. Give Uchiha Sasuke some headaches too. He knew that going on like this would only lead to a protracted war, and it would definitely be detrimental to himself who couldn't use the 3 Tomo Sharingan all the time. Then, defeating the main body directly is the best choice. But, even 3 Tomo Sharingan can't see through shadow clone. In fact, even the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, and even Otsutsuki Kaguya's Reincarnation Sharingan, can't see through the shadows at all. Doppelganger. Otsutsuki Kagaya has been teased multiple times by Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone. If you want to judge, in addition to experience, you can only rely on various clues to test. Uchiha Sasuke continued to fight while thinking about countermeasures. Generally speaking, ninjas who use shadow clone to fight will inevitably hide their bodies in the middle, or protect them at the end. However, Uzumaki Naruto in front of him is very impulsive and reckless, so he may not choose this way. Of course, there is another way. Kill all shadow clone, and only the main body can release shadow clone again. Then, Uchiha Sasuke burst out with all his strength, and kunai, shuriken, and fire-style ninjutsu came into battle in an instant. Explode all Uzumaki Naruto shadow clone on the field. In the end, there was only one Uzumaki Naruto body left. It is true that he did not hide at the back, but he did not rush forward foolishly either. Hateful. Why so many shadow clones are useless? You bastard. Uzumaki Naruto was about to continue using shadow clone, when suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke rushed towards him. In an instant, the kunai in his hand had reached the throat of Uzumaki Naruto's main body. Bitter cold. As if it was about to be stabbed in the next moment. But, of course, Uchiha Sasuke stopped. With a cold snort, he immediately put away kunai and turned around. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened, he couldn't believe it, and sat down on the ground unwillingly. I lost. Bastard. What's your name? Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto has a heartbeat. Uchiha Sasuke, the Uchiha clan. Is it really that family that cannot be mentioned? So those eyes are indeed the legendary Sharingan. Uzumaki Naruto roared. I remember, next time I will definitely beat you. Uchiha Sasuke stopped in his tracks. Look back at Uzumaki Naruto with Sharingan. A blood-red light burst out. You can't beat me. No one desires power more than me, desires to be strong, and your determination to become strong is not enough. Although Uchiha Sasuke is suffering, in this life, after Qian Yu's intervention, and after all, many clansmen survived, including his own mother Uchiha Mikoto, let his sexuality. Grid is not as withdrawn and cold as the original. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. Are you determined to become stronger? I have that kind of thing too. I want to be recognized by everyone in the village, and I want to become the Hokage-sama of Konoha village, and surpass all the Hokages of the past. Uchiha Sasuke said indifferently, indeed, that can be regarded as a kind of motivation, but it's not extreme enough. As a genin, you're pretty good. However, next time we meet, you will still lose to me. After saying this, Uchiha Sasuke looked at the other two sides of the battlefield, ignoring Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke and threw his fist hard. Hateful. I will definitely beat you, just wait and see, Uchiha Sasuke. Actually, after Uchiha Sasuke defeated Uzumaki Naruto, this battle has been declared over. He was the strongest of the two teams. Once you free up your hands to join the other two parties in the battle, there is no suspense at all. But Uchiha Sasuke didn't make a move right away either. Instead, he watched the battle between the two sides. Needless to say, Haruno Sakura basically knows nothing, and was beaten by Kufuku Shigeru's magnet style. The key is the other side. Chojiro's explosive knife spray, and Zansai's super beast fake painting secret technique. Both of them can be regarded as rising stars in their respective ninja villages. The best of the young generation. Chojiro's water-style ninjutsu and the use of explosive knife droplets are also very superb. However, Sai grew up in the Root organization after all, and was trained by Shimura Danzo to become a machine focused on missions and battles. Coupled with his super beast fake painting secret technique, it is indeed very powerful. The two fought inextricably for a while, and at this moment, Kuju Shigeru also knocked Haruno Sakura to the ground early on. Haruno Sakura's long red hair was already disheveled, and the whole person was brought down by Goju Shigeru, looking extremely embarrassed. Sai glanced back at his teammates to see that Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura had already been defeated. He sighed, knowing that it was impossible for him to win. Then, we lost this battle. This is our scroll, here it is for you. Being able to bend and stretch is also part of the task. Chongjiro said, but, you and I haven't decided the winner yet. Said, if we can all pass this test, we will definitely have the opportunity to meet in future games. It's time to decide the outcome. Chongjiro then put away the explosive knife spray, smiled and said, okay. Then, Uchiha Sasuke took the scroll that Sai handed over. But it's a pity that the scrolls are the same as their own team, they are all Tianzizi. Of course, Uchiha Sasuke did not return them. This is a competitive battle after all. Uchiha Sasuke didn't have the slightest sympathy for the enemy. With the battle over, Kirigakure's 3rd squad bid farewell to Konoha Village's 7th squad. This battle also fully demonstrated the strength of Kirigakure. Uchiha Sasuke, Goju Shigure, Chojuro, the strength of the 3 of them can be regarded as the top among genin. The 7th class on the other side, although Sai is also very good, Uzumaki Naruto at least showed a huge amount of chakra, but Haruno Sakura really has nothing. Qian Yu smiled, and was also very satisfied with the performance of the 3 members of the 3rd class. At this time, encounters are happening all over the Death Forest. Over time, most of the squads start to encounter each other. What's more, to pass the test, you must snatch other people's scrolls. Even if you can't meet by chance, you must scout the enemy's intelligence and launch an attack to win. This was originally a test that forced all teams to fight each other. The 3 Gaara siblings of Tsunade, like the original, encounter the ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village. A team that is good at using umbrellas as weapons and using Chimoto as an attack method. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Gaara's sand-bound coffin. Gaara's cruelty and blood once again shocked the entire audience. And Kirigakure's 2nd class, Kirigakure's 8th class, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino, met Kirigakure's 8th class. However, there was no conflict between the 2 sides. Because each other's scrolls are the same, they chose to leave each other. As for the 4th team, the team of Kagaya Kimimaro, Jizo and Uchiha River, encountered a team from Atonin Village. However, only Kimimaro took out the opponent with a single shot and got a different scroll. Other Iwagakure's Black Soil Squad, Cloud Shinobi Village's Azu and Others Squad, Gai Class, Inoshika Cho Class, Orochimaru's Undercover in Konoha Village, Yukushi Kabuto, Red Copper Armor, Ken Masumi, Atonin the Village's Sack Stirrup, Toss Anvil, Chin Hammer and others also obtained scrolls. The order in which each team completes tasks is different. The final ranking of this 2nd hurdle Chunin exam is Kirigakure 4th Squad, Kimimaro, Jizo, Uchiha Creek Team. Tsunade Gaara, Tamari, Konkuro Squad. Konoha Village Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, Team Tende. The 3rd team of Kirigakure, Uchiha Sasuke, Chojuro, and Shigure Team. Cloud Shinobi Village Asahi, Karui, Yi Team. Iwagakure Terra, Black Earth Squad. The 2nd team of Kirigakure, Ghost Light Suigetsu, Shigego, Uzumaki Shonglin Team. The 1st group of Kirigakure, Minzutsu Earth Spider Hotaru, Sono Team. Other Konoha Village classes 7, 8, and 10, Sack Stir from Yinin Village, Yukushi Kabuto and others from Konoha Village also passed the assessment. The 2nd pass, the Chunin exam, is officially over. A total of 13 teams passed the assessment, totaling 3,500 square meters. In comparison, there are 7 teams in the original work, and the number of teams has basically doubled. Among the 13 teams, Kirigakure occupies 4 places, which can be said to be a big victory in any sense. This also allowed all the major forces in the ninja world to see the terrifying power zone of Yinkun. Even if this is just the Chunin exam, it can still give a glimpse of the power balance between the big countries. In addition, Konoha Village also passed 4 squads. Yukushi Kabuto's team is an undercover team, which is actually not counted at all, but should be counted as a Shinin Village. In addition, Iwagakure, Tsunade, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Yinin Village each have a team selected. Other small countries were completely wiped out. Subsequently, it is the qualifiers before the final battle. That is to say, the real ring battle, one-on-one battle. At this point, the investigation of the team form is over, and it has entered the display of individual strength. For the entire spectator seats, this is the most intuitive and exciting game content. Who doesn't want to see a blood-boiling battle? In particular, all the best ninjas in the next generation of ninja world have gathered here. They are the hope of the future of the major ninja villages. It will become the mainstay, and become the existence of 5 cage levels. Moreover, this battle can better reflect the fragility of the 5 ninja villages. Because there are many people who pass the 2nd pass. So the qualifiers are equivalent to a round of decisive battle in advance. 39 people will be selected to select the final strong player. Because of the odd number, there will be buys in the first round of trials. And this lucky one is Bai. She directly skipped the first round and entered the second round of selection. And the Earth Spider Hotaru meets Haruno Sakura. The result is self-evident. The Earth Spider Hotaru easily defeated Haruno Sakura to advance to the next stage with the puppet technique. Sagiri defeated Yamanaka Ino and also successfully advanced to the second round. In the end, the 20 contestants who advanced to the second round were Kirigakure, Minazuki Shiro, Earth Spider Hotaru, Ghost Lamp Suigetsu, Shigego, Uchiha Sasuke, Chongjuro, Goju Shigure, Kagaya Kimimaro, Jizo. A total of 9 people, almost occupying half of them. It is conceivable that Kirigakure's generation of young ninjas are so powerful. And Konoha village, there are Sai, Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, Aburame Shino, Narashikamaru, a total of 5. Tsunade, Gaara, Tamari, and Konkuro all advanced. Iwagakure has terracotta and black soil. Cloud Shinobi village is Asai's promotion. Of course, those who lost the election did not have insufficient strength, and some just happened to meet stronger opponents. For example, Sagiri lost to Aburame Shino. Uchiha River met Uchiha Sasuke. Of course, there are also people like Yakushi Kabuto, who are originally superior, but deliberately lose the game in order not to expose themselves. The second round of qualifiers immediately followed. In the end, the top 10 contestants of the Chunin exam in the whole ninja world were determined. C. Kirigakure, Minazuki Haku, Onito Suigetsu, Uchiha Sasuke, Kagaya Kimimaro. Konoha village, Sai, Hyuga Neji, Aburame Shino. Tsunade, Gaara. Iwagakure, black soil. Cloud Shinobi village, ACI. Although this result has a certain degree of randomness and chance. But it also illustrates many problems. First of all, of course, as Kirigakure who completely occupies the bulk. Undoubtedly, it represents the powerful strength of Kirigakure today, and even stronger potential in the future. And Konoha village still has a strong heritage. The other 3 major countries also have at least one ninja shortlisted. However, small countries such as Yinin village, Kusunobi village, Longyan village, and Rain Shinobi village were eliminated early. So far, the top 10 finalists of the Chunin exam are out. But it will take some time to adjust until the final battle. After all, these genin have experienced repeated battles and tests, and they are exhausted. As for Konoha village, it is impossible to end all the battles in one day. Otherwise, those 5 shadows and other spectators who came from afar would not need to come so far. The final was scheduled for 10 days later. During this time, delegations from major countries visited Konoha village as distinguished guests. Because of the appearance of Qian Yu, this Chunin exam is quite different from the original work. Of course, first of all, the scale is completely different from the participants. Then, some of the contestants who had made it to the battle also ended early. For example, the original protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto, was defeated by Kagaya Kimimaro early on. Narashikamaru, who was originally the only Chunin, also lost to Hyuga Neji. No matter how, the decisive battle will start 10 days later. During this time, Qian Yu, who is Mizukage, also received warm hospitality in Konoha village. Although it is at odds with Kirigakure, this is the Chunin exam of the whole ninja world after all. Just like the Olympic Games, Konoha village still needs to maintain its poise. Then a lot of defeated players enjoy tour in Konoha. As for the top 10 players, they are all nervously preparing for the final battle. This day, Qian Yu and Terumi Mei are dating on the streets of Konoha village. Terumi Mei also went to eat the famous 3-color meatball dessert in Konoha village. Qian Yu also tried the Ichiraku ramen with great interest. And met the live version of Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Uncle Ichiraku was also very honored to see Mizukage-sama in person, and he and his daughter Ayame entertained the two of them well. Subsequently, Qian Yu is going to enjoy the famous hot spring in Konoha village with Terumi Mei. Suddenly, I saw the figures of 2 people, one old and one young. The boy is none other than Uzumaki Naruto, and that tall, burly man with long white hair and wearing clogs. Exactly one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto is pestering Jiraiya to let him help him practice. Although Jiraiya was here to teach him, she also pretended to refuse for a long time. It wasn't until Uzumaki Naruto played an excellent lure technique that Jiraiya willingly agreed. Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto, son of his own disciple Namikaze Minato, also 9 Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village. Why do you want to become stronger all of a sudden, Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto said while eating ice cream, because I have a new goal. Oh? To be Hokage? No, of course that must be achieved, and besides that, I have to beat a man. Who is it? Uchiha Sasuke. Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. Uchiha Sasuke. A survivor of the Uchiha clan, he is indeed a very good guy. It's not so easy for you to beat that kind of genius. Uzumaki Naruto said. That's why I ask you to help me practice. Don't you say that you are very powerful? What is the immortal of Mount Myoboku? Jiraiya laughed loudly. That's right. As long as you have my teaching, defeating a Uchiha Sasuke is not a problem. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Uzumaki Naruto, Really? I think you're just a pervy sage. At this time, Qian Yu and Terumi Mei came face to face, just in time to meet this master and student duo. It's not that easy to defeat Sasuke. Qian Yu looked at Jiraiya and smiled slightly. Of course Jiraiya also recognized it. This ninja world has been the most popular recently, and he can also be called a big figure who has affected the fate of the entire ninja world. 5th Mizukage-sama of Kirigakure, Qian Yu. Jiraiya's expression changed slightly, and then he laughed loudly and said, "So it's Master Mizukage. What a pleasure to meet." Qian Yu also laughed. "It seems that Hokage managed to bring you back to Konoha village, one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya." Terumi Mei was taken aback. "He is Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. The one with the same name as Princess Tsunade?" Jiraiya laughed. "That's right. I am invincible regardless of the south, east and north, one of the legendary Sannin, Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku, the white-haired boy, and Master Jiraiya." Terumi Mei. "Uzumaki Naruto, Qian Yu. You are still the same, Jiraiya." Jiraiya was stunned. "The same? It seems like we've met before, but I don't seem to have any impression of you, Mizukage-sama." Qian Yu smiled. "It's not important, but you said just now that Naruto can defeat Sasuke. I don't think it may be that simple." Jiraiya also smiled. "Oh? Mizukage-sama seems to want to make a bet. It's a pity Tsunade isn't here, otherwise she would love this bet the most." Qian Yu said. "Okay, then let's make a bet on the outcome of Naruto and Sasuke." Jiraiya said. "Okay, then, let's make it a year." 1 year later, in the Valley of the End, where the first generation fought since Hokage-sama and Uchiha Madara. Qian Yu's heart skipped a beat. Valley of the End, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. This is indeed a fateful battle. Okay, it's a deal. The two of them clapped their hands together, and Uzumaki Naruto immediately became excited. Seeing Jiraiya's appearance, Qian Yu understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen has not stopped working hard all these years. Been through so many ups and downs. Under the wise leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the entire Konoha village is at the lowest point in history. In this case, the legendary Sannin became the real pillar. However, Orochimaru has defected and even joined the Akatsuki organization. Although Tsunade did not defect, he also traveled around the world and completely left Konoha village. It's hard to even find it at all. Jiraiya is the only one who still has feelings for Konoha village. Although he has been wandering outside looking for the so-called Son of Prophecy, he is still performing various confidential tasks for Konoha village and providing a lot of important information. For example, the existence of Shao organization is the information provided by Jiraiya. Although Shimura Danzo has always believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen is in the open, he is supporting Konoha village in the dark. But in fact, I am afraid that the person who supports Konoha village in the dark is Jiraiya. Qian Yu still admires Jiraiya, a ninja. However, this does not affect the fact that he is the enemy. Qian Yu laughed and said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen called you back. It seems that he wants to revive Konoha village." Jiraiya shrugged. "I'm not staying in Konoha village forever. People like me can't stay here, and can only make a home in the sea. However, you are right, no matter how much I deny it, I am still a member of Konoha village." Through this sentence, Jiraiya expressed his firm position. Qian Yu nodded. Indeed, it is still difficult for a person to escape from the environment in which he grew up. Even if in this environment is full of decay and darkness. Jiraiya laughed. "Mizukage-sama, it seems that you are implying something. But I don't seem to understand. As for darkness, there is no such thing, and I'm afraid it will never be eliminated. I've been looking for a way to peace, but I'm afraid I'll never find it with my head. Mizukage-sama is famous in the ninja world, and he shines brightly, maybe he can find the answer." Qian Yu said. "There are many answers, but everyone's answer is different. In my opinion, it is nothing more than 4 words from small to big." Jiraiya frowned. "Oh? Mizukage-sama means." Qian Yu said. "I think you have probably heard about my experience. It's actually very simple, let yourself live first, and then live better. Then, while gaining strength, let your family, relatives, friends, and family live, and then live better. Then, while gaining strength, you also gain greater power, so that you can keep your village, or even your country, alive, and live better." Jiraiya was stunned. Indeed, Master Mizukage rose step by step, that's how he got here. Then, the last step is to have strength and power, and at the same time have the strength to control the entire ninja world, so that the entire ninja can live better? Qian Yu said. "That's what I planned." Jiraiya smiled and said, "Well said, well done, as expected of Mizukage-sama." This method is indeed very intuitive, and it is indeed very practical. Actually, I guess, Master First Hokage had the same idea as Master Mizukage at the time. He first let his own family survive, and then after establishing Konoha village, he can gather more families into a village, and then ensure that everyone in the village lives. The next step is to integrate all the villages and make the whole family world achieve peace. However, both Master First Hokage and Master Mizukage should understand that this last step is the most difficult. Qian Yu nodded. Of course, because of war, there will be peace. If there is family, there will be disputes, and there will be unity. If there is ninja village, there will be war, and there will be stability. When the whole ninja world becomes one, it is bound to start to split, unless. Jiraiya is of course smart too. Unless there are bigger enemies, the ninja world can become a unified collective. Qian Yu smiled and said, not bad. Jiraiya said, this seems to be Uchiha Madara's idea again, but he wants to make himself this enemy, or the ruler suppresses the whole ninja world with absolute power. Qian Yu shook his head. Of course it's a method, but that's not what I mean. Oh? Jiraiya frowned. Does Master Mizukage mean that there is indeed a real, specific public enemy outside of the Zenin world? This is a bit too illusory. Qian Yu smiled. Since you know my story, you should understand that I can always grasp more information, things that others don't know, but I can always predict and know everything. Perhaps this is one of them. Jiraiya was silent for a moment. That's true, although I don't know the source of your information, but it is indeed very admirable. I'm not boasting, I'm already good at scouting, exploration, and intelligence gathering, but compared to Mizukage-sama, it seems nothing worth mentioning. Speaking of prophets, I also know a big man who also has this ability. Qian Yu said, it's the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku. Yes, the Great Toad Sage also made a prophecy to me, and I have been running around to find the legendary son of prophecy. Qian Yu shook his head. I don't think the Great Toad Sage's prophecy is absolutely correct. If you don't believe me, you can try to ask him about me. Of course, if there is a chance, I would also like to meet him with you. Jiraiya laughed loudly. Great Toad Sage does have such an ability, of course I can understand it. Don't say whether this kind of thing is credible. Even if it is credible, the prophecy may not always change. I'm not old and stubborn, but I know how to be flexible. As for Mizukage-sama's desire to go to Mount Myoboku, that is of course very welcome. The two chatted here for a long time. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't understand what they were saying at all, and couldn't help being very impatient. Hey, pervy sage, when will you help me practice? Didn't we promise to defeat Uchiha Sasuke in a year's time? Jiraiya smiled. Okay, Mizukage-sama, then I'll go first. See you in the Valley of the End in a year. Qian Yu nodded. Okay. Looking at the back of Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto leaving, Terumi Mei said with emotion, for Konoha village, it is really a blessing to have such a ninja. Qian Yu said with a smile, indeed, but for other villages, it may not be such a blessing. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, will surely become our great enemy in the future. Terumi Mei said, indeed. A year from now, are you really going to take Sasuke to fulfill that bet? Of course, it's an interesting experiment. Experiment? That's right, you'll know when the time comes. 10 days later. Since this period of time, the young elites of the entire ninja world, including the 5 cages from major countries, have all been in Konoha village. It can be described as an unprecedented event. Here, many ninjas from different ninja villages also know each other, and even become friends, and of course even more become enemies. Beneath this happy atmosphere, there is also hidden undercurrents. Somewhere in Konoha, a hidden corner. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the woman in front of him and said respectfully, the information has been collected. Master Orochimaru. The one in front of me looks like an ordinary female ninja from Kusanagi village. It turned out to be the legendary Sannin, another Orochimaru. He sneaked into Konoha village in disguise, apparently with a plan. Orochimaru smiled. Really? Yakushi Kabuto, as expected of a spy since childhood, it seems that this job is suitable for you. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses, it's just practice makes perfect. Master Orochimaru, are you going to attack Konoha village and third Hokage this time? Orochimaru shook his head. The 5 shadows of the 5 great nations are all here, even if I want to make a move, it's not that easy. As for Mr. Sarutobi. Hey, I'll look for him sooner or later, but don't rush. Yakushi Kabuto said. Then, the information you asked me to collect on the genin of the major ninja villages is. Orochimaru said, for reincarnation, of course. You mean, that forbidden technique? That's right, 3 years are coming up again, and this time, I need to find the best quality and most perfect body as a container for my reincarnation. There is no doubt that the best container in the entire ninja world is in this Chunin exam. It's not so much the selection of the Chunin exam, it's better to say that it's a test to help me choose a container. Yakushi Kabuto smiled. I see, so the final champion of the Chunin exam is Lord Orochimaru's favorite container? Probably, but it may not necessarily be the champion. As for what happens, let us wait and see. I am very interested in the results of this exam. Yakushi Kabuto nodded, and then dived into the inside of the sleepy leaf once again. Orochimaru licked his tongue and headed towards the spectator seats for the final battle. Finally, 10 days later, the decisive battle of the Chunin exam in the Quanin world kicked off. This time, of course, is the last and biggest climax of the entire Chunin exam. Naturally, it attracted countless spectators. Among them, the 5 cages of the 5 great nations, the elite ninjas who lead the team, other ninjas who come here especially, ninjas from small countries, and even ordinary civilians. Those genin who participated but lost before also became the audience looking forward to the final outcome. As Mizukage, Qian Yu naturally sits in the center area to watch the battle. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, the final decisive battle has officially begun. All the top 10 ninjas in the new generation of the whole ninja world came out. Kagaya Kimimaro, Minazuki Haku, Onito Suigetsu, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, Aburame Shino, Sai, Gaara, Black Soil. ATCI. The order of the battles is still random. The 2 finalists drawn for the first round were Water Without Moon, Black Soil. It is the only 2 females among the top 10. For a time, the entire spectator seats continued to be noisy, and the cheers were even more endless. Everyone wants to see who is the better of these 2 strongest female ninjas of the new generation. Qian Yu also smiled, very interested in this battle. One is Iwagakure's future 4th generation eye-leg shadow, no, Tsuchikage Black Soil. One then it is Mizunazukabai who possesses the boundary of the Ice Escape Blood successor, and whose abilities far exceed those of his peers. One black and one white, it can be said that it is a real strong duel. However, Qian Yu still had confidence in Bai. In the information book of the original setting, among all peers in this period, Shiro's numerical score is the highest, and the only one who is equal to her is Hyuga Neji. Others Gaara, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto are much worse. Of course, scoring does not completely determine the outcome of actual combat. But it can also explain a lot of problems. First of all, Shiro's overall quality is very high, only Hyuga Neji can match it. Secondly, Qian Yu can be said to have grown up watching Bai. She had already awakened the Ice Escape Blood successor boundary a few years ago, and she is a true genius in the entire Snow Clan. In addition to his own practice, he also went to the ninja school to learn more theoretical knowledge, coupled with Qian Yu's unavoidable eccentric guidance, Bai's strength now, compared to the original. It will only be more scary, this moment. Mizunazukabai and Kuroto came to the center of the arena for the decisive battle and stood facing each other. Please advise me a lot. Bai said politely, and Haito smiled heartily. Okay. You're from the same clan as Mizukage-sama, aren't you? However, I will not show mercy. Mizunatasuke also smiled, me too. In an instant, Shiranui Genma gave an order, and the battle officially began. Mizunana Yubai immediately formed seals with both hands. The printing speed is extremely fast. Moreover, it turned out to be a one-handed seal. This scene alone shocked Haito, the examiner Shiranui Genma, and everyone in the audience. You should know that in the original work, Shiro also showed this ability when fighting against Uchiha Sasuke. Of course, even Hitaki Kakashi was taken aback. He even claimed that he had never seen this kind of ability, and lamented that Bai was a young genius who surpassed himself. Even the shadows of other big countries, and the elite ninjas couldn't help being shocked. Haito was taken aback, and immediately wanted to fight back. But her sealing speed is not as fast as Bai, for a moment. Water style. Mist Shinobi technique. Immediately, the entire battlefield was immediately shrouded in thick fog, completely covering Minazukishi himself and Haitsi in it. Haito frowned tightly, and could no longer see where the enemy was. Just at this very moment. Water style. Fog instant technique. Bai was already in the dense fog, activated his unique fog instant body technique, and stormed towards the black soil. Bai's talent has always been underestimated. In the original, her one-handed mudra is an ability that even Hitaki Kakashi can't beat. And the mind, strength, tactics, and will shown are all appreciated by Hitaki Kakashi. It even came out that there is this kind of true genius who is obviously the same age, but far surpasses others. And Bai in this world, under Qian Yu's personal teaching, is even more terrifying than the original. For a moment, The water-style mist shinobi technique burst out from the one-handed seal, submerging both himself and the enemy in it. Immediately afterwards, the other hand formed a seal with one hand again, and activated his own secret technique. Water-style. Fog instant technique. This is a trap that can hide itself with the help of dense mist shinobi, and teleport in the thick fog to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. It can be said that it is a powerful assassination technique that is quite practical. With this technique alone, Mizuno Uebai will be able to enter Anbu in the future. In the original, she did act in Anbu disguised as Kirigakure. This moment, everyone in the audience was amazed. Haito was also taken aback. He never expected that this sweet and gentle girl in front of him actually possessed such terrifying power. But after all, she is also the granddaughter of Onogi, the future Iwagakure's fourth Tsuchikage. Natural strength should not be underestimated. No sooner has she been covered by the mist shinobi technique than she yanks back to avoid the enemy's surprise attack. Afterwards, he slammed his hands together and slapped the ground. Earth style. Earth ingot wall. In an instant, the earth suddenly bulged, forming a hemispherical defensive barrier. This is a more comprehensive and powerful earth-style ninjutsu than ordinary earth flow wall. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Mizuno Uekabai's Chianbin shot out in an instant, but was intercepted by the soil ingot wall. However, Haito had no time to be happy. Seeing the figure of Minazuki Shiro, with the help of Mist Shinobi technique and Mist Shinobi technique, he launched a fierce attack on himself from the side. Haito was taken aback, but also reacted quickly. Earth style. Rock fist technique. In an instant, her arms were covered with hard rocks, and she launched a close-up powerful attack towards Minazuki Shiro. Black soil itself is also a type that is good at using rock fist technique for melee physical attacks. Mizunazuki frowned, and immediately dodged to avoid it. She is not a powerful ninja herself. There is no need to recklessly fight for power with the black soil. Kuroto smiled slightly, and immediately took the opportunity to launch a counterattack against Minazuki Bai. But at this time, the figure of Shui Wu Yu Bai disappeared into the thick fog again. Haito frowned, and then slammed the ground again. Earth style. Or thrown gun, immediately. Boom. 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 From under the ground, a series of sharp spikes suddenly protruded, spreading out like stalagmites, trying to pierce Mizuno Uebai, who was hiding in the thick fog. But the result did not hit the opponent. Taking advantage of this moment, Haito suddenly retreated again, finally avoiding the range of the dense fog. Although there is still mist blocking the field of vision, it can already be seen clearly. Then, Haito retreated abruptly and jumped up. His whole body flew into the air. Towards the entire fog-covered area, he launched his own blood succession boundary. Lava style. Lime set technique. This is the black soil and Iwagakure's unique lava-style blood succession limit. Different from Laozi's magma, and the rubber of the soil platform, the black soil's lava style is the ability to produce cement that solidifies and hardens instantly. For a moment, boom, bang bang bang. A large amount of lime suddenly spewed out from her mouth, pouring down towards the entire earth covered in thick fog. Even this lime absorbs the moisture, cracking the mist shinobi technique completely. Dry lime itself has strong water absorption, and black soil takes advantage of this. Moreover, after absorbing the water, lime would immediately liquefy and re-solidify to seal the enemy's actions. As soon as this move was made, Onogi, the 2-day scale, also smiled slightly. The ninjas around Iwagakure also agreed. The black soil is quite capable, as expected of Master Tsuchikage's granddaughter. For a moment, Mizuno Ubai's figure reappeared, and at this moment, both feet were also bound by condensed lime. Black soil took the opportunity to activate the coordinated water style again. Water style. Water horn technique. Immediately, a large amount of water spewed out from her mouth again, violently spreading the range of the lime, and at the same time completely making the lime more solidified and harder. Both feet and legs of Minazuki Shiro were completely bound inside. The black soil fell to the ground, and smiled confidently. I am. Minazuki Shiro also smiled. Is this Iwagakure's lava-style blood succession limit? It's really interesting, but our Snow Clan also has our own abilities. Next moment. Mizuno Uekik once again made a one-handed seal, and suddenly, huge walls of ice crystals suddenly appeared in front of, behind, and around the black soil. Suspended in the midair, he besieged the whole black soil in it. Ice Escape. Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. It is the killer weapon of Minazuka Bai, Ice Escape Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. Haito was taken aback. Is this the limit of Bingden Shueji? I didn't expect you to be able to display it under such circumstances. However, both of your feet and legs are sealed by my lime concrete technique, you can't escape at all, let alone launch a counterattack. Minazuki smiled. Don't underestimate the Snow Clan. This is brother Qian-yu. No, it's Mizukage-sama's family. For a moment, the body of Mizunana Yubai was also shrouded in the ice mirror, as if he had made himself into a work of art. Subsequently, buzz, buzz, buzz. Her body broke free from the shackles of the lime concrete technique in an instant, shuttled freely between the ice crystals of the magic mirror, and moved instantly. This is. Haitu turned pale with fright, never expecting that, Shui Wu you can use this method to break free from his lava style. Just at this very moment, Mizunazuki Shiro seemed to teleport in front of her. Now. That's when it ends. Countless thousands of books suddenly flew and spurted out, and in an instant, they frantically passed around the black soil. It's like a hail of bullets, there is no way to resist. Ah. Haitu crossed his arms for an instant, trying to protect himself, but was surprised to find out. These thousands of books just passed by, and didn't really hurt themselves. Could it be that her accuracy is so poor? But then she understood that to be able to launch so many sharp and violent Chinbenyu, but none of them hurt herself, it wasn't bad accuracy at all, but too strong. It's just that the other party is deliberately showing mercy. Thinking of this, Haitu was immediately convinced, and immediately raised his right hand high. I lost. When Shuimu Yubai heard that she had conceded defeat, he immediately stopped his offensive. In the venue of the entire decisive battle, there was a moment of silence, and then there was a roar of cheers and applause like a tsunami. Although the two female ninjas are only the opening battle of the finals, they have already contributed a wonderful battle. Shui Mu Yubai put away the ice escape, and Hei Wang walked towards each other slowly. Haitu said with a smile, as expected of Master Mizukage's family, it's really amazing. This time I am convinced, but next time I will not lose again. Minazuki Shiro smiled softly. Okay, I'll wait for your challenge. The two held hands together, and there was a feeling of sympathy for each other for a while. Looking at this scene, Inomu couldn't help but smiled gratifiedly and said, that fellow Haitu lacks such a lesson, and it would be a good thing for her to let her know how powerful others are. However, Mizukage-sama, that girl from the same race as you is indeed powerful, this talent is really terrifying. Qian-yu smiled. Bai was originally the most talented ninja of the Snow Clan. In terms of Bingbun's control, no one can compare to her, even me. Everyone is puzzled, isn't your ice escape light string too outrageous? But Qian-yu knew that he only used the ability of frozen fruit most of the time. In terms of ice escape, I'm afraid it is not as proficient as Mizuna Moonbai. Shiranui Genma immediately announced the result. The first battle, Kirigakure Minazuki Shiro, against Iwagakure Kuroto. Mizunada wins white. Immediately, the entire spectator seats cheered again, especially the ninja civilians in Hidden Village cheered loudly. Shui Mu Yubai looked back excitedly, and saw Qian-yu gave him a thumbs up. I couldn't help being excited, my little face turned red. And the next second battle, it is Jinchuriki, one tail of Sanagakure, son of 4th Kazekage. Gaara. Fight against the genius ninja of the Konoha village Hyuga clan branch house, the white-eyed blood following the limit. Hyuga Neji. Naturally, this battle was highly anticipated. One is Sanagakure's one-tailed Jinchuriki, son of the wind and shadow, known as the bloodthirsty and brutal monster, Lusha Waterfall Gaara. One is probably the strongest in the generation of Konoha village. From a branch house of the Hyuga clan, he just realized the power beyond the clan by virtue of his talent. There may be 3 other people who can compete with Hyuga Neji for the strongest Konoha contemporary. Sai. Aburame Shino, Lock. It's a pity that in the previous game, Rock Lee encountered Kimimaro, and was defeated by the opponent's dead bone pulse blood following the limit, and missed the promotion to the final battle. Of course, Rock Lee's physical talent, as well as his terrifying strength, have also been recognized by everyone. As for Aburame Shino and Sai, they have also advanced to the final battle, but they have not played yet. The entire spectator seats stared with bated breath. It seemed like he didn't dare to breathe loudly. Looking at the two confronting men on the field. Gaara, Hyuga Neji. With Shiranui Genma's order, the battle officially begins. Hyuga Neji immediately launched his blood follower limit. Blind eyes. Open. For a split second, Hyuga Neji opened his eyes first, observing the flow of chakra on the enemy. Huh. This is. Hyuga Neji frowned, and immediately found out that Gaara was not only filled with sand from the gourd behind his back, but also the surface of his own body. The sand in the gourd on the back should be the most flexible means of attack and defense. The sand on his body is mixed with chakra, is it covered like armor? As expected of Hyuga Neji, he quickly saw through Gaara's abilities. However, seeing through it is one thing, and being able to crack it is another. And this the engraved Gaara, motionless at all, waited for the opponent's attack. He stood with his chest folded, his eyes full of indifference. Bring it on, Gaara said indifferently. Hyuga Neji immediately let out a low cry, rushed towards Gaara, and then took the pose of Gentle Fist 8 trigrams palms. Gentle Fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms. In a split second. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. A violent attack like a storm burst out from between Hyuga Neji's palms. The attack, which is difficult to see with the naked eye, seemed to turn his hands into thousands of hands, constantly bombarding Gaara's body. If it were someone else, they would have been beaten terribly long ago. However, Gaara didn't even move at all. Still standing with his chest folded, the sand around him immediately defended himself, forming his first absolute defense. Guardian of the Sand. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Hyuga Neji's powerful Gentle Fist 8 trigrams 64 palms were all defended by Gaara's Sand Guardian. Although the sand was also scattered and flew out, they couldn't hurt me after all. The body of Gaara. After a set of 8 trigrams 64 palms, Hyuga Neji didn't see an inch for the first time. He stepped back abruptly, frowning tightly. If you want to defeat the opponent, you can only rely on the white eyes and the Gentle Fist method to directly attack his body. Even with that layer of sand armor, it is mixed with chakras can't resist me at all. Art. The problem is that it is difficult to get close and attack his body. Gaara said indifferently. Your ability is very good, but it's not enough to decide the winner. Hyuga Neji took a deep breath. Let yourself calm down again. Gentle Fist. 8 trigrams air palm. Boom. Slamming the 8 trigrams air palm, it launched a surprise attack on Gaara. Like an air cannon, it's extremely fast, however. Gaara still didn't move, and the Guardian of the Sand automatically launched again, blocking this move as well. Hyuga Neji's face changed slightly. It seems that my speed is not going to be worse. If it's Xiao Li, maybe he can forcibly break through the opponent's automatic defense. He and Rock Lee are tough and soft, and Rock Lee is definitely better in terms of speed and strength. Of course, this does not mean that Rock Lee will definitely choose Hyuga Neji. Because Hyuga Neji has white eyes and Gentle Fist that can directly destroy Chakra's acupuncture points and flow. You, who are known as the genius ninja of the Hyuga clan, are you only at this level? Gaara said indifferently. It seems that you don't have much meaning to survive. Then, why don't you just die here? He was still indifferent, but there was a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. Then, Sand Shuriken, bang bang bang. Countless sands formed a large range of violent shurikens, shooting towards Hyuga Neji overwhelmingly. But Hyuga Neji also didn't panic and fear. Instead, he suddenly launched his own trump card. The Hyuga clan, Gentle Fist 8 trigrams palms profound truth. Revolving heaven. Gaara finally broke out with an onslaught of his own. A sand shuriken move, just a thought, and it will be violently shot out. In the face of such a large-scale terrorist attack, ordinary genin has no way to defend against it. But Hyuga Neji, after all, is Hyuga Neji. He immediately unleashed his trump card. Gentle Fist 8 trigrams palms, revolving heaven. For a moment, Hyuga Neji precisely released a large amount of chakra from the 361 acupuncture points around his body at the same time, and then with the rapid rotation of his body, the chakra flowed and rotated at the same speed, forming a defensive move that is sufficient to prevent everything from being thrown away. This belongs to Hyuga Neji, another absolute defense. Immediately, countless sand shurikens were thrown out by the revolving heaven bullet, scattered one after another, turned into sand and fell to the ground. Hyuga Hiyashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, was shocked at this time. The children of the branch house, have they surpassed the Zong family? Hazashi, that guy Neji, is a true genius. The wonderful battle of the two people also made the whole audience excited. Onogi, who is a double scale, said with a smile, Hokage, Kazekage, it seems that these two should be the strongest of Konoha and Sand Shinobi, right? What a wonderful battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a smoke ring. Hyuga Neji. He's a real genius, but... Qian Yu smiled secretly, but you forced Hyuga Neji's father to die. Luo Sha also said, indeed, it is really unprecedented in genin to be able to attack and defend so violently with Gaara. Don't say it's genin, it's the same even if it's Chunin. Gaara looked at Hyuga Neji's revolving heaven, and couldn't help but change his expression slightly. Did you defend against all my sand shurikens? The corner of Hyuga Neji's mouth twitched. This is another absolute defense that is different from your absolute defense. Gaara, you are indeed as powerful as a monster, but it is not so easy to defeat me. Gaara said indifferently. Really? he finally let go of his hands clasping his chest for the first time. Subsequently, he raised his right hand slightly, and then clenched his fist violently. Sand time rain. For a moment, countless amounts of sand fell from the sky and fell towards Hyuga Neji, trying to drown him in it. However, what is more important is that the sand is still bursting out from the ground under his feet, trying to bind Hyuga Neji's feet. This move is a simultaneous attack from the sky and the ground. The feet are restrained, and the sky is suppressed. It can be said to be very tricky. At the beginning, Kimimaro was almost sealed by this trick. However, Hyuga Neji retreated quickly, not only avoiding the sand and rain, but also avoiding the sand under his feet. Your move is indeed good, but the sand is full of chakra, which can be seen clearly in front of my white eyes. I know that you are quietly controlling the sand from the ground, and you are launching surprise attacks from under your feet. Gaara nodded. Very well, you are indeed a good opponent. B. He violently manipulated the sand, and it turned into a huge palm in an instant, like the claws of the one-tailed beast, and chased Hyuga Neji fiercely. Hyuga Neji was taken aback, back away immediately. But the sand hand is extremely fast and has a huge range, and Hyuga Neji is quickly cornered. The scope of the arena is limited, and it is impossible to escape infinitely. Also, Hyuga Neji's speed is not his forte. In desperation, he could only activate the 8 trigrams palms mystery revolving heaven again. Immediately, boom, boom, boom. The crazy rotation caused the sand hand to be blasted away, and the sand scattered out. However, for Gaara, recondensing the scattered sand is just a matter of time. Soon, the sand hand condensed into shape again, and grabbed Hyuga Neji fiercely again. Hyuga Neji has no choice but to keep using the revolving heaven defense. But his amount of chakra can't be compared with a monster like Gaara. He used the profound meaning revolving heaven one after another. At this moment, the amount of chakra has bottomed out, and the whole person is panting heavily, almost exhausted. Gaara's offensive became more and more violent. The sand hand kept slapping down, blasting the field into a big hole every time. Hyuga Neji gritted his teeth, knowing that he would lose if dragged into a protracted battle. So, decided to go all out and launch a last stand. He burst out the remaining chakra, a move of 8 trigrams air palm, temporarily delaying Sandhand's attack. Then, instead, they galloped towards Gaara's body. The sand hand immediately returned to defense, but Hyuga Neji broke out with all his strength, and was the first to get close to Gaara's body. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hyuga Neji unleashed all remaining chakra and power on this move. Immediately, boom, boom, boom. The continuous violent attack smashed Gaara's guardian of the sand to pieces, and scattered away frantically. Even, because of manipulating the sand hand, some of the sand in the gourd was too late to return to the defense. Let Hyuga Neji finally touch Gaara's body for the first time. Boom. The power of Gentle Fist burst out in an instant. Gaara's sand armor doesn't actually mean much to Hyuga Neji. Because this is also something mixed with chakra, Hyuga Neji's Gentle Fist can easily control and even use the flow of chakra to directly seriously injure the internal organs of the enemy. Hyuga Neji said that anything mixed with chakra is meaningless to him. This is no big deal. The reason why Kitamaru's Spider Sticky Gold can defend against Gentle Fist. Not because there is no chakra, but because the Spider Sticky Gold is very special and can block the penetration of other people's chakra. But the sand of Gaara cannot block chakra. Then, boom. Gaara was instantly sent flying, but at the same time, his sand hand ruthlessly captured Hyuga Neji completely obliterating it. It only takes Gaara to launch a move, Sandbinding Coffin, or Sandstorm Funeral, and Hyuga Neji will surely die. He no longer has the strength to launch the revolving heaven defense. Gaara was also injured, but he stood up again. Just when he was about to launch the final blow. Hyuga Neji smiled and raised his hand. I lost. Shiranui Genma immediately declared, the winner is Gaara. Gaara could only snort coldly, and gave up the final killing blow. When everyone saw this more exciting battle, the cheers and applause were even more thunderous. Onoki said, that Hyuga Neji knows that he can't win, but even if he hits desperately, he has to hurt the opponent once to prove his strength. What a proud and terrible fellow. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, indeed. Luo Sha also frowned and said, it actually hurt Gaara. That Hyuga Neji is really not easy. Fourth Raikage also nodded slightly. Qian Yu laughed and said, it was indeed a good fight. Before that, he had actually been thinking about what would happen if Gaara and Hyuga Neji in the original work met in the Chunin exam. Now he sees the answer. Sure enough, Gaara is stronger, but Hyuga Neji is only slightly inferior. This battle is indeed wonderful. Although Gaara won, Hyuga Neji also won everyone's recognition and admiration. The next third battle. It's Uchiha Sasuke, fighting Sai. Another match between Kirigakure and Konoha village. Moreover, Qian Yu knew even more that this was originally a duel between two members of the 7th class. It can be said that there is also a certain color of fate. However, because of the wonderful battle between Gaara and Hyuga Neji earlier, this battle was not so shocking. The result was that Uchiha Sasuke, who had activated the 3-Tomo Sharingan, defeated Sai by a very clear margin. The next fourth battle. It's Kirigakure's Ghost Light Suigetsu, against Cloud Shinobi Village's Atsburg. Asayi's Sammy's younger brother, compared to his elder sister Bingshan Beauty, is more like a hot-blooded teenager. And his ability, like his own name, Heat, is full of flame and power. Azi is good at fire style and knife. More like most Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas, good at combining taijutsu and ninjutsu. The Yunlu Hoyan slash he used is a combination of knife technique and fire style. The power is very strong. However, Ghost Lantern Water Moon seems to be his mortal enemy. Also good at swordsmanship and water style ninjutsu. The sword skills of the two are comparable. But the water style of Ghost Light and Water Moon just happens to restrain Azi's fire style. What's more, Gaidong Shueui is one of Qian Yu's reorganized 7 ninja swordsmen. He is also a genius ninja of the Ghost Lamp family. The secret technique of the Ghost Lamp family, hydration technique, also exists to restrain most physical attacks. Ordinary slashes are almost ineffective against Ghost Lantern Water Moon. And even the ninjutsu that incorporates fire style is difficult to be effective in front of hydration technique. Unless it is a fusion of lightning style, it can just restrain the Ghost Lights and Water Moons. However, although Azi is a ninja from the land of lightning, and there are many people who are good at lightning style, he is not. In this battle, Shueui finally defeated Azabian. Next, is the final battle of the first round of the decisive battle. Kagaya Kimimaro of Kirigakure, against Aburame Shino of Konoha village. Both are from families with special abilities. One is the Wei Yoruichi clan, who owns the Dead Bone Pulse Blood successor limit. One is the Aburame family, who are good at manipulating parasite secrets to fight. And the combat IQ is also very high. This battle can also be described as very exciting. Aburame Shino's parasites also made Kagaya Kimimaro feel very tricky. Although his Dead Bone Pulse is very powerful. His ninjutsu and taijutsu are also very grandmaster. But in the face of the overwhelming bugs, Dead Bone Pulse and physical skills are still difficult to play a role. But Kagaya Kimimaro still relies on creating a thick periosteum outside the skin to shield the parasites from eroding chakra. In the end, he defeated Aburame Shino with a Tsubaki dance. So far, all Ninja World Chunin exam decisive battle, the first round of battles are all over. The final 5 winners are Minazuki Shiro, Gaara, Uchiha Sasuke, Onito Suigetsu, Kagaya Kimimaro. Among the 5 people, Kirigakure has fully occupied 4 spots. One can imagine how powerful Kirigakure is today. And what terrifying potentials the new generation possesses. Although the Chunin exam can only be used as a side reference of Ninja Village's strength, it can also show the terrifying background of Kirigakure today. In addition, only Gaara, who can be called a monster, also squeezed into the top 5. As for the original game, almost all the scenes where Konoha Village ninjas advance to the final battle are gone forever. At this point in the game, all the players in the entire Konoha Village have been wiped out. Of course, this does not mean that Konoha Village is weak. At least in the last round, Hyuga Neji, Sai, and Aburame Shino advanced. On the top, there are Rock Lee, Narashikamaru and others who have performed well. However, compared to Kirigakure, the gap is indeed not small. All Ninja World Chunin exam, the top 5 in the final battle. Kirigakure, Kagaya Kimimaro, Uchiha Sasuke, Ghost Light Suigetsu, Mizuna Moon White. Tsunade, Gaara. And the next battle. Kagaya Kimimaro has a bye. Lost to Gaara. Ghost Lantern Water Moon lost to Uchiha Sasuke from the same village. In the next round, Gaara had a bye. Kagaya Kimimaro vs Uchiha Sasuke. This battle, without a doubt, is the battle for the strongest young generation in Iron Village. The end result is, Kagaya Kimimaro narrowly beat Uchiha Sasuke by 1 move. Then, in the final championship and runner-up finals, the 2 players were born. It is Kagaya Kimimaro of Kirigakure, and Tsunade's Gaara. Soon. This time there will be no more delays and suspense. The final decisive battle began immediately. Kagaya Kimimaro vs Gaara. This battle is of course highly anticipated. All the 5 cages, elite ninjas from major countries, ninjas from small countries who came to watch the battle, and civilians all stared with bated breath, waiting for the final showdown. Kagaya Kimimaro looked across at Gaara. It was like seeing a beast. At this moment, Gaara, who has not been rescued by Uzumaki Naruto, has a very tyrannical, cruel, and bloodthirsty character. Of course, this is also the credit of his father, 4th Kazekage Luo Sha. Not only let his son become one-tail Shuhei Jinchuriki, but also sent people to assassinate him many times, wanting to test the limit of Gaara's strength and tolerance. This is no ordinary pit son. Gaara naturally also saw all the previous fights of Kagaya Kimimaro. Facing the man in front of him, he did not despise him in the slightest. You are strong. Kagaya Kimimaro smiled lightly, thank you. The same to you. Gaara said, because of this, I want to beat you even more. In this way, my existence will be more meaningful. Kagaya Kimimaro shook his head and said, the meaning of existence is not obtained by defeating others. It's about being needed by others. This is the truth that Mizukage-sama told me. Gaara's expression changed suddenly, to be needed. No, I don't need that kind of thing. My existence will never disappear. In an instant, Gaara seemed to be on the verge of going berserk, and a terrifying chakra and power erupted. The final decisive battle finally broke out. This moment. All Ninja World Chunin exam, the final decisive battle finally broke out. Kagaya Kimimaro versus Gaara. At this moment, Gaara is on the verge of going berserk, the whole person erupts with terrifying chakra and power, and the fighting spirit and killing intent are even more crazy. He roared, and the sand turned into a hail of bullets in an instant and shot out crazily. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. It's raining continuously. This is Gaara's long-range attack ninjutsu, which is stronger than Sand Shuriken by many times. For a moment, Kagaya Kimimaro also frowned slightly as he watched the sand bombs coming from him. However, for him who possesses dead bone pulse and powerful physical skills, it is not difficult for him to avoid the past. Boom. He jumped up suddenly, his body flew past, and avoided the sand bullets. Sand bullets slammed into the walls of the arena. It even smashed the wall into pieces. Shijuo Xuanjian looked at this scene, and couldn't help frowning, his face pale. The people in the spectator seats were even more shocked. 4th Raikage. It seems that the son of the wind and shadow has not burst out with full strength just now. However, if you really let him go completely berserk, wouldn't he tear down the entire Chunin arena? Onogi also said, indeed, Master Kazekage, you don't want to watch your son run away in public, do you? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also moved in his heart. Luo Sha's face was also very ugly. Don't worry, if Gaara really loses control, I will take action. Onogi, a 2-day scale, said with a smile, that's good. Qian Yu watched the play with a smile. He wasn't too worried about Kagaya Kimimaro's fight with Gaara. Kagaya Kimimaro in the original had a fight with Gaara. And Gaara at that time was much stronger than when Chunin took the exam. All kinds of big moves are released casually. What's sand-bound coffin, sand-time rain, sandstorm funeral, even quicksand waterfall, sandstorm burial, prison sand burial. These big moves that can change the entire terrain have been released one after another. But even so, Kagaya Kimimaro is still the winner of that battle. Of course, Kagaya Kimimaro at that time had more power of Orochimaru's seal than now. But you must know that Kimimaro at that time also had the disadvantage of being seriously ill and dying. Now Kimimaro, who is healthy and healthy, without any disease. More importantly, Kimimaro also incorporates the power of Hashirama cells. This is a huge boost that is much stronger than the half-baked spell seal power. The power of Hashirama cells not only restored Kagaya Kimimaro's body to health, but also greatly increased his vitality, resilience, strength and chakra volume. It can be said that the current Kagaya Kimimaro is a perfect version that is 100 times healthier and more powerful than the original version. And Gaara, it's not even time for a stronger Gaara. Just Gaara during the Chunin exam, certainly. If Gaara goes completely berserk and allows one-tail Shuhei to appear directly on the field, there may still be some doubts about the outcome of the battle. However, the 5 cages of the 5 major countries are all here, and the entire spectator seats are full of ninjas and civilians from various countries. It is absolutely impossible to allow Gaara to run away in public here. That being the case, there's no reason Kagaya Kimimaro should lose. This moment. Kagaya Kimimaro dodges Gaara's barrage of bullets with a swipe. He himself immediately launched a counterattack. In an instant, the 10 fingers were raised violently. The bone bullets produced by the 10 dead bone pulse blood follow the limit and also shoot out. It is the secret technique, 10 finger piercing. Gaara snorted coldly, and the Guardian of the Sand immediately activated by itself, resisting in front of him. All 10 finger-piercing bullets were intercepted. But at the same time, Kagaya Kimimaro was already rushing forward. Of course, he also saw the Gaara fight before. Knowing that there is no chance of winning with the opponent's long-range attack. The opponent's strong ability to control the sand, and the protection of the sand, the absolute defense of the sand armor, can only be won in close combat. Of course, there is another way is to have a stronger chakra and power than him. But unless Uzumaki Naruto breaks out Nine Tails chakra, others will not be able to do it for the time being. Kagaya Kimimaro is extremely fast, he rushed to Gaara in an instant. Far beyond Hyuga Neji, even better than Rock Lee. In the original work, the battle between Kagaya Kimimaro and Rock Lee, and the secrets of physical skills made Rock Lee also amazed. Although Rock Lee had just recovered from a serious illness at that time, Kimimaro's body technique itself also made Rock Lee feel that there was no flaw. You know, the Kimimaro in the original work is the only 5 ninjas with perfect physical skills in the setting book. 10 points for gymnastics, speed 9 points. Represents chakra's fine 9 points, ninjutsu 8 points. Is the real body, speed, chakra, ninjutsu or the top powerhouse. What's more, the current Kimimaro also incorporates the power of Hashirama cells. Whether it is the amount of chakra or the burst of power, it is much stronger than the original him. Boom. Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of the Willows. Kagaya Kimimaro finally broke out his blood succession limit. Dead Bone Pulse Mystery, Dance of the Willows. For a moment, he drew out the bone blade and launched a fierce attack on Gaara from close quarters. This trick of Willow Dance once wiped out thousands of shadow clones of Uzumaki Naruto in a moment. One can imagine its terrifying power. Gaara's Guardian of the Sand immediately activated on its own, resisting Kagaya Kimimaro's violent attack from Willow Dance. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. On the one hand, it is an absolute defense, on the other hand, it is a fierce offensive. Gaara's complexion changed slightly. The opponent's attack is 10 times more terrifying than Hyuga Neji before. If this continues, if the opponent finds a loophole, I'm afraid it will really break through my absolute defense. Certainly, it really wasn't too difficult for Kimimaro. You must know that during the Chunin exam, Rock Lee did not have the speed before the 8 inner gates formation was turned on, but was able to keep up with or even surpass the speed of the Guardian of the Sand. Not to mention the current Kimimaro. Gaara roared violently, and under self-defense, launched his own counterattack. Sandgrain. This move manipulated the sand to shoot out like shotgun bullets, and charged towards Kagaya Kimimaro. But Kimimaro did not stop his offensive. Instead, he suddenly used Dead Bone Pulse's blood inheritance limit to add a thick and hard layer of periosteum outside his skin. It turned out to be hard to take this blow, bang bang bang. Although he was beaten painfully, he did not suffer any substantial damage. And taking advantage of this opportunity, his Willow Dance finally broke through Gaara's Sand Guardian. Boom. The bone blade stabbed out fiercely, piercing Gaara's body fiercely. Even with the defense of the sand armor, Gaara was still knocked out. In front of him, there is even a stream of blood seeping out from the sand armor. Gaara froze. This is blood? It's my blood? Gaara suddenly fell into consternation and panic. His fear of death and horror of blood brought him closer to the brink of collapse in an instant. Once Gaara completely collapses, One-Tail Shuhei will really run amok and get out of control. Luo Sha was even ready to make a move at any time. His magnet-style gold placer technique once suppressed and sealed One-Tail Shuhei. Because placer gold has higher density and heavier weight, it can suppress Shohei's sand control ability. But Gaara isn't completely out of control, it's just that the spirit is getting more and more irritable. He roared crazily, and the violent sand exploded in an instant. Kagaya Kimimaro frowned. Also stay away temporarily, avoiding Gaara's outbreak. At this moment, Gaara burst out a more powerful chakra in an instant, manipulating the sand in the gourd to form a huge spherical barrier. It is one of Gaara's sand mysteries, desert waves. This barrier is much stronger than Sand Guardian and Sand Armor. There is almost no way to break it open, and Gaara himself observed the surrounding situation through the sand eye. At the same time, a huge sand hand shot out crazily from the desert wave. At this moment, the hand of sand has become more and more like the body of One-Tail Shukaku. There are even sand patterns of One-Tail's crane on it, which contains the true power of the tail beast. Kimimaro frowned and backed away abruptly again. But the hand of sand slapped down immediately, chasing and killing them continuously. Gaara hides herself in the desert waves and is invincible. Then use Sand Eye and Sand Hand to attack. It can be said to be impeccable. For a while, Kagaya Kimimaro could only keep dodging. Everyone in the audience watching this scene couldn't help worrying about Kagaya Kimimaro. After all, what he was facing was a real monster, going out of control anytime. However, Kagaya Kimimaro isn't in the least bit intimidated. While avoiding the onslaught of the Sand Hand, he looked at the Desert Wave's defense, thinking about a way to crack it. After all, there is actually only one way. That is to use absolute power to forcibly crack. After all, he doesn't roll his eyes. Sharingan's blood succession limit cannot penetrate the chakra in the Desert Wave and its weak points, so it can only be cracked violently. Thinking of this, Kagaya Kimimaro made up his mind. After dodging another wave of attacks suddenly, approaching the Desert Wave in an instant, and then launched his own Dead Bone Pulse again. Dead Bone Pulse. Dance of the Iron Flowers. Kagaya Kimimaro unleashes his own secret technique, Dance of Iron Flowers. This is to pull out the spine and use it as a bone whip, and then continue to compress and harden the hardest bones in the whole body, turning them into spiral sword-like flowers wrapped around the arms. Kagaya Kimimaro entangled Desert Wave with a bone whip. Then, the extremely compressed and hardened bones on the arms slammed towards the Desert Wave. Immediately, boom, bang. This move, even among all Kimimaro's ninjutsu, is definitely the most penetrating. In the original, Kimimaro used this trick to fight Gaara's strongest defense, the Shield of the Crane. Although it lost to the strongest defense in the end, it also became a big hole. What's more, Gaara at this moment is only using the Desert Wave defense, and has no ability to create the strongest defense at the level of the Crane Shield. Then, boom. Sand Desert Wave only persisted for a moment, and was soon completely blasted away. The spiral sword made by the bones of the Flower of Iron Flower Dance slammed into Gaara's body in an instant. Click. Click. Gaara's sand armor shattered immediately, and the Dance of the Iron Flower hit him hard. Immediately, Gaara let out a muffled snort, and his whole body was blown away. More blood flowed out of his body, gushing out. This time, even Gaara couldn't struggle for a while. His chakra was already exhausted, but now he was hit hard by Kimimaro one after another. Suddenly, the Desert Wave and the Sand Hand scattered and turned into sand all over the ground. Can no longer be manipulated. Luo Sha was taken aback, although he was indeed afraid that Gaara would lose control and run away in public, but he never thought that he would be seriously injured like this. This further shows that the one-tail Shuhei Jinchuriki I made is a failure. Seeing it, Gaara was in a state of collapse and despair. It is possible to be completely occupied by one-tail Shuhei at any time. Finally, Luo Sha couldn't bear it anymore, and jumped down suddenly, and came to the side of Gaara, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, and immediately used Tsunagakure's sealing technique to seal the one-tail Shuhei again. And at this moment, everyone in the entire audience was silent. After Luo Sha completely sealed Gaara, he also passed out completely and lost his will. Luo Sha glanced at Shiranui Xuanjian and snorted coldly. Shiranui Genma coughed. The final winner is Kagaya Kimimaro. For a moment, in the spectator seats of the entire Chunin exam, everyone burst into cheers like a mountain roar and a tsunami, and the applause was like thunder. Kagaya Kimimaro watched the applause, finally showed a sincere smile. This time, he finally felt the value of existence. Then, he looked in the direction of Mizukage Qian Yu. Qian Yu also smiled at him and gave him a thumbs up. Kagaya Kimimaro smiled contentedly. So far, the entire Ninja Worldwide Chunin Exam Conference has finally come to an end. In the end, Kirigakure was the undisputed winner. Not only did they occupy 4 places in the top 10, he even won the final championship in one fell swoop. It can be said that there is no 2 in the limelight, and it is at the height of the sun. This made other big and small countries, all ninjas and civilians, feel the strength and prosperity of Chongyun Village now. Certainly, the competition of the Chunin exam does not completely determine who can become a Chunin. This is the answer that needs to be given after a comprehensive evaluation by the 5 shadows based on their performance during the competition. In addition to strength, brains, will, the ability to formulate tactics, judgment, and leadership are even more important. After all, Chunin is qualified to lead the team. Then, the 5 cages gathered again to discuss the final result. The result of the Chunin exam battle, in fact, does not guarantee whether you will become a Chunin. For example, in the original work, although Nara Shikamaru lost to Tamari early on, but in the end, he was the only one who became Chunin. Because of combat strength, it can only be regarded as a small part of the inspection of Chunin. More importantly, it is actually leadership. After all, Chunin is going to lead the team and is responsible for the life of the whole team. This time is the same. Although there are many ninjas who have entered the top 20 and top 10, who can become a Chunin in the end still depends on the overall quality, especially the inspection of leadership ability. And 5 cages, together with the elite ninjas from all the major countries, gathered together to discuss this matter. After a whole day of discussions, the list for promotion to Chunin was finally determined. Among them, Kirigakure, a total of 5 people were promoted to Chunin. They are Kagaya Kimimaru, Uchiha Sasuke, Minazuki Shiro, Onito Suigetsu, Chojuro. In Konoha village, 4 people were promoted to Chunin. They are Hyuga Neji, Narashikamaru, Sai, Aburame Shino. Iwagakure 2, Terracotta, Black Soil. Cloud Shinobi Village 1, Azu. 1 Tsunade, but not Gaara, but Tamari. Gaara is because of special circumstances, after all, as one-tailed Jinchuriki, and extremely unstable. Although the strength is superior, but does not have the leadership experience. And Luo Sha also strongly opposed Gaara becoming a Chunin. Qian Yu smiled, he is still such a cheating son. This time the All-Ninja World Chunin exam has basically come to an end. There were more than 300 contestants, and finally 13 genin were successfully promoted to Chunin. It can be seen that among the top 10, all except Gaara have successfully advanced. In addition to the top 10, Chojuro, Narashikamaru, Akatsuki, Tamari and others also successfully advanced. Among them, Qian Yu directly promoted Kagaya Kimimaru to Jonin. Jonin is different from Chunin in that they don't need to pass the assessment. Instead, the senior management of each ninja village judges whether they can be promoted based on the ninja's performance, tasks, strength, credits, etc. on weekdays. There is no doubt about Kagaya Kimimaru's strength, in fact, he has already reached the level of Jonin. And he also made a lot of credit for Kirigakure. In particular, he is now also the second in command of the scientific research department, following Yi Kang to conduct ninjutsu theory and scientific research. It can be said that this Jonin deserves its name. After the announcement of Chunin's final assessment list, let those ninjas who failed to advance to Chunin envy those who succeeded. However, it can also be seen from the results. Kirigakure is still far ahead. Not only are there 5 Chunins, but one of them even leapfrogged to become a Jonin. One can imagine how powerful Kirigakure is. Followed by Konoha village, the lean camel is bigger than the horse, and there are still 4 ninjas advancing. This is actually thanks to the creation of Konoha village by Senju Hashirama. Gathered many powerful families in the ninja world. For example, Hyuga Neji, Aburame Shino, and Narashikamaru are all descendants of these big families. There is also only Sai, a fighting machine specially trained by the root Shimura Danzo. In addition, Iwagakure also has Jishi and Black King to advance. Tsunade and Cloud Shinobi village, on the contrary, have only 1 person. The ninja villages in other small countries were all wiped out by the army, and no ninja was successfully promoted. After the results were announced, the major powers did not leave immediately. Still stayed in Konoha village for a while. At this moment, in a hidden corner in Konoha village, Yukushi Kabuto said respectfully, Master Orochimaru, the final result has come out. The winner of the decisive battle, named Kimimaru, is a descendant of the Teru Yoruichi tribe. In addition, Gaara, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, Aburame Shino and others also performed very eye-catching. I don't know Master Orochimaru, is there any suitable candidate? Orochimaru is still the female ninja of Kusanagi village at this moment. He smiled, and his smile looked a little weird and hideous. Yes, and there are 2. Kagaya Kimimaru, and Uchiha Sasuke. Any one of these 2 people has enough qualifications to become my new container. As for which one is better, more understanding and experiments are needed. Yukushi Kabuto was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, indeed, these 2 people are true geniuses, and one is from the Yoruichi family with Dead Bone Pulse, and the other is from the Uchiha family with Sharingan. It is indeed the most suitable candidate for the container, but, Mr. Orochimaru, these 2 people are ninjas of Enyan village. Orochimaru glanced at him. So, Yukushi Kabuto said, the current Kirigakure is not what it used to be, and it is thriving under the leadership of the new Mizukage Qian Yu, even reaching the heyday in Kirigakure's history. It can be said that it is the history that is the most difficult to provoke among the 5 major countries. What's more, Kimimaru and Uchiha Sasuke must be the ninjas that Mizukage strictly guards and takes care of first. It's not so easy to take them away. Orochimaru laughed. Mizukage Qian Yu. I do have a little interest in him, too. Yukushi Kabuto's face changed. Master Orochimaru means. Orochimaru said, don't worry, I won't confront him head-on. However, he's been messing with us all the time. Don't forget, My most powerful summoning beast 10,000 snakes was taken away by this Mizukage-sama. Yukushi Kabuto nodded. This is indeed true. Also, it happened when Orochimaru was still in the Akatsuki organization. That time, Orochimaru clashed with Kakuzu, a member of Akatsuki. A fight ensued, and Orochimaru originally wanted to summon snakes to deal with Kakuzu's nature-masked monsters. But unexpectedly, one snake's summoning contract has been cancelled. This made the scene very awkward for a while. Although Orochimaru still managed to stabilize the battle situation, he was also very angry afterwards. Immediately afterwards, an investigation was launched, only to be shocked to find that the entire Ryuchi cave, including the White Snake Immortal, had been subdued by Mizukage Qianyu. A small 10,000 snakes is naturally no problem. This left Orochimaru shocked and terrified. To his shock, Qianyu was able to find the location of Ryuchi cave. What is frightening is that even monsters like the White Snake Immortal were completely subdued by Qianyu. What kind of strength is this? So now, he also understands Yukushi Kabuto's concerns, and it is indeed unwise to confront Qianyu head-on. But that doesn't mean Orochimaru is giving up. At this time, suddenly, two figures approached slowly towards this side. Yukushi Kabuto's expression changed. He had seen one of these men, none other than one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, as famous as Orochimaru. Yukushi Kabuto immediately wanted to hide, but then realized it was too late. Now that Jiraiya had found herself, there was no point in hiding. Next to Jiraiya, is Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha village. Jiraiya looked in Orochimaru's direction. Orochimaru, long time no see. Yukushi Kabuto was even more surprised. Orochimaru's face removing technique is very powerful. It directly uses other people's faces for his own use. It is not comparable to the ordinary transformation technique. It can be said that it is almost flawless and impeccable. However, Jiraiya pointed it out. Orochimaru didn't look surprised. Jiraiya, you really recognized me. Jiraiya smiled. I smell the smell of snakes, don't forget, we used to be comrades who fought side by side. Orochimaru said, indeed, it's nostalgic. It would be even better if Tsunade was there. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, it's fine to just say nice words, Orochimaru. What's your plan for appearing in Konoha village now? After being kicked out of the village by Mr. Sarutobi, I know you have always been dissatisfied. Do you want to harm Konoha village? The elder brother smiled. You are wrong, go straight to the west. On the contrary, it's better to say, I want to help you. Help us? Konoha village? That's not like something you'd say. Jiraiya said, I know that you broke away from the Akatsuki organization, established your own company, and created the Yinin village. This time, you also let the ninjas from the Yinin village take the Chunin exam. However, for the sake of your lack of action, I didn't stand up and expose you. Now you say you want to help Konoha village? Better tell other people this kind of nonsense. Orochimaru smiled. Indeed, I don't like Mr. Sarutobi or Konoha village. But now I have more important things to do. What's up? I want to get two guys, Kagaya Kimimaro and Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing Uchiha Sasuke's name, Uzumaki Naruto next to Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. Uchiha Sasuke? Orochimaru glanced at him. Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Hey, it seems that you were also very impressed with Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto said, I made an appointment with Pervy Sage and Mizukage-sama. 1 year later, I will fight Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru laughed, really? What a good bet. It's none of my business, though. Jiraiya said, what do you want those two people to do? Those are the ninjas of Iwagakure, and, this time the Chunin exam shines, the two shining ninjas will definitely not let up. Orochimaru said, that's why I'm working with Konoha village. Cooperation? You mean, you want to use the power of Konoha village to deal with Iwagakure, and then grab those two people? As expected of Jiraiya, I guessed right. Iwagakure and Konoha village are already enemies, and sooner or later the war will break out. At that time, I can provide my strength and help Konoha village deal with Iwagakure. The reward is those two children. Well, Jiraiya, is this a good deal? Jiraiya snorted coldly. Indeed, for the current Konoha village, there is a great need for a stronger Liwang. However, first of all, I am not in favor of going to war with Iwagakure, and secondly, you are a rebel from Konoha village. I can't trust you, and lastly, I am also very suspicious of your purpose for wanting those two children. It will never be a good thing. Orochimaru laughs. First of all, going to war with Miss Shinobi is not a matter of approval, but destined to erupt. Secondly, I am indeed a traitor, but now I am a person with the same interests and standing on the same standpoint. In this ninja world, there has never been an eternal enemy, only eternal interests. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Finally, the reason I want those two children has nothing to do with you. Jiraiya said, but, at once at this moment. Suddenly a voice came. Orochimaru, you finally made sense this time. Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback again, looked back suddenly, and saw the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Hokage in Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru also looked at him. Oh, it's Sarutobi sensei, it's been a long time. It's really a class reunion today, everyone is here except Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen was supposed to be spying on Uzumaki Naruto. He has been watching him with the telescope technique at any time, and it is the same today, but he accidentally found Orochimaru's traces and heard the conversation between him and Jiraiya. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru's power is indeed needed at this time. So he stood up. Uzumaki Naruto said, Master Third Hokage? Jiraiya also said, Mr. Sarutobi, don't you really believe this guy's nonsense? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Jiraiya, you should understand the current situation in Konoha village. After the Nine Tails Rebellion and the Uchiha genocide, Konoha village's strength has fallen to the bottom. In addition to that humiliating 5 cages tournament, Konoha village paid a heavy price, and the black hands behind all this are Kirigakure and that Mizukage-sama. This hatred, Konoha village must avenge it. What's more, Konoha village and Tsunade are allies, and Kirigakure and Iwagakure are allies. There have been conflicts between them, and this battle is also a matter of time. Jiraiya said, but, do you really believe in Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Orochimaru is certainly not trustworthy, but what he said is also reasonable. Now we have the same position and the same enemy, so we can naturally cooperate temporarily. After defeating Kirigakure, of course we can solve his problem again. Orochimaru said with a smile, as expected of Mr. Sarutobi, he really can figure it out. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, if Tsunade can be brought back again, then our Konoha village will no longer be afraid of any big country. When the time comes when your legendary Sannin reunite, plus Konoha village's original background, how can you still be bullied by other ninja villages? Jiraiya sighed. Tsunade, I'm also looking for her, but it seems that she is deliberately avoiding Konoha village. The 3 masters and apprentices quickly acquiesced in this partnership. Although Jiraiya has a lot of doubts in his heart, this is the decision of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen after all, and deep down in his heart, why doesn't he hope that Orochimaru will change his ways and get back together with Konoha? A total of advance and retreat, but at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly spoke. Well, after Konoha village wins, what will this guy do after he gets Uchiha Sasuke? Jiraiya was stunned by Uzumaki Naruto's question. Orochimaru glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and smiled. Uchiha Sasuke? Uzumaki Naruto, it seems that you really care about him. Uzumaki Naruto said, he is my goal, I must beat him upright. However, I don't want him to be treated as some kind of experimental product by you. Pervy Sage told me what you did before. Orochimaru didn't take it seriously. That's not something a brat like you should know. Uzumaki Naruto said angrily, Master Third Hokage, are you just letting a guy like Orochimaru mess around? Didn't you drive him out of Konoha village yourself? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also taken aback. But then he coughed and said, Naruto, this is an adult's business, some things are not so simple, it's normal for you to understand now. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in shock. He suddenly discovered that this seemingly amiable old man was not as simple as he imagined. Not so pure and kind. Yakushi Kabuto smiled, congratulations to Orochimaru-sama and Hokage-sama for reaching a cooperation again. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him. Yakushi Kabuto, I didn't expect you to be a spy for Orochimaru all these years in hiding your name and hiding your strength. I remember, you were born in Konoha's orphanage, and you worked under Danzo's hand since childhood, right? Yakushi Kabuto said with a smile. Indeed, I didn't expect Hokage-sama to remember me as an unknown person. I'm really flattered. Now that things were up to now, he naturally didn't need to pretend anymore. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the fake smiles on the faces of these adults. For a while, I felt dizzy and dizzy. Jiraiya gently stroked his head and sighed. Of course, Orochimaru is not the only one Sarutobi Hiruzen has taken a fancy to. And the Yinin village he founded. The current strength of Yinin village is quite good. In this Chunin exam, he also performed very well. Although it is not as good as the 5 major countries, there are also Sakk stirrups, toss anvils, harp hammers and others who performed well. Not to mention the spy trio of Konoha village, Yakushi Kabuto, Ken Masumi, and Shido Wan. Yakushi Kabuto alone was evaluated by Orochimaru as not inferior to Hitaki Kakashi. What's more, Orochimaru has many other impressive combat powers under his command. For example, there are 4 Itonin, Tayuya, Kitamaru, Zuojin Yujin, Jirobo and others. Of course, there are countless test subjects captured by Orochimaru and so on. The alliance between Konoha village and Tsunade, coupled with the power of Yinin village, is absolutely even more powerful. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Jiraiya, I will leave Tsunade's mission to you." Jiraiya nodded. Of course he understands what Sarutobi Hiruzen is doing and thinking now. But he disagrees. Unfortunately, he is not Hokage after all. Now, Qian Yu is accompanying Uchiha Sasuke, and his mother Uchiha Makoto, on the same day heading towards the original residence of the Uchiha clan. In addition to this, there are Uchiha people who also participated in this Chunin exam. Among them is Uchiha Kei, the genius female ninja of the 4th class. Of course there were other Uchiha people who came to watch the battle. Go to the boundary of the Uchiha clan. These Uchiha people couldn't help but stop. The front has already turned into ruins. Houses that were burned to ashes by the fire, collapsed buildings, scattered streets, overgrown with weeds everywhere, no human habitation and vitality. Immediately, the eyes of many Uchiha people couldn't help showing sadness and pain, and at the same time, there were more flames of hatred. One of the most emotional is Uchiha Sasuke. Looking at all this, the homes, clansmen, and residences that were once regarded as treasures were all turned into ruins and ashes. Uchiha Sasuke burst into a blood-red Sharingan light. Qian Yu even felt that his Sharingan was quietly changing with this extreme hatred and pain. Perhaps, in the not-too-distant future, the pupil power of Mangekyo Sharingan will be truly awakened. Uchiha Sasuke is different after all, he is the reincarnation of Indra. And the others, Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Shi and others, also shed tears silently. Tears slipped quietly down his cheeks. Elder Uchiha Yatsushiro is equally old and tearful. "Let's go," Qian Yu said calmly, and walked deeper with these Uchiha people. Uchiha Sasuke saw his home. Has become a mess, once a warm home. I also saw the Uchiha Terrier, the pancake shop of the old couple Uchiha Handyaki, which has collapsed and burned long ago. Many clansmen walked silently. With every step, the hatred for Konoha village deepened. Qian Yu led the crowd to the holy place of the Uchiha clan. Nanga Shrine. It's a pity that Shimura Danzo didn't care what kind of holy place it was when he set it on fire. Now the entire shrine has been severely damaged. It's almost impossible to see what it looked like back then. Many Uchiha people all cried out loudly. Qian Yu came to the ruins without making a sound, and found the entrance to the basement. So he went on silently. Here, it can be said is the beginning of everything. The basement is empty, with nothing but the Uchiha family emblem on the wall. But under the family emblem, there is a stone tablet quietly standing. Steel left over from the Sage of 6 Paths was calculated by Black Zetsu to change the content of the inscription, and guided Uchiha Madara to the steel of Project Tsuki no Mi. It can be said that compared with the Battle of Shenwubi Bridge, this steel is the real source of all evil. Not only Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi in the original work have also seen the content on this stone tablet. The inscription seen with Mangekyo Sharingan is different from ordinary Sharingan. Qian Yu also activated the pupil power of Mangekyo Sharingan, silently watching the above records. But what Mangekyo Sharingan sees is the illusory things like giving up little love and pursuing big love. Uchiha Madara is after opening Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I just saw that sentence, opposite forces interact with each other to create everything. Since then, he has embarked on the road of fusing the power of Uchiha and Senju, opening Rinnegan, and pursuing Project Tsuki no Mi. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, to some extent, were also influenced by the inscription to make that decision. While Qian Yu was watching the steel silently, Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Sasuke also walked down. Master Mizukage. Qian Yu looked back at the mother and son, and nodded. Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward. The tears on his face had been wiped dry. He obviously didn't want Qian Yu to see him cry. Mizukage-sama. What is this? Although Uchiha Sasuke is the son of the patriarch, he is not eligible to participate in the assembly of Nanga Shrine. Not to mention seeing the steel in the basement. The steel left by the Sage of 6 Paths is also a thing passed down from generation to generation by the Uchiha family. Uchiha Makoto also saw this legendary steel for the first time. So that's the case. I've only heard of it, and it's the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. However, Uchiha Makoto's Sharingan only has a single Goku, and is not a fighting type of ninja. Therefore, the real content on the steel cannot be seen. Uchiha Sasuke opened the 3-tomo Sharingan, also unable to see through the above secrets. So he asked, Master Mizukage, what is written on it? Qian Yu laughed and said, this is the stele left by the Sage of Six Paths. According to the strength of the pupil, different inscriptions are awakened step by step. Sasuke, after you activate Mangekyo Sharingan, you can come back here and watch it yourself. Uchiha Sasuke nodded. I see. Qian Yu also told Uchiha Sasuke about his bet with Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto? The guy the first beat in the Chunin exam? Good. His chakra is indeed huge, and his physical strength is quite terrifying, but other than that, I don't see anything special about him. He has been defeated by me once, can he surpass me? Uchiha Sasuke still has a bit of an ego. Qian Yu laughed and said, don't underestimate Uzumaki Naruto, maybe he will be your lifelong enemy. Really? Although Uchiha Sasuke is somewhat arrogant, in this world, he trusts Qian Yu extremely. After all, he was the one who saved the Uchiha clan, as well as himself and his mother. Since this is the case, I will work harder to practice. Good. Uchiha Makoto sighed and stroked his son's hair. Mizukage-sama, thank you very much. If it weren't for your power, the Uchiha clan would have been extinct long ago. Not to mention, it is still possible to revisit the old place now, although it has become a waste. But no matter what, the Uchiha clan can have today thanks to Mizukage-sama's kindness. Qian Yu smiled and said, it's nothing, not to mention that you are the Uchiha clan of Kirigakure now, and I, as Mizukage, should take care of you. Uchiha Makoto's heart warmed. Thank you Mizukage-sama. Her family is ruined, and now she can only feel a sense of dependence and security in Qian Yu's body. Uchiha Sasuke looks at the stele of the Uchiha clan. One day, I will bring the Uchiha people back here again. When the time comes, it will be the time for Konoha village to perish. After that, I will restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. Qian Yu looked at Uchiha Sasuke, nodded and said, I believe in you. The Uchiha family wandered in their homeland for a long time. Qian Yu also didn't bother all the time. They secretly dispatched Gonshi Guishui and others to protect their safety. He quietly left here. Wandering in Konoha village, he gradually ignored the direction. Just hang out at will. However, as he walked, he suddenly found that he came to the residence of the Hyuga clan. Because he has seen many Hyuga with white eyes. Unlike the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan are born with the ability to roll their eyes. Moreover, although there are high and low talents, they are all in the form of supercilious eyes. It will not be closed like Sharingan on weekdays. The members of the Hyuga clan looked at this Mizukage-sama with curiosity and awe. He is, after all, a guest of Konoha village now. Everyone respected him. Soon, he saw a familiar figure. It was Hyuga Neji. He seemed to be walking towards the mansion of the patriarch Hyuga Hiyashi. No but, didn't really go in. Instead, he has been hovering at the door. At this moment, Hyuga Hiyashi seemed to have discovered his trace, and walked out voluntarily. Neji, it's you. Hyuga Neji still hates the clan at this moment. He said coldly, Master Patriarch. It should have been uncle and nephew, but now they seem to be enemies. Hyuga Hiyashi sighed. It seems that you are still brooding over your father's death. Hyuga Neji said coldly, shouldn't I? Indeed, it's only natural that you hate me. However, you shouldn't have misunderstood your father. What's the meaning? Hyuga Hiyashi said, you must think that Hiyashi was forced to die in place of me because of the caged bird seal and my authority as the head of the clan and the head of the clan. Isn't it? Of course not. Before Hizashi left, he told me that he didn't die because of the rules of the branch house. It's just that he died for his brother. Hyuga Neji's heart skipped a beat. What's the difference? Father isn't dead yet. Of course there is a difference. One is forced, and the other is for family affection. Of course, no matter how you say it, Hizashi's death was caused by the incompetence of me, the patriarch, so you should hate me no matter what. I have nothing to say. Hyuga Neji was silent for a long time. Back then, what happened? This is the truth that Hyuga Neji has always wanted to know. It's just that back then, he was too young to understand these complicated things. Moreover, Hyuga Hiyashi originally wanted to explain to him, but because of his father's death and hatred for the clan, he has been avoiding it. Now he is much more mature than that time, and he is ready to know the truth. Hyuga Hiyashi sighed. Therefore, the cause and effect of Cloud Shinobi Village's plundering of Bayan was told. After hearing this, Hyuga Neji couldn't help clenching his fists. You are right, it is indeed because of the incompetence of your patriarch. Hyuga Hiyashi was speechless and bowed his head in shame. Suddenly, a man's figure stepped forward. Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Neji were taken aback. Both of them are ninjas with white-eyed blood succession boundaries, and they are the best among them, but with their perception ability, they just didn't realize that someone has been around. Close. When they saw the person coming, the two of them were even more shocked. Yes, it's you, Master Mizukage. The person who came was of course Qian Yu. He smiled and waved his hands. I just passed by at random, and I didn't want to eavesdrop on your conversation. The two were silent. Even if you really want to eavesdrop, we have nothing to do. Qian Yu said. However, I have a slightly different opinion on the conclusions drawn by you. This is by no means the incompetence of the Hiyashi Patriarch. And there is no doubt that this is Hokage's incompetence. In an instant, the faces of Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Neji changed at the same time. Qian Yu's words made both Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Neji's faces change drastically. Hokage's incompetence. Neither Hyuga Hiyashi nor Hyuga Neji dared to say such words. Dare not even think about it. Of course, they can't be blamed for this, it's just the corrupt and dark policy of Konoha village that makes it impossible for these ninjas to break free. As long as you jump out and look, you will find that no matter what, a village that forces its own people to die will never be a good place. What's more, he was obviously the victim. Someone tried to rob the family's precious blood lineage, and even robbed his own daughter. Even so, you still have to let yourself die. Any reasonable person would probably be furious immediately, and even rebel directly. However, the Hyuga family has been in a stable environment for too long. They would rather keep things quiet than resist Hokage's orders. What's more, once the conflict with Hokage breaks out, the fate of the entire Hyuga clan may become the same as that of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Such is the mentality of Hyuga Hiyashi. Even at that time, he had decided to sacrifice himself in exchange for the peace and stability of the Hyuga clan. It's just that at the last moment, Hyuga Hazashi died instead of the elder brother and the patriarch. Qian Yu stepped forward with a smile. Hyuga Hiyashi was immediately alert. At such a time, meeting with Mizukage-sama of Kirigakure, let alone such a topic, how sensitive it is, as the head of the clan, it is impossible for him not to know. If Anbu from Konoha village finds out that he committed the crime of collaborating with the enemy and traitorous country, the entire Hyuga clan will be buried with him. Since the incident of the Uchiha family genocide, the atmosphere of the entire Konoha village has become more and more depressing. Hyuga Hiyashi immediately said, Mizukage-sama, don't talk nonsense. Qian Yu smiled. Whether I'm talking nonsense, Patriarch Hiyashi knows better than anyone else. Are you afraid that if I say something about your Konoha village, it will cause trouble? Then I will only talk about our Kirigakure. If someone dares to go to my Kirigakure and try to plunder the blood lineage of a certain family in the village, how do you think I will deal with it? Hyuga Hiyashi fell silent for a moment. Because of Qian Yu's means, the entire ninja world is very clear. The first time he became famous was in Blood Mist. The fourth Mizukage Yagura, who was manipulated by illusion, ordered the extermination of the Snow Clan, a family with blood succession boundaries. How did Qian Yu do it? Kill 2 ninja swordsmen directly, detain all members of Kirigakure's envoys, and force Kirigakure to come to negotiate. The means of killing are decisive, crisp and neat, without the slightest sloppiness. And after he became Mizukage, he did the same. Internally, the Ghost Lantern Clan, the Citrus Clan, the Black Hoe Clan, etc. are convinced by him. Externally, the Snow Clan, the Earth Spider Clan, the Wei Yoruichi Clan, etc. are even more loyal and go to Yuanyan village to seek refuge. Even the traitors from Konoha village, the surviving members of the Uchiha clan, were taken in by him and recruited to stay in Kirigakure. All the ninjas in the ninja world during the Chunin exam can see clearly how they are doing now. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Creek, are some of the best. It is absolutely conceivable what Qian Yu would do if he really encountered the incident of the Hyuga clan. He will inevitably unleash the wrath of thunder, exterminate the foreign enemies who are trying to plunder the family's blood inheritance, and then force the enemy country to go to war, or pay a huge price. There will never be any hesitation. Thinking of this, both Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hiyashi couldn't help but secretly sigh in their hearts. They knew that what Qian Yu said was true. Both of them had only one thought in mind. If the Hyuga clan were in Kirigakure, there would never be a lootable apology. Hyuga Hazashi will never die either. Unfortunately, they were born in Konoha village, and the leader who leads Konoha village is 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this world, what is most afraid of comparison? Before there was no thought of other ninja villages, no Qian Yu appeared. Hyuga Hiyashi would only think that any ninja village is so dark. What he did was a last resort, forced to compromise, and bear the burden of humiliation. But now, after hearing Qian Yu's words, both of them began to think. Is it really so? Perhaps, the Hyuga clan also has other ways out and choices? This thought made Hyuga Hiyashi sweat coldly on his forehead. He immediately opened his eyes and looked around the situation. Fear of being discovered by Anbu directly under Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Qian Yu smiled and said, Patriarch Hiyashi, don't be too nervous. If someone is watching, they should not be able to escape my eyes. What's more, here is the Hyuga clan. With supercilious insight, they are unparalleled in the ninja world. How could it be so easy to be watched without being noticed? Hearing this, Hyuga Hiyashi felt a little pride in his heart. But then he immediately suppressed his emotions. HMPH, Mizukage-sama, after all, didn't you Kirigakure also steal the eyes of our Hyuga clan? Isn't that Jonin's blue eyes proof? Qian Yu said with a smile. That's on the battlefield, everyone is their master. If you were the Hiyashi patriarch, wouldn't you do this? What's more, the words of the Hiyashi clan leaders seem to be complaining, but the Hyuga clan is not our Kirigakure clan. Hyuga Hiyashi suddenly turned pale with shock. His thoughts just now were very subtle, but after being told by Qian Yu, he was indeed suddenly shocked. I seem to be thinking about the words of Qian Yu, Mizukage, on the premise of joining Kirigakure. This is a trap, or, the true thoughts deep in my heart. Hyuga Hiyashi was sweating profusely and didn't dare to continue talking. Hyuga Neji said coldly, Master Patriarch, you are still scared like this. If there is another incident like that, I'm afraid you will still choose to sacrifice your relatives, your brothers, and your own people? Hyuga Hiyashi was taken aback for a moment, and then felt ashamed. Hyuga Neji looked in Qian Yu's direction. Mizukage-sama, I like Kirigakure very much. Hyuga Hiyashi shook his body. Neji, you. This sentence is no less than the rhythm of defecting. Hyuga Neji said, what's the matter, isn't it true? During the Chunin exam, he also clearly saw the current development of Cheyenne village. Especially the younger generations of the big families, and the ninjas of the same age as me. All of them are full of vigor and radiance. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Stream, Ghost Lamp Suigetsu, Minazuki White, Earth Spider Firefly, Uzumaki Kafos, Citrus Sugar. Kagaya Kimimaro. Some of these are the families of Kirigakure itself, and some are families that migrated to Kirigakure within the scope of the Country of Water. There are even families that aren't Kirigakure at all. Such as Uchiha family, Uzumaki family and so on. But any family lived more freely and happily than the Hyuga family in Konoha village. Qian Yu looked at Hyuga Neji and smiled slightly. Would you rather be a caged bird for the rest of your life, or do you really want to fly into the sky and have the freedom to control your own destiny? With a movement of Qian Yu's palm, an ice sculpture like bird was created. However, this little bird is no ordinary ice sculpture. Instead, it can even flap its wings, and even move by itself, leaping into the sky. Suddenly, Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Neji were taken aback. On the one hand, they were shocked by Qian Yu's words, and on the other hand, they were also shocked by his terrifying methods. Surprisingly able to create a living, dynamic creation. What kind of magical method is this? Fairy Chakra. Hyuga Hiyashi said in surprise. Qian Yu couldn't help but praise him. As expected of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Bayan's insight is really powerful, and his knowledge is quite extensive. Hyuga Hiyashi was even more shocked. No matter which holy land he practiced to obtain the immortal art, it is the top 10,000 stars in the world. It seems that there are countless secrets hidden in this Mizukage-sama. It is truly unfathomable. And Hyuga Neji was still thinking about what Qian Yu said just now. Whether I want to be a caged bird for a lifetime, or fly freely in the sky. Qian Yu's few words made Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Neji feel strongly dissatisfied with Konoha village, and had a great desire for Kirigakure. Of course, this is also because of Konoha village's dirty practice itself, which is in sharp contrast to Kirigakure's current enlightened policy, and it is by no means something that can be changed by a few words. Of course, Qian Yu didn't expect that the Hyuga clan would rebel against Konoha and surrender to Kirigakure just by meeting today and a few words. But at least, the seeds sown today will always take root one day. Just when Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Neji fell silent, thinking about their respective things. Suddenly, two girls also came out from Hyuga Hiyashi's house. It is the sisters Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi. The second daughter was taken aback when she saw the three people in front of her. Hyuga Hinata looked at Qian Yu even more. His eyes were shy and introverted, and he felt extremely curious. It's no wonder that in the entire ninja world, who is not curious about Qian Yu, the famous Mizukage-sama in the ninja world. Even Hyuga Hanabi, the little girl who is still young now, held her sister's hand and kept looking up at Qian Yu. Father, brother Neji. Also, Mizukage-sama? Hyuga Hinata also couldn't help being puzzled by the combination in front of him. Looking at the two sisters who are still very innocent and immature at this moment, Qian Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. Are these the two daughters of the Hiashi clan? It's really cute. When Hyuga Hinata heard Qian Yu's praise, she was at a loss, blushed and lowered her head. But Hyuga Hanabi's character is very clear. She immediately giggled and said, "Thank you Mizukage for the compliment, although it's true." Hyuga Hinata hurriedly said, "Hanabi, you bastard." Hyuga Hanabi giggled, stuck out her tongue at her sister, and made a face. Qian Yu gently stroked Hyuga Hanabi's head. "Make this little girl even happier." I was about to touch Hyuga Hinata's head, but she backed away shyly. Qian Yu didn't take it seriously, and said with a smile, "Chief Hiashi, think about our conversation just now. Also, think more about your lovely children. If something like that happens again, can you still protect them well?" Hyuga Hiashi fell silent for a moment. The last time I rescued the young Hinata, it was just a lucky encounter. And next time, I might really not be able to protect these two daughters. What's more, there is Konoha village, and there are corrupt and dark existences like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Qian Yu didn't continue talking, but waved his hand, ready to turn around and leave. Hyuga Hinata looked at the back of Master Mizukage. Can't help but feel a little annoyed. If I had known earlier, would have stopped hiding just now, so what's the point of being patted on the head by him? Didn't I always admire this Mizukage-sama? Hyuga Hinata blushed, thinking silently with joy and regret. Hyuga Hanabi was very proud. "Sister, we all said that we liked this Mizukage-sama very much, but I was the only one who was touched on the head by him." Hyuga Hinata sighed, but she couldn't help being shy when she heard the word, like. "My sister is blushing. Hanabi, you little guy." The two sisters quickly laughed and played together. Hyuga Hiashi looked at the two and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Hyuga Neji also said, "Master Patriarch, I also think about what Master Mizukage just said." After saying this, he also left here. Hyuga Hiashi was the only one left, who stopped in place and remained silent for a long time. Qian Yu left the residence of the Hyuga clan. He didn't mean to get close to Hyuga Hiashi. It's just that they happened to meet and ambushed, foreshadowing. Regarding the matter of instigating the Hyuga clan, it can be regarded as a whim, but also premeditated. Of course, he also understands that the Hyuga clan will not turn against each other so easily, betray Konoha, and seek refuge with Mist Shinobi, but at least, the seed has been planted. To be precise, it should be a ticking time bomb. Perhaps at some point in the future, it will explode, catching the entire Konoha village by surprise. However, even Qian Yu couldn't think of it. Changes can come so fast. Now, in Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has just recruited Orochimaru back and partnered with him, is quite pleased with himself. With the return of Jiraiya, plus Orochimaru and his Itonin village forces, the current Konoha village can be said to be greatly enhanced. If Tsunade can be recalled again, it will really be Shichuen Tianmei. But at this moment, suddenly, Ambu Ninja flew over. "Report to Master Hokage, return to Tai for a meeting." "Huh. Let him in." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Then, a member of the Hyuga clan walked in, also with white eyes, but his expression was very complicated. "Master Hokage. Hyuga Iron, what's the matter? I asked you to spy on the Hyuga clan. If you ask for an interview casually like this, I'm afraid Hyuga Hiashi will find out." Hyuga hurriedly said, "Of course I came to see Mr. Hokage because of something important." Hyuga Hiashi he just. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed. "What happened?" "He just met Mizukage Qian Yu from Kirigakure." "What?" "Pat." The pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand fell to the ground. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the news, his good mood just disappeared in an instant. The Hyuga clan. That is the biggest family in Konoha village now. In terms of strength, in terms of influence, they are all forces that the entire ninja world dare not underestimate. One of the main reasons is that the white eyes of the Hyuga clan can be directly passed down through blood. It doesn't need some kind of strong emotional stimulation to activate like Sharingan. And it's not stable at all. Another big reason is that the white eyes of the Hyuga clan play an irreplaceable role on the battlefield. In terms of insight, perspective, and far-sighted abilities, even Sharingan and even Rinnegan are incomparable. It is self-evident what kind of strategic significance these capabilities have on the battlefield. Otherwise, Ching of Kirigakure would not be regarded as a treasure after getting a white eye, making the whole Kirigakure very precious. Otherwise, Cloud Shinobi Village wouldn't be eyeing the tiger again and again, wanting to get the secret of the white eyes. Moreover, the Hyuga family has a thriving population, which can guarantee the continuous output of young masters. Unlike the Uchiha clan, it is true that the top combat power is unmatched, but there are not many real masters underneath. Among the Hyuga clan, in Hyuga Hiashi's generation, there are at least Hyuga Hazashi, Hyuga Tokuma, Hyuga Takashi, Hyuga Iroha, Hyuga Firegate, etc. Almost all of them are above Jonin level. Stable white-eyed blood following the boundary, strong strategic significance, and a new generation of strong players that continue to be produced. Let the Hyuga clan become an indispensable existence in Konoha village. But because of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very afraid of the Hyuga clan. This is even more so since the Cloud Shinobi village plundering of White Eyes that year. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly knows that his weak foreign policy has humiliated the Hyuga clan. It is natural to worry about the rebellion of the Hyuga clan. Coupled with the recent genocide of the Uchiha clan, he has strengthened his control over the major clans. Hyuga Iron is the eyeliner and pawns he buried in the Hyuga clan. This made Hyuga Hiashi, and even Qian Yu, unaware of his peeping. After all, he is not a foreigner, and he didn't even roll his eyes. I don't feel any difference. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Is the news reliable? Hyuga Railway. I saw it with my own eyes, absolutely reliable. Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised and angry. What did they say? Qian Yu is now Sarutobi Hiruzen's biggest heart disease. Especially Uchiha clan extermination night, he is the instigator behind it, and now that the Hyuga clan has contacted him again, Sarutobi Hiruzen is of course furious. Hyuga hesitantly said, "This. I don't dare to get too close because it's the Hiashi Patriarch and the Mizukage-sama, and I don't know exactly what they said. However, I see that Mizukage-sama keeps smiling, and seems to have a plan in mind." As for the Hiashi Patriarch, his face was full of shock, but he was very silent at the end. Listening to these descriptions, Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to imagine a picture of Qian Yu plotting against Hyuga Hiashi. Immediately, he snorted coldly in his heart. Let Hyuga Hiashi come to me immediately. No, wait. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt a move in his heart. If the Hyuga clan really colluded with Qian Yu, summoning Hyuga Hiashi now is just a warning. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Hyuga Iron, you continue to stay in the Hyuga clan to monitor, especially the movement of the clan leader Hyuga Hiashi. Report to me immediately if there is any change. Yes, Lord Hokage. After Hyuga Iron left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became more and more ugly. Qian Yu, you've been bullying too much time and time again. This time I will never let it go. On the other side, Hyuga Neji who went to Konoha High to receive the Chunin logo. I was going to go to my father's tombstone and tell him that I became a Chunin. But suddenly, saw Hyuga Tetsu coming out of Hokage's office. Hyuga Neji's heart skipped a beat. Reminiscent of the conversation with Mizukage Qian Yu just now, a terrible idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Although he still hated Hyuga Hiashi and the entire clan in his heart, he also knew that this might be a matter of the survival of the entire Hyuga clan. Then, Hyuga Neji immediately changed direction. He picked up his speed and rushed towards Hyuga Hiashi's house one step ahead of Hyuga Iron. When they arrived at the Patriarch's house, Hyuga Hiashi was surprised to see Hyuga Neji return. Neji, you. Hyuga Neji immediately whispered, go in and talk. Seeing his cautious expression, Hyuga Hiashi couldn't help but guess something. Immediately let him in, the two came to the depths of the room. What's wrong, Neji? I just saw Hyuga Iron coming out of Hokage's office. Hyuga Hiashi's face suddenly changed. What? Hyuga Iron, he. Hyuga Neji said, it can't be a coincidence, you must know that he would never have any direct contact with Hokage on weekdays, let alone what happened just now. Almost certainly, he went to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen about our meeting with Mizukage. Hyuga Hiashi's heart was beating wildly. If this is the case, this matter is really dangerous. Even though I don't want to do anything, but once the seeds of doubt are planted, an old fox like Sarutobi Hiruzen will not show mercy to himself or the entire Hyuga clan. For a moment, even though he was the head of the clan, Hyuga Hiashi couldn't help feeling flustered. The most important thing now is to think about countermeasures. Either stay put, at least we have an advantage now, that is, we know the fact that Hyuga is an undercover agent, so maybe we can use him to stabilize Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Either take the initiative to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen and tell him about the meeting between Mizukage Qian Yu and us, which may also dispel his suspicions. However, both approaches have risks and may make Sarutobi Hiruzen more skeptical. Hyuga Neji also nodded. Indeed, he's the kind of person who won't let you go just because you reported it voluntarily or put on a show. We might as well think about it the other way around. What would we do if we were Sarutobi Hiruzen? Hyuga Hiyashi also couldn't help feeling that Hyuga Neji is indeed very mature and stable. Faced with this situation, it is also possible to analyze rationally. However, it may be precisely because of the suffering he suffered that he was forced to mature. Well said. If I were Sarutobi Hiruzen, I wouldn't act rashly, because at this time, I think I have taken the initiative, and the Hyuga family doesn't know that I have an undercover agent inside them. Good. Then, I will use some undetectable methods to test the loyalty of the Hyuga clan. Even more ruthlessly, I will directly find ways to deal with the Hyuga clan, that it is not a means of directly exterminating the clan, but eating away their power step by step. Power, so that even if they really want to rebel, they will not be able to launch. Hyuga Neji nodded and said, "What you said is indeed in line with Sarutobi Hiruzen's style. That is to say, in a short period of time, Sarutobi Hiruzen should not attack. However, there will inevitably be many tricks to deal with the Hyuga family. Then what should we do about it? Hyuga Hiyashi is certainly not stupid, otherwise he would not have survived in a place like Konoha village." He thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Two-pronged approach. First of all, use the fact that we know that Hyuga Tetsu is an undercover agent, try to express his loyalty to Konoha village, and stabilize Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. He may not fully trust us, but at least he can ease some conflicts. Secondly, if he tempts us, just as faithfully as possible. However, if he really uses all kinds of dirty means to weaken the power of our clan, and intends to deal with us like he did to the Senju, Uchiha clan, then, you can't blame us." When Hyuga Hiyashi said this, there was a hint of determination in his eyes. The Senju clan is quietly extinct. A rebellion by the Uchiha clan was suppressed. Of course, Hyuga Hiyashi had already prepared for the worst. Hyuga Neji understood what he meant. So, is it war or body? Hyuga Hiyashi also knows what he means, either to fight Konoha village and start a rebellion like the Uchiha clan, or defect directly. As for the target, of course there is only one, and that is Qian Yu and his Kirigakure. This is the only option. Tsunade and Konoha village are allies, and it is impossible to take in the Hyuga clan. Cloud Shinobi village killed Hyuga Hizashi, the hatred is as deep as sea, and it is impossible to join them. Although Iwagakure has no grievances or enmities with himself, he does not have any friendship, and Iwagakure's internal policy is closed, so it may not be friendly to the foreign Hyuga clan. As for Kirigakure, Qian Yu has already expressed his goodwill, and with the example of the Uchiha family, he is definitely the most trustworthy and the best choice. Hyuga Hiyashi shook his head, battle is impossible. The example of the Uchiha clan speaks for itself. What's more, I don't want to let the clansmen sacrifice in vain for this. Having said that, there is only one choice, to appease Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart on the bright side. Secretly join Qian Yu and Kirigakure. However, this matter is very dangerous, and it is even easier said than done to let the whole clan escape safely. If you want to succeed, you must cooperate with the inside and outside. Among them, Mizukage-sama's help is indispensable. Neji, you should also know that Master Mizukage used ice-birds to take away all the things about the Uchiha clan from the sky. Indeed, only he can do this incredible thing. But now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is on the lookout, it's almost impossible for us to contact him. Hyuga Hiyashi said, "Of course I can't. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen must be watching my actions. But you are different. Of course, at the end of the day, Neji, you are just a kid who just graduated. Even if he is powerful and successfully promoted to Chunin, he will never have such a big goal." Hyuga Neji was silent for a moment. He knew what Hyuga Hiyashi said was true. Hyuga Hiyashi sighed. "I can do all these things to appease Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart and express loyalty on the surface. However, on the other hand, it's all up to you, Neji." Hyuga Neji's mood is also very complicated. "I know you still hold grudges about me and the clan, but you are also from the Hyuga clan after all. If this incident really breaks out, even you can't be alone. Will Sarutobi Hiruzen let you go just because you are a branch house? What's more, Hizashi will never see that the Hyuga clan he sacrificed for is extinct." Thinking of Sarutobi Hiruzen's viciousness and his father's sacrifice back then, Shong Neji finally sighed and nodded. "I see." At this moment, the two who were originally estranged and even resentful seemed to stand together again. For the entire Hyuga clan, the Chunin exam of the Quan ninja world has come to an end. And after a period of rest, ninja villages in various big countries, small countries and those ninjas who watched the battle also left Konoha village one after another. And on this day, the shadows of various countries are also preparing to lead the ninjas under their command to leave. As the host, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally went to see off in person. Qian Yu and Kirigakure's group also bid farewell to Konoha and embarked on a journey back home. During this process, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been closely watching the dynamics of the Hyuga clan. However, neither Hyuga Hiyashi nor other Hyuga clansmen, including the new generation of ninjas like Hyuga Neji, are not different. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, but it was still impossible to truly relax. In the days that followed, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched Hyuga Iron to spy on Hyuga Hiyashi's actions. But nothing amiss was found. Instead, it was still exactly the same as usual. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen also deliberately sent several very difficult missions to make things difficult for the Hyuga clan. But the Hyuga clan also worked hard to complete it. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen a little confused, and even began to doubt whether his previous judgment was correct. Of course, he continued to keep a close eye on the Hyuga clan. However, it is not as tense and strict as before. This day, the third squad that Hyuga Neji is in has received a new mission. Since Hyuga Neji was promoted to Chunin, he could theoretically lead the squad himself. So this time, Might Guy didn't go with him. Hyuga Neji and Rock Lee, the three of Tien Tien, embarked on the journey of the mission. The task itself is not complicated. Just put a scroll with confidential information in a temple near the Temple of Fire, and someone will naturally go to pick it up. Hyuga Neji and others quickly reached their destination. Hyuga Neji also placed that scroll in the designated place. But when the group left, a figure appeared in the temple, got the scroll, and searched it carefully. But found nothing, and then opened the scroll. See that the scroll is exactly the handwriting of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it has not been exchanged, and no other information is hidden. The one who followed Hyuga Neji and others was none other than the Anbu ninja tile directly under Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately seemed to be lax, and even arranged for Hyuga Neji to leave Konoha village. In fact, it was to lure the snake out of the hole and see if Hyuga Neji would send information. But Hyuga Neji was very cautious and did nothing. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen relax a little more. After that, Hyuga Neji was on a mission, checked with blank eyes and no one was following him, and then dispatched Rock Lee and Tianshan as the captain to send out the intelligence scroll. Qian Yu soon got the scroll too. The above content is: the Hyuga clan surrenders to Kirigakure. Ask Mizukage-sama to help. Tsunade gambled so much, it was obvious that he was completely over the top. But she even lost the ancestral necklace to Qian Yu. There is really no capital to continue gambling. Qian Yu laughed and said, unless. Tsunade growled, unless what? Unless you lose yourself to me. Immediately, both Tsunade and Shizune were taken aback, their eyes seemed to widen. Tsunade snorted coldly. Who the hell are you? Qian Yu laughed and said, my name is Qian Yu. Shizune gasped suddenly. You are the new Kirigakure master Mizukage Qian Yu who is famous in the entire ninja world. Good. It seems that even if Tsunade and Shizune travel all over the world without asking about world affairs, they don't know Qian Yu's name after all. Tsunade also immediately calmed down. I see. It seems that you didn't come here by chance, but planned for a long time. Qian Yu laughed and said, it's not bad for you to say so. I did come here just for you. Tsunade said coldly. What, majestic Mizukage-sama? What am I, a gambler like me doing? What do you want from me? Qian Yu smiled and said, I've already said it. Tsunade froze for a moment, then realized what he was saying. What's the meaning? You want to recruit me? Want me to join Kirigakure and betray Konoha? Qian Yu laughed and said, betray Konoha? It seems to me that you have nothing to do with Konoha village right now? Tsunade said coldly, indeed, I have been away from Konoha for many years. However, Konoha village is the village founded by my grandfather after all, and the current third Hokage is also my teacher, and I grew up in Konoha village. Even if I say I'm not from Konoha village, I'm afraid Master Mizukage won't believe me. Indeed. Even if you have been wandering for many years, you still cannot separate from Konoha. But I want to say, where is your family? Where is your family? Where are your roots? Qian Yu's words immediately made Tsunade's face change. Her family, her clan, her roots. His younger brother Nawaki died in battle at the age of 10. His own family, the Senju family, has completely disappeared now and has become the dust of history. Own roots. Is it really still in Konoha village? The only connection with Konoha village is the place where I grew up. However, even one's own home and one's own family are gone, so what is left? It's just a concept of a village. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a good teacher himself. However, it was also under his impetus that the Senju clan completely disappeared. Indeed. Both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama once said that the members of the family should be slowly integrated into the village. Of course, the purpose is very clear, to eliminate the barriers between the families, and let everyone get along as Konoha village people. So starting from first Hokage and second Hokage, the concept of the Senju clan has indeed been downplayed. However, it is Sarutobi Hiruzen who really carries all this through to the end. The point is, if Sarutobi Hiruzen treats his family in the same way, that's understandable. But the problem is, the Sarutobi clan is still very prosperous. Even in the Fourth Ninja World War, there is still an entire Sarutobi clan team that can burst out fire-style Haiyan technique at the same time, which represents the endless stream of inheritance. This kind of thing, Tsunade will not be unaware. It is also impossible not to resent in the heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen's son and daughter-in-law, both leaders and elites of Anbu, died during the mission. The second son, Sarutobi Asuma, even if he doesn't get along with Sarutobi Hiruzen, after leaving Konoha village, he can immediately become the guardian ninja 12 warriors of the Fire Country daimyo. The grandson, Sarutobi Konohamaru, has been mentored by elite teachers since he was a child. And myself, parents, younger brother, family, friends, even the whole family, what else? Nothing left. Tsunade's face darkened, but then he said immediately, "Do you want to use these things to stimulate me so that I can betray Konoha and join Kirigakure?" Qian Yu laughed. Stimulation? What stimulation? I was just asking questions. As for the reality and who caused it, you know better than me. Tsunade suddenly wanted to say something, but closed his mouth again. Shizune behind him also silently lowered his head. Because even she knew that what Qian Yu said was true. But she couldn't possibly say that Tsunade betrayed Konoha village. Everything can only be decided by Tsunade himself. Just when Tsunade fell silent, suddenly, two more people came in from the entrance of the casino, one old and one young. It was Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade was even more surprised when he saw the two of Jiraiya suddenly. Jiraiya? Jiraiya obviously overheard her conversation with Qian Yu. He said in a deep voice, "Tsunade, I know the grievance and resentment in your heart, but if you betray Konoha village for this, I will not let you go." Tsunade was still hesitating at first, but when he heard Jiraiya's words, he exploded into oblivion. Jiraiya, what right do you have to stop me? Have you ever experienced my pain? Do you suffer from the tragic death of your younger brother and the disappearance of your entire family? You don't understand anything, you only know how to suppress people with awe-inspiring righteousness. Is Konoha village really so perfect that it's worth your sacrifice? Jiraiya also fell silent. Of course I know that Konoha village is not so beautiful, and there are many corruptions and darkness hidden in the dark. However, after all, it is the best and only choice in the entire ninja world so far. To protect the village is to protect the peace of most people. Until we can find a path to real peace, until then, I'm just sticking with the best option. Tsunade said coldly, "Indeed, but is there no limit to all this? If the village kills your family, your friends, your brothers, do you want to fight for the village?" Jiraiya said, "You're right, I haven't experienced what happened to you, so I can't fully understand your feelings. Maybe one day, I will hesitate, but at least for now, I can't watch you betray Konoha village." Tsunade said coldly, "HMPH, any choice I make is only about myself. No one can stop it." Jiraiya sighed, "I understand." He looked at Qian Yu. "Master Mizukage, I didn't expect to meet here again. I never thought that you would persuade Tsunade to betray Konoha village and join Cheyenne. Since it's Mizukage, do you want to see the ninjas in your village being turned against by others? Don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself, you should understand this truth." Qian Yu laughed out loud. "You're right. But, as Mizukage, I didn't force a 10-year-old child to die, I didn't force a whole family, no, 2 families, and it was the most powerful family ever. The 2 families that co-founded Konoha village, Senju and Uchiha, both disappeared in Konoha village. I didn't force the ninja who made great achievements in battle to commit suicide. I didn't force my companion, who was clearly a victim, to die. Don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself, don't you understand this truth?" Jiraiya fell silent for a moment. Of course he knew what Qian Yu was talking about. The disappearance of the Senju clan. The rebellion of the Uchiha clan. Hitaki Sakumo was forced to commit suicide. Hyuga Hazashi was forced to die. These are indeed what Sarutobi Hiruzen did, and even he cannot refute it. And what about Qian Yu? He saved his family, quelled the rebellion in the village, and united all forces. Since taking the role of Mizukage, he has recruited major families, restored the strength of the village, and made the whole Kirigakure flourish. With each passing day, Kirigakure, which was on the verge of collapse from the blood mist, has become almost the largest ninja village in the ninja world today. Compared with him, the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed nothing. Tsunade was also silent. She shook her head. Jiraiya, Mizukage is different. I'm not in the mood to think about that stuff right now. The me now is just a gambler who roams around the world and doesn't care about worldly affairs. I will not betray Konoha village, but I will not join Cheyenne village either. I can't agree to the request of the two of you. After saying this, Tsunade took Shizune and left the casino silently. As he left, Jiraiya glanced at Qianyu, the voice of summer. Mizukage-sama, you are right. However, there are some things that cannot be measured by right or wrong. Maybe, you can persuade Tsunade, but I will do my best to stop it. Qianyu smiled and said, I understand. Also, as Mizukage, I do appreciate ninjas like you. Or, which leader doesn't like a loyal and capable person like you? After saying this, Qianyu and Terumi Mei also left the casino. Only Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto remained. Qianyu's words echoed in Jiraiya's ears. There is no doubt that his appreciation on the surface is actually mocking Jiraiya's stupid loyalty. However, Jiraiya just smiled wryly and shook her head. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head. Hey, pervy sage, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Didn't you say you're going to find that mother-in-law Tsunade who is as famous as pervy sage? Jiraiya said, that big-breasted woman just now is Tsunade. What? So young. Shouldn't it be an old woman? She used a secret technique to keep her youthful appearance, and she was actually about the same age as me. Uzumaki Naruto. Isn't this a lie? Jiraiya patted his head, looked out the window, and could only let out a sigh. Walking out of the casino, Terumi Mei sighed softly. Sure enough, it's not that easy. Qianyu smiled and said, of course. After all, she grew up in Konoha village, not to mention, that village was founded by her grandfather. Anyone would not betray easily, even if that village did so many dirty things. Terumi Mei sighed. I only feel the pain deep inside Tsunade. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have let herself go like this, venting everything on gambling. Indeed, but I never thought I could convince her so easily. But I believe that one day she will want to leave. Terumi Mei said, I hope she can really untie the knot in her heart and get rid of the one that left her with nothing but sadness. Painful place. Qianyu smiled. Let's not talk about her, although I didn't convince Tsunade today, I won a lot of money. And this necklace, I'll give it to you. With that said, Tien Yuhan handed over the necklace to Zhao Meijung. Terumi Mei blushed. Is this necklace very precious? Of course, this is a treasure left by first Hokage, which can buy several mountains. Moreover, with the chakra and power left by the god of ninja, it can even seal the power of the tailed beast. Terumi Mei said, then, you just gave it to me? Qianyu smiled and said, why don't I wear it myself? Terumi Mei said angrily, I hate it. I mean, if one day Tsunade really changes his mind and joins Iwagakure, but sees her necklace being given to me by you, don't be so mad. Qianyu pretended to be thinking. Well, that's definitely a problem. Then when she comes, I will take it from you and return it to her. Terumi Mei. Hate. The two laughed and played all the way to the hot spring hotel where they lived. Do you want to go to the hot spring again? Are you wearing that necklace? Terumi Mei blushed. Of course she understood what Qianyu meant. So, there was an inaudible response. Now. Tsunade returned to his room, subconsciously touching the necklace on his chest. But found it was gone. She couldn't help feeling lost for a while. Shizune seemed to read her mind. Master Tsunade, do you want to redeem the necklace? Tsunade shook his head. It was a bet that I lost to him, how can I get it back? Even if you want to get it back, it can only be at the gambling table. Shizune sighed. You're thinking more than that right now, aren't you? Tsunade fell silent. Shizune said, even Master Jiraiya appeared, which means that it is obviously the order of Master Hokage. Everyone is aware of the situation in the entire ninja world now. It seems peaceful and stable, that in fact, the undercurrent is surging, especially the conflict between Konoha village and Iwagakure, which will break out sooner or later. Master Hokage obviously wants you to go back and help Konoha village. That Mizukage-sama, on the other hand, wants you to join Iwagakure and deal with Konoha instead. Tsunade said, of course I understand. Shizune asked cautiously, then, what do you think, Master Tsunade? Tsunade shook his head. Nothing. The me now is just a gamble. After saying this, she fell asleep and went to sleep. Shizune looked at her back and sighed. She knew it was impossible for Tsunade to sleep, but she was also helpless. This kind of choice, in the end, still has to be decided by Tsunade himself. That is at this time. Qian Yu received a secret scroll from the Hyuga clan. Terumi Mei couldn't help being surprised. There is movement from the Hyuga clan so soon? Qian Yu also frowned. It seems that something unexpected happened. Then, are you going? Qian Yu smiled, of course. The matter of Tsunade, and the matter of the Hyuga clan, I will settle with Sarutobi Hiruzen together. This time, it is the real bottom line for Konoha village. Qian Yu is now facing two major events. One is of course Tsunade's matter, and the other is the Hyuga clan's request for help. Both of these things seem tricky, but for Qian Yu, it happened to be solved together. If Tsunade is subdued, and the entire Hyuga clan rebel against Konoha and submit to Mist Shinobi, it will undoubtedly be a fatal blow to Konoha village. And for Kirigakure, it's another surge in power. Qian Yu naturally wouldn't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Terumi Mei said, Qian Yu, what are you going to do? Qian Yu said with a smile, these two things seem to be mixed together very complicated, but I feel that they have achieved each other. Just wait and see, this time I'm going to take care of both things together. Terumi Mei smiled sweetly and leaned into his arms. She naturally trusted Qian Yu 100%, since he said it can be solved, then he can definitely go. Now, Jiraiya is thinking about the next course of action. Suddenly, sensing a few chakras, he immediately opened the door and walked out. Soon, several Anbu ninjas from Konoha village appeared. Jiraiya knew that this was the person Sarutobi Hiruzen had been sending to follow her. While Jiraiya is loyal to Konoha village, the current Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't trust anyone. Jiraiya sighed. Why? What's the matter? The leading Anbu ninja said, Master Jiraiya, Master Hokage asked about the progress of finding Master Tsunade. Jiraiya is not hiding. Tell me what happened yesterday. Immediately, Anbu's ninjas were taken aback. Mizukage Qian Yu is also recruiting Master Tsunade? Good. Several Anbu ninjas looked at each other. Everyone knows that Konoha village's biggest rival today is Kirigakure. The previous Uchiha genocide incident, such as the above 5 cages conference against the Konoha village anti-Konoha Alliance house. Coupled with the alliance with Iwagakure, it is clear that there must be a battle with Konoha village. And now, Qian Yu even started to win over Master Tsunade, one of the Sannin. If you report it to Master Hokage, it will definitely make him even more furious. The leading Anbu ninja said, Master Jiraiya, in your opinion, will Master Tsunade be persuaded by Mizukage? Or, to put it bluntly, would you betray Konoha village? Jiraiya's expression changed slightly. He glanced at the Anbu ninja, and said solemnly, Tsunade will not betray Konoha village. This is where she grew up, not to mention, Mr. First Hokage, who founded Konoha village, is her grandfather. I absolutely trust her. The Anbu ninja looked at each other. Although they wanted to believe it, they didn't know what Hokage-sama would think. Understood, but, Master Jiraiya, this matter is serious, we must immediately report to Master Hokage, let him make a decision. Jiraiya sighed, I understand. Go ahead. Yes, from heaven. The Anbu ninja immediately informed Sarutobi Hiruzen of the information in a special way. In Hokage's office. When Sarutobi Hiruzen received this secret scroll, his expression changed dramatically. Standing up abruptly, he slapped the table hard. Boom. Shimura Danzo and Udatain Kaharu who were beside him were startled. What's wrong Hiruzen? Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the information scroll sent by Anbu to the two. When Shimura Danzo and Udatain Kaharu saw it, their faces changed instantly. HMPH, this Qian Yu is even trying to win over Tsunade now. Instigating Uchiha's rebellion, the aggressiveness at the 5 Cages conference, not only the Hyuga clan, but even Tsunade wants to provoke Konoha to defect, he really wants to make Konoha village completely unusable. Even Shimura Danzo couldn't help frowning. If Tsunade also defected from Konoha and joined Kirigakure, not to mention how much we have lost, how much advantage Mist Shinobi has, just the embarrassment is enough to be thrown into the world of Zenin. She is the granddaughter of first Hokage, and a disciple of your third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen not understand this truth? All of a sudden, the hatred towards Qian Yu intensified thousands of times. Udatain Kaharu sighed, Tsunade, she shouldn't betray her, right? Jiraiya is right, she grew up in Konoha village after all, and, moreover, she is the granddaughter of Master First Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, is there anyone who can be completely trusted? Didn't Orochimaru, my most valued disciple back then, betrayed Konoha village too? Shimura Danzo and Udatain Kaharu fell silent. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen originally planned to train Orochimaru in the direction of his successor. It's just that Orochimaru is too ambitious, and is more obsessed with various forbidden technique experiments. He even captured ninjas and children from Konoha village for human experiments, and was exposed. After the incident broke out, even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't protect him from such a frenzied crime. What's more, even before that, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already wary of Orochimaru because he got too close to Shimura Danzo. When the fourth Hokage was elected, Shimura Danzo elected Orochimaru, and Sarutobi Hiruzen even gave up his disciples and chose Namikaze Minato. Because even Namikaze Minato, who has a foreign surname, has a relatively distant relationship with him, but he is more trustworthy than Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo colluding with each other. Udatain Kaharu sighed. Then, Hiruzen, what are you going to do? In case Tsunade really has the idea of betrayal. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. Even if it is my disciple, even the granddaughter of Master First Hokage, if he betrays Konoha village, he will be killed without mercy. Isn't this also what Master First Hokage left behind? Shimura Danzo and Udatain Kaharu were taken aback. You were going to Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Did you just watch her betray? Don't talk about her own strength. Do you know how many Konoha village secrets she has? If you betray, what kind of loss will be caused to Konoha village? You should be as clear as I am. Shimura Danzo and Udatain Kaharu fell silent. However, Hiruzen, it is not yet certain that Tsunade will betray. If you insist on doing this, you will instead try to scare the snake away and force her to fall to Iwagakure. So, it's better to be cautious. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down a bit. I understand, as long as she doesn't betray, why would I want to get rid of her? After all, she is also my disciple, and the current Konoha village is dying, and it is the time when her strength is most needed. Shimura Danzo said. Then, how to test her loyalty? Besides, if she really has the intention of betraying, even if you want to kill her, few people can do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Indeed. However, there is one person who can do it. Who? Jiraiya. Shimura Danzo frowned. He's Tsunade's companion and best friend, and he's always been against Tsunade. Will he kill Tsunade? Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. That's because you don't understand Jiraiya. He seems to be only lustful and carefree, but he is actually more loyal to the village than anyone else. Perhaps, he is more like Master First Hokage. As long as he threatens the village, even his friends, relatives, and even children will not let go. Of course Tsunade is the same, Udatain Kaharu said. Indeed, Jiraiya is indeed such a person. However, let him kill Tsunade, I'm afraid he will have a hard time doing it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. HMPH, of course I understand, but as long as he can counter Tsunade's power, I will send Anbu to attack. As for how to judge Tsunade's loyalty, I will also ask Anbu to follow her closely. If she takes the initiative to meet and communicate with Qian Yu, and even has a little intention of falling for Iwagakure, I will make Anbu and Jiraiya come down. Foot. Okay. That's the only way to do it. By the way, what happened to the Hyuga clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, shaking his head and said, there is still no movement for the time being. I don't know if Hyuga Iron's information is wrong, or the Hyuga clan is really calm. The Hyuga clan descended from the patriarch Hyuga Hiyashi, and none of the clan members showed any hint of betrayal. Even Hyuga Neji, I sent Anbu to track them down, but I didn't find any clues. Udatain Kaharu nodded. Well, maybe the Hyuga clan really didn't mean to betray. Also, even if Hyuga Tetsu is telling the truth, Qian Yu has contacted Hyuga Hiyashi, it doesn't mean that Hyuga Hiyashi will accept his instigation and betray Konoha. After all, the Hyuga family has also joined the elder family of the village since the establishment of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at her. There is some irony in the eyes. Udatain Kaharu was stunned for a moment, and then thought of the Senju family, the Uchiha family, which are older families than the Hyuga family, and what happened now. Shimura Danzo said, whether it is Tsunade or the Hyuga clan, we must strengthen surveillance. I will let the root ninjas also pay close attention to them. Soon, the order of Sarutobi Hiruzen was passed on to the Anbu ninja. At the same time, a secret order was also handed over to Jiraiya. When Jiraiya opened it, her expression changed immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen wrote that if Tsunade shows signs of betrayal, shoot him immediately. Anbu ninja will cooperate with you to shoot together. Jiraiya never imagined that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be so unfeeling. But he also understands that if he becomes Hokage himself, maybe he will do the same. Well, Jiraiya sighed and said with a wry smile, I'm really not Hokage material. But he can't disobey Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. What's more, those Anbu ninjas have been following him. Tsunade. I just hope you don't do something stupid, otherwise. I can only ignore our companionship for so many years. The next day, Tsunade didn't sleep well all night, thinking about things all the time. She was not in the mood to eat the breakfast that Shizune brought. I just washed my face in a hurry, and I was going to continue to go to the casino to let off steam and relax. Shizune had no choice but to walk away with her holding Chochu. However, as soon as he arrived at the casino, Tsunade found that familiar figure. It was Qian Yu. There is no doubt that Qian Yu has been waiting here for her to appear. Tsunade frowned, and wanted to leave, but then grunted stubbornly and strode in. Shizune knows her temper, can only sigh. Qian Yu and Terumi Mei are playing with other gamblers on the rise. Although the two are not interested in gambling itself. But since we have come to Bonshu Street, there is nothing wrong with playing around a bit. Of course, the main purpose is to wait for Tsunade. Tsunade sat down, and the other gamblers moved out of the way. Although she is the legendary big fat sheep, but the terrifying power after she got angry yesterday made everyone else stay away. Terumi Mei also smiled and stood up. As a result, only Qian Yu and Tsunade were left on the entire gaming table. Qian Yu smiled. You are here. Tsunade snorted coldly. It seems that you are blocking me on purpose? Yes. What do you want to do? As I said, I will not betray Konoha village, let alone join Kirigakure. Qian Yu smiled and said, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Also, let's not talk about these business matters today, how about we just have a good gamble? Tsunade's face softened a little. Okay, exactly, we haven't finished the last bet yesterday. Qian Yu smiled and said, I hope you brought enough chips today. Don't worry, if you kill enough, you won't leave a piece of armor. Soon. The two fought again. This time, there were more people watching around, and the bets between the two were getting bigger and bigger, which made all the gamblers startled and stunned. Shizune and Dolphin watched this scene with horror and helplessness. Of course, Qian Yu's technique is not very good. However, after encountering the legendary big fat sheep, it seems that technology is not needed much. With her luck of losing every gamble, she is simply trying to make money. Soon, Tsunade lost again. Moreover, his temper became more and more irritable, and it was obvious that he was on the top again. She roared angrily. Let's gamble one last time. This time I'm going to bet everything. Do you dare? Of course Qian Yu dared to bet on them all at once. This is an even crazier gamble than yesterday. For a moment, everyone in the entire casino did not dare to vent their anger, and stared at the two with bated breath. Just as Tsunade was about to drive, Qian Yu smiled and said, wait a minute, it's the same as yesterday, my money here seems to be much more than yours. That's a matter of course, after all, Qian Yu won most of Tsunade's money. Tsunade also knew he was wrong. Then I raise. You still seem to be the same, there is nothing to add? Tsunade looked back sharply at Shizune. Hey! I don't have any money, Master Tsunade. Tsunade immediately looked at Tonko. The porpoise was so frightened that it let out a pig cry. Qian Yu said with a smile, is this good? If you win, of course all the money will belong to you. Tsunade suddenly smiled. Qian Yu continued, but, if I win? How about it? Qian Yu smiled and said, it's not that bad, I want you to drink with me, you won't refuse, will you? Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. Is this instigation, or dating?